Chapter 1. Sarah Walsh smoothed down her charcoal pencil skirt and allowed herself a rare smile as she pushed through the heavy courtroom doors. Behind her, the Castillo family lawyer was still shouting at the judge. "Your Honor, this is an outrage. My client." "Your client," Sarah cut in, turning with perfect timing, "is going to prison for 15 years. Appeal all you want." She didn't wait for his response. The click of her heels on the marble floor echoed as cameras flashed around her. The biggest RICO case of her career, wrapped up with a bow. Vincent Castillo, New York's most dangerous crime boss, was going away for a long time. "Ms. Walsh, how does it feel to take down the Castillo family?" A reporter shoved a microphone toward her face. "Justice was served today," Sarah said with practiced calm. "No one is above the law." Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Her boss. She stepped away from the media circus and answered. "Sarah, you magnificent warrior. Get your ass to McClellan's bar. The whole firm is waiting to drink to your victory." 2 hours later, Sarah was nursing her second vodka tonic at the upscale bar, surrounded by colleagues who'd become progressively louder with each round of drinks. The managing partner had already made a speech about her brilliance and dedication to bringing down the bad guys. Someone toasted, and they all clinked glasses. Sarah nodded and smiled, but her mind was already reviewing the loose ends. The Castillos were dangerous, even with Vincent behind bars. Especially his younger brother, Diego, who had mysteriously vanished right before the trial began. Earth to Sarah. Her assistant, Megan, was waving a hand in front of her face. "We're taking a vote. You need a vacation after this win." "I need to prepare for the Donovan case," Sarah corrected. Her colleague Tom laughed. "Even robots need to recharge. When's the last time you had fun?" "I have fun," Sarah protested weakly. "Name one thing you did last month that wasn't work-related," Megan challenged. Sarah opened her mouth, then closed it. "That's what I thought," Megan said triumphantly. "We're thinking Vegas. Just the weekend." "Vegas?" Sarah scoffed. "I don't gamble." "It's not about gambling. It's about cutting loose for once in your life." The table erupted with encouragement. "You just put away the most dangerous man in New York. If anyone deserves a weekend of sin, it's you. Show us you're human, Walsh." Sarah looked at their expectant faces. She was tired. Bone-tired after 18-hour days for months. The kind of tired that made her shoulders ache and her brain fuzzy around the edges. "Fine," she said finally. "One weekend." The table erupted in cheers. Tom was already booking her flight on his phone while Megan detailed the hotel they'd chosen. Sarah tried to listen, but her mind drifted back to the case. Later that night, in her sterile apartment overlooking the city, Sarah kicked off her heels and poured herself a nightcap. Her suitcase for Vegas lay open on her bed, half-packed by Megan before she'd left the bar. Sarah picked up the Castillo case file she'd brought home. She knew she should put it in storage, but something kept nagging at her. She flipped through the photos until she found the one she was looking for. Diego Castillo. 32 years old. Harvard Business School graduate. The legitimate face of the family's empire. In the surveillance photo, he was exiting a restaurant, his tailored suit accentuating broad shoulders. Unlike his brother's crude mugshot, Diego looked refined, dangerous in a different way. His expression was guarded, calculating. Dark eyes that seemed to look right through the camera. Sarah took a long sip of vodka. Diego had disappeared 2 days before his brother's trial, despite not being charged himself. The FBI suspected he was hiding in South America. She tucked the file away and finished packing, tossing in a swimsuit she hadn't worn in years and a dress Megan insisted she bring. "You'll thank me," her assistant had said with a wink. The next afternoon, Sarah's plane touched down in Las Vegas. The blast of desert heat hit her as she exited the terminal, along with the sensory overload of lights, sounds, and the distinct feeling that normal rules didn't apply here. Her hotel suite was ridiculous. Clearly her colleagues had splurged. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the Vegas Strip glittering below, and a bottle of champagne waited in an ice bucket with a note, "For once in your life, don't think. Just live." The firm. Sarah showered and changed, surprised at how the simple act of being in a new place had already shifted something inside her. She felt lighter, anonymous. Nobody here knew she was the ruthless prosecutor who'd just taken down Vincent Castillo. She studied her reflection in the mirror. She'd chosen a simple black dress that hugged her curves usually hidden under boxy suit jackets. Her auburn hair fell in waves past her shoulders instead of its usual tight bun. For one weekend, she could be someone else. Someone who didn't carry the weight of justice on her shoulders. As the elevator descended to the casino level, Sarah made a decision. She would leave the lawyer behind. Just for 2 days. She settled at the hotel bar, ordering another vodka tonic, watching the chaos of the casino floor with detached amusement. The bartender slid her drink across the polished surface with a wink. First time in Vegas? Sarah nodded, taking a sip. Word of advice, the bartender leaned in, what happens in Vegas? Stays in Vegas, Sarah finished with a small smile. So I've heard. The bartender moved away to serve another customer, and Sarah felt someone slide onto the stool beside her. A prickle ran up her spine, the feeling of being watched. She turned slowly, her vodka halfway to her lips, and found herself staring into dark, familiar eyes that stopped her cold. Diego Castillo was supposed to be in South America. Not sitting next to her at a bar in Las Vegas, looking at her like he knew exactly who she was. Chapter 2. Sarah's throat tightened. Her fingers froze around her glass. The man beside her looked exactly like Diego Castillo, yet he made no move to run, to threaten her, to do anything a criminal on the run should do when faced with the prosecutor who destroyed his family. You look like you've seen a ghost, he said, voice low and smooth with just a hint of an accent. He signaled to the bartender. Macallan, neat. Sarah calculated her options. The casino was crowded. Security cameras everywhere. She wasn't in danger, not physically at least. Do I know you? She asked carefully, deciding to play dumb while reaching for her phone in her clutch. He smiled, revealing perfect white teeth. I don't think so. I'd remember someone like you. His eyes traveled down her body with lazy appreciation. I'm D. Not Diego. A lie, but one that gave her time to think. Sarah, she replied, giving her real name before she could stop herself. The bartender slid a whiskey toward him, and he raised it slightly. To chance meetings, Sarah. She clinked her glass against his, mind racing. Should she call the FBI? Was there a reward for his capture? But the alcohol had already dulled her edges, and curiosity pricked at her. Why was Diego Castillo in Vegas, sitting next to her of all people? Did he know who she was? What brings you to Vegas? D. She studied his face for signs of recognition, but his expression remained pleasantly neutral. Business, he said vaguely. You? Pleasure, Sarah replied, matching his tone. My first real vacation in years. Then we should celebrate that. He motioned to the bartender again. 2 shots of tequila. Sarah's responsible side whispered that she should leave, call someone, do anything but share drinks with the brother of the man she'd just sent to prison. But the other side, the side she never let out, was thrilled by the danger, the absurdity of it all. I don't usually do shots, she said as the bartender placed 2 small glasses in front of them. Diego D. raised an eyebrow. First time for everything, right? Right, Sarah agreed, lifting the shot glass. What happens in Vegas? They downed the shots together, and the liquor burned pleasantly down her throat. Dee watched her with obvious amusement as she fought a grimace. Another? He asked. Sarah knew she should say no. Instead, she nodded. The second shot went down easier than the first. The noise of the casino faded to a pleasant hum as they talked. Dee was charming, intelligent, asking her questions about her life while revealing little about his own. Sarah gave vague answers, creating a fiction about being a corporate consultant, skipping over anything that might reveal her as the prosecutor who had dismantled his family's empire. The bar began to fill with rowdy tourists, pressing them closer together. Sarah could smell his cologne, something expensive and subtle. Too noisy here, Dee said, leaning close to her ear. His breath tickled her neck. There's a lounge upstairs. More private. Warning bells rang distantly in Sarah's mind, but 3 drinks and 2 shots had muffled them considerably. Besides, the casino was public. Safe. And she was curious, dangerously, stupidly curious about this man. Lead the way, she said. The lounge was dim and exclusive, with plush semicircular booths and music quiet enough for conversation. Dee spoke briefly to the host, who led them to a corner booth with a view of the strip. A bottle of champagne appeared almost instantly. You come here often? Sarah asked as he poured her a glass. My first time, actually, he replied, settling beside her, close enough that their legs almost touched. But I know people. Of course he did. The Castillos knew people everywhere. What do you do, Dee? She asked, the champagne bubbles tickling her nose. He considered her question for a moment. Family business, he finally said. Though I'm trying to take it in a new direction. Against family wishes. Something flashed in his eyes. You could say that. My brother has traditional views. A thrill ran through her at this acknowledgement, however veiled. They were playing a game, dancing around the truth, and part of her was enjoying it far too much. And what about you, Sarah? Family business as well. She laughed, imagining her father's reaction to her career choice. God, no. My father wanted me to be a kindergarten teacher. Something nice and safe. But you chose danger instead? Sarah nearly choked on her champagne. What makes you think what I do is dangerous? Dee smiled slowly. Just a feeling. You have the look of someone who's comfortable with risk. He leaned closer. Am I wrong? The alcohol had made her bold. Maybe I'm discovering I like risk more than I thought. His eyes darkened. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face, fingers lingering on her cheek. Want to take another risk tonight? The music changed, a low throbbing beat that seemed to match her pulse. What did you have in mind? Dance with me. The dance floor was small but crowded with beautiful people. Dee led her through them, finding a spot in the center, and then his hands were on her waist. Sarah couldn't remember the last time she'd danced with a man, maybe not since law school. But her body remembered, moving against his as if they'd done this 100 times. She should have been terrified. This was Diego Castillo, brother to a man who would happily have her killed. But in the dim light, with the music pulsing around them and his hands guiding her hips, she felt only exhilaration. You're full of surprises, he murmured, pulling her closer. So are you, she replied, arms around his neck. They danced for what felt like hours, drinking champagne between songs, talking in fragments that revealed nothing and everything. The more time passed, the less Sarah cared about who he was, who she was. For the first time in years, she was living purely in the moment. When his lips finally met hers, it felt inevitable. His kiss was confident, demanding, and she responded with equal intensity, fingers threading through his dark hair. Come upstairs with me, he whispered against her mouth. Every rational part of her brain screamed no. But she was tired of being rational, tired of being careful, tired of denying herself anything that wasn't work. Yes, she said simply. In the elevator, he pressed her against the wall, his body hard against hers, mouth hungry on her neck. Sarah closed her eyes, giving herself over to sensation. The elevator dinged at his floor, not hers, and they stumbled out, barely breaking contact. His suite was larger than hers, with a massive bed visible through double doors. Sarah had a fleeting thought that she should text Megan her location, but Dee was already pulling her back into his arms, and all thoughts of safety disappeared in the heat of his touch. Last chance to change your mind, he said, eyes searching hers. Sarah reached up, tracing his jawline with her fingertips. Tomorrow, she would be responsible again. Tonight belonged to this stranger who wasn't a stranger. I don't want to change my mind. His smile was wicked as he lifted her, carrying her toward the bedroom. Good. Neither do I. The last coherent thought Sarah had before giving herself completely to the night was that Vegas had been an excellent idea after all. Chapter 3. Light sliced through the gap in the curtains, hitting Sarah directly in the face. Her head throbbed as consciousness returned in painful fragments. Unfamiliar sheets. The scent of cologne. A warm body next to hers. Vegas. The bar. Dancing. She kept her eyes closed, piecing together the night before. They'd been drinking. A lot. After they'd come back to his room, things had escalated quickly. Her cheeks burned at the memory of his hands on her body, the way she'd abandoned all control. Something heavy rested on her left hand. She flexed her fingers and felt metal scrape against her knuckle. Her eyes flew open. A ring. A platinum band with a row of diamonds that caught the morning light and scattered it across the ceiling. "What the hell?" she whispered, sitting up too quickly. The room spun. Next to her, Dee groaned and rolled over, dark hair tousled across the pillow. The sheet slipped down, revealing a muscular chest and, on his left hand, a matching platinum band. Sarah scrambled out of bed, wrapping the sheet around herself, panic rising in her throat. On the nightstand beside her, a folded piece of paper caught her eye. She snatched it up. Certificate of marriage. Her eyes locked on the names. Diego Francisco Castillo and Sarah Elizabeth Walsh. "No, no, no," she gasped, the paper trembling in her hands. Her movement woke him. Diego blinked slowly, confusion crossing his face as he took in the scene. Sarah standing half-naked, clutching a marriage certificate, horror etched on her features. He sat up, noticed the ring on his finger, and muttered something in Spanish that sounded distinctly like a curse. "You," Sarah finally managed, her voice ice-cold. "You knew exactly who I was last night." Diego's expression shifted from confusion to wariness. "What are you talking about?" She thrust the certificate at him. "This has your full name. Not Diego Castillo. You knew who I was and you." She couldn't even finish the sentence. He scanned the document, his face darkening. "I was drunk, but not that drunk." He looked up at her sharply. "I didn't plan this." "Right," Sarah laughed bitterly, gathering her scattered clothing from the floor. "Just like you didn't plan to vanish before your brother's trial." Diego was fully alert now, eyes narrowed. "Wait. How do you—" He stopped, studying her face more carefully. "Sarah Walsh. The prosecutor." "Congratulations, you married the woman who put your brother in prison," she snapped, pulling on her dress from the night before. "Was this some twisted revenge plot? Get me drunk, marry me, then what? Ruin my career?" "I had no idea who you were," Diego said, getting out of bed and pulling on his pants. His movements were controlled, but tension radiated from him. "I knew my brother's prosecutor was a woman named Walsh, but I never saw pictures. I was out of the country before the trial started." Sarah didn't believe him. It was too coincidental. "We need to get this annulled. Immediately." "Agreed," Diego said flatly. "This can't get out. For either of us." "I'll find a lawyer," Sarah said, shoving her feet into her heels. "One who specializes in quickie Vegas marriages." "I'll take care of it," Diego countered. "I have connections here." "Of course you do," Sarah muttered, searching for her clutch. "The Castillo family has connections everywhere." She found her purse under a chair and checked her phone. 3 missed calls from Megan. "I need to go." As she headed for the door, Diego's phone rang. He answered rapidly in Spanish, his expression growing more serious with each passing second. Sarah paused, hand on the doorknob, something in his tone making her turn back. "Estás seguro?" he asked, then switched to English. "How did he find out already?" A pause. "Yes, she's still here." Sarah's stomach dropped. He was talking about her. Diego ended the call and looked at her, his expression unreadable. "That was my family's consigliere. Someone at the courthouse recognized your name when they processed our marriage license last night. And they told Vincent. In prison." The implications hit her like a truck. Vincent Castillo, the man she'd just helped sentence to 15 years, knew she'd married his brother. "He's placed a bounty on your head," Diego said evenly. $5 million to whoever kills the prosecutor who married into the family." Sarah's knees weakened. She sank into the nearest chair. "This is insane. All of it." "The consigliere has already spread word that the marriage was intentional," My decision to protect the family while Vincent is away." "What?" Sarah looked up sharply. "Why would he do that?" "To save both our lives," Diego said grimly. "If my brother's men think I married you as some power move, they won't touch you. If they think it was an accident." He didn't finish. "So what now?" Sarah asked, her prosecutor's mind already calculating moves and countermoves. "Now we play along until I can get this handled." "Play along?" she repeated incredulously. "I have a job, a life. I can't pretend to be married to the brother of New York's biggest crime boss." "You can for a few days, or you can take your chances with my brother's hitmen," Diego replied coldly. "Your choice." Before Sarah could respond, a sharp knock came at the door. 3 heavy raps that made both of them freeze. Diego motioned for her to stay quiet as he approached the door, checking the peephole. His shoulders tensed. "It's Marco. One of our enforcers," he whispered. "He's alone, but we need to sell this. Now." "What?" "Kiss me," Diego ordered, moving back toward her. "Are you out of your mind?" The knocking came again, more insistent. "Do you want to live?" Diego hissed. "We need to look like newlyweds." Sarah hesitated, then stepped into his space, pressing her body against his. Their lips met just as Diego opened the door. A tall, broad-shouldered man entered, his face impassive as he took in the scene. Sarah pulled away from Diego, trying to look appropriately flustered. Marco's eyes widened in recognition when he saw her. He immediately dropped to one knee, taking her left hand and pressing his lips to her ring. "La Magli del Capo," he said reverently. "Welcome to the family, Mrs. Castillo." 2 more men entered behind him, both armed, both repeating the same gesture of loyalty. Sarah stood frozen as they kissed her ring, called her by a name that wasn't hers, welcomed her into a family she tried to destroy. Diego placed a protective arm around her waist, his message clear: she was under his protection now. "My wife and I need privacy," he told the men firmly. "We'll return to New York tomorrow." "Of course, boss," Marco nodded, backing toward the door. "We've secured the entire floor. No one will disturb you." When the door closed behind them, Sarah wrenched away from Diego's grasp. "This is a nightmare," she whispered. Diego's face was grim. "It's about to get worse. We need to go to New York. My family is expecting to meet their new daughter-in-law. I can't just." "You don't have a choice," Diego cut her off. "Vincent's bounty is real. The only thing keeping you alive is being recognized as my wife." He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Believe me, this isn't what I wanted either." Sarah stared at the wedding ring on her finger, at the marriage certificate on the rumpled bed, at the man who was now legally her husband. One weekend in Vegas had turned into a matter of life and death. Chapter 4. The private jet hummed smoothly through the clouds. Sarah sat across from Diego, a small table between them covered with legal pads and coffee cups. They'd been drafting their arrangement for 3 hours. 6 months, Diego said, tapping the paper. "We maintain the appearance of marriage for 6 months while I handle Vincent and search for a discreet way to annul this." 3 months, Sarah countered. "And I need guaranteed protection." Diego's jaw tightened. 4 months, and you have my personal protection plus 2 security details. 1 from my people, 1 of your choosing. Sarah considered this. "Fine. 4 months. And we need a cover story for how we met." "We keep it simple. We met months ago through mutual acquaintances, kept it quiet because of your case against Vincent." Sarah snorted. "No one will believe that." "They'll believe what I tell them to believe," Diego said with quiet confidence that reminded her exactly who she was dealing with. "What about my job? I can't just waltz into the DA's office as Mrs. Castillo." Diego leaned back, studying her. "Take a leave of absence. Personal reasons. I just won the biggest case of my career. They're expecting me back on Monday." "Would you rather be employed or alive?" Diego asked bluntly. Sarah rubbed her temples. A headache had been building since Vegas. "This is crazy. All of it." "Welcome to my world," Diego said dryly. He pushed a contract toward her. Sign this. It's our agreement, 4 months, mutual protection, and a clean separation afterward. Sarah scanned the document. It was surprisingly thorough for something drafted on a plane. You carry legal contracts with you often? A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Harvard law has its uses. She'd forgotten that part of his file. Diego Castillo wasn't just a crime boss's brother, he was a lawyer himself, though he'd never practiced. One more thing, Sarah said, pen poised over the paper. I won't be involved in anything illegal. Period. Noted. I've been working to legitimize our businesses anyway. Sarah quirked an eyebrow. Right. The Castillo empire built on actual olive oil imports. Coffee, actually, Diego replied without humor. And real estate, shipping, and technology investments. My brother handles the traditional aspects. While you clean the money. Diego's eyes flashed. Do you want my help or not, counselor? Sarah signed the contract with a sharp flourish. Diego added his signature below hers, then folded the paper and tucked it into his jacket. We land in 20 minutes. My grandmother's house first. Your grandmother? Sarah hadn't expected that. Nana Elena is the matriarch. Vincent and I may run things, but nothing happens without her blessing. His expression softened slightly. Even Vincent fears her. Great, Sarah muttered. A family meet and greet with the mob matriarch. Be respectful, Diego warned. She'll decide if you live or die more surely than any contract we sign. The Castillo family compound sprawled across 5 acres in the wealthiest part of Westchester County. Old money disguising older sins. The car passed through wrought iron gates manned by guards who nodded deferentially to Diego. Remember, Diego said as they approached the main house, you're my wife now. Act like it. Sarah glared at him but placed her hand in his as they climbed the steps to the front door. A woman in her 70s waited on the porch, spine straight as a steel rod despite her age, silver hair swept into an elegant chignon. Her dark eyes, so like Diego's, missed nothing. Nana, Diego said, kissing both her cheeks. This is Sarah. Sarah extended her hand, but Nana Elena ignored it, instead taking Sarah's face between papery hands, studying her intently. So, she finally said, her accent thick but her English perfect, you are the woman who put my Vincent in prison. Sarah's mouth went dry. And now you are married to my Diego. The old woman's eyes were unreadable. Life has strange paths, no? Very strange, Sarah agreed, finding her voice. This isn't what I expected either. Nana Elena laughed suddenly, the sound unexpectedly warm. Honesty. Good. She patted Sarah's cheek. We need more of that in this family. She turned, gesturing for them to follow her inside. The house was a study in old-world luxury, hand-carved furniture, oil paintings in gilded frames, plush carpets that had probably cost more than Sarah's yearly salary. In a sun-filled sitting room, tea was waiting. Nana Elena poured without asking if they wanted any, adding honey to Diego's cup in a gesture so maternal it made Sarah's chest tighten. The family is in chaos, Nana Elena said without preamble. Vincent's arrest was expected, but this marriage, she waved a hand between them. This no one expected. It was sudden, Diego admitted. Love is always sudden, Nana replied, watching Sarah over the rim of her teacup. Or was it strategy, Nipote? Sarah tensed, but Diego placed a calming hand on her knee. Would I marry for strategy, Nana? You? No. Vincent would. But you, the old woman smiled slightly. You always follow your heart, even when your head should lead. Sarah was surprised by the accuracy of this assessment. From what little she'd observed of Diego, his emotions did seem to drive him more than cold calculation. The family council meets tonight, Nana Elena continued. They expect explanations. They'll get what I choose to tell them, Diego said, an edge creeping into his voice. They fear you are abandoning Vincent's ways, his grandmother replied evenly. Marrying his prosecutor feels like confirmation. I have my own vision for our family, Diego said. Vincent knew that when he put me in charge during his absence. Nana Elena turned to Sarah. And what is your vision, new granddaughter? Do you plan to put the rest of us in prison too? Sarah met the old woman's gaze steadily. I plan to survive the next 4 months. Beyond that, I have no designs on your family. 4 months. Nana Elena raised an eyebrow. Diego cleared his throat. Sarah and I have an understanding. Marriage is not an understanding, Nana Elena said sharply. It is a covenant. She set down her teacup with a decisive click. But we will discuss this later. Now, you must rest before the council meeting. I've prepared the East Wing for you both. Both of us? Sarah asked before she could stop herself. Nana Elena looked scandalized. You are husband and wife. Of course you share rooms. She stood, effectively ending the conversation. Dinner at 7. Council at 9. When she had left, Sarah rounded on Diego. Share rooms? I thought this was just for show. It is, he assured her, but appearances matter. Especially here. There are limits to what I'll do for this charade. Diego ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she was beginning to recognize as frustration. Look, the East Wing has a separate sitting room with a sofa. I'll sleep there. Sarah wanted to argue further, but exhaustion was catching up with her. Fine. But this isn't a real marriage. Don't forget that. Trust me, Diego said dryly, I'm painfully aware of that fact. A maid showed them to their quarters, a luxurious suite decorated in creams and blues. A massive 4-poster bed dominated the bedroom, while a connecting sitting room offered some privacy. I need to check in with my business, Diego said once they were alone. Make yourself comfortable. When he left, Sarah sank onto a chaise lounge, finally allowing the full weight of the situation to hit her. 24 hours ago, she'd been celebrating the biggest win of her career. Now she was married to a mob boss, hiding out in his family compound, with a price on her head. Her phone buzzed, Megan, for the 10th time that day. She couldn't avoid her assistant forever. She sent a quick text, taking emergency personal leave. We'll explain later. Don't worry. Megan's response was immediate. Sarah switched off her phone. She'd deal with the fallout later. She wandered the suite, opening doors to a marble bathroom bigger than her entire apartment, closets already stocked with designer clothes in her size, a small library filled with first editions. In the sitting room, she found a door that opened to a private garden terrace. She stepped outside, breathing in the scent of roses climbing a stone wall. For a prison, it was certainly luxurious. A movement caught her eye. Through another door, partially ajar, she could see into what appeared to be a study. Curiosity pulled her forward. The room was clearly Diego's personal workspace, a desk covered with papers, shelves lined with business books and family photographs. What caught her attention, however, was a wall map with pins and strings connecting various locations. She moved closer, recognizing shipping routes, property holdings, business connections, all legitimate on the surface. This was the empire Diego was building alongside his brother's criminal organization. A drawer hung partially open beneath the map. Sarah glanced over her shoulder, then eased it open further. Inside was a folder labeled simply Walsh. Her breath caught. She pulled it out, flipping it open to find surveillance photographs of herself. Dozens of them, dating back 3 years. Outside her apartment, at the courthouse, having dinner with colleagues. 3 years. Long before Vincent's case had even been assigned to her. Finding anything interesting? Sarah whirled around. Diego stood in the doorway, his expression cold, eyes fixed on the folder in her hands. Chapter 5. You've been watching me, Sarah said, holding up the folder of surveillance photos. For 3 years. Diego closed the study door behind him. Put that down. Why? Sarah flipped through more photos, her jogging in Central Park, leaving her office late at night, even one through her apartment window. Planning this for a while, were you? Targeting me specifically for Vincent's case. Diego crossed the room in 3 long strides, snatching the folder from her hands. You shouldn't be in here. And you shouldn't be stalking prosecutors. Sarah shot back. What was Vegas then? Some elaborate setup? Diego's jaw worked as he shoved the folder back into the drawer. It's not what you think. Really? Because it looks like your family has been surveilling me since before I was even assigned Vincent's case. She jabbed a finger at his chest. Tell me the truth. Was last night planned? Diego's eyes darkened. No. Last night was. He hesitated. A mistake. But not a planned one. Then explain the photos, Sarah demanded, crossing her arms. Diego leaned against his desk, suddenly looking tired. 3 years ago, we received intelligence that the FBI was building a RICO case against our family. They were targeting prosecutors they thought could be influenced. Influenced? Sarah repeated. You mean corrupted? Or pressured? Or manipulated? Diego shrugged. We monitored all potential prosecutors who might be assigned our case. There must be dozens of us at the DA's office who handle RICO cases. 5, Diego corrected. Only 5 with enough experience to handle our case. You were the most promising target. Sarah felt sick. Target for what, exactly? Information. We suspected someone was feeding you details about our operation. A plant in your office, maybe. Or someone close to you. Sarah thought of her colleagues, her friends, searching for who might be a federal informant. That's ridiculous. Is it? Diego pulled out another folder, opening it to reveal photos of her paralegal meeting with men in suits. Jason Reeves. Hired to your team 2 years ago. Former FBI. Sarah stared at the photos. Jason, quiet, efficient Jason who always stayed late, who remembered how she took her coffee, who seemed to anticipate which cases she'd need research for. That doesn't mean. We have recordings, Diego said flatly. He's been reporting on your casework directly to a federal task force. Sarah sank into a chair, mind reeling. If that's true, why didn't you warn Vincent? Why let me build the case at all? Vincent didn't believe me, Diego admitted. He thought our businesses were insulated enough. He thought I was being paranoid. A bitter smile crossed his face. He always underestimated the feds. And you. Sarah processed this information, her prosecutor's mind fitting pieces together. So I was being manipulated by the FBI, surveilled by you, and neither of you thought to mention this to me? Would you have believed me if I'd tried? Diego asked pointedly. Before she could answer, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Her boss. She'd been avoiding him all day, but she couldn't put this off forever. I need to take this, she said, stepping back into the sitting room for privacy. Sarah Walsh, she answered, trying to sound normal. Walsh. What the hell is going on? Her boss's voice was tight with anger. I've got reporters calling about you and Diego Castillo. Tell me this is some sick joke. Sarah's stomach dropped. Sir, I can explain. Explain what? That my star prosecutor married into the crime family she just prosecuted? The press has a marriage certificate, Walsh. With your name on it. It's complicated, she said weakly. Complicated doesn't begin to cover it. The department is facing a public relations nightmare. Vincent Castillo's lawyers are already filing for a mistrial based on conflict of interest. That's absurd, Sarah protested. The marriage happened after the verdict. It has no bearing on. Save it, he cut her off. I need you in my office tomorrow morning to explain yourself. And I expect your resignation on my desk. Resignation? Sarah's voice rose. Sir, I won my case. I did nothing wrong professionally. You married Diego Castillo. Do you have any idea how that looks? His voice dropped lower. I trusted you, Sarah. We all did. Whatever game you're playing with the Castillos, you've destroyed your career for it. The call ended abruptly. Sarah stared at her phone in disbelief. Diego appeared in the doorway, his expression making it clear he'd overheard. Problem at work? They want my resignation, she said numbly. 15 years of building my career, gone in a day. I'm sorry, Diego said, and he sounded genuinely regretful. I'll compensate you, of course. Sarah laughed bitterly. Money? You think this is about money? This was my life's work. It's temporary, Diego reminded her. Once this is resolved, my reputation will still be destroyed, Sarah cut him off. No one hires a prosecutor who married into the mob, even briefly. Diego had no response to that. Instead, he checked his watch. We should get ready for dinner. Nana expects punctuality. Sarah wanted to argue, to scream, to throw something, but what would be the point? She'd signed the contract. She'd agreed to this charade. 4 months of playing mob wife, and then… what? A ruined career and a target on her back? She retreated to the bedroom to change, finding her suitcase had been unpacked, her clothes hanging alongside new items with designer labels still attached. She chose a simple black dress from her own things, not wanting to accept more from the Castillos than she already had. Dinner was a tense affair. Nana Elena dominated the conversation, telling stories about Diego as a child while various aunts, uncles, and cousins watched Sarah with undisguised suspicion. Sarah picked at her food, trying to remember who was who, noting the clear divisions of loyalty among the family members. After dinner, Diego took her aside. The council meeting is just family leadership. It will be intense. They'll question you, question us. Follow my lead. Shouldn't we get our stories straight first? Sarah asked. The less rehearsed we seem, the better, Diego replied. Just remember, we're in love, we kept it secret because of Vincent's case, and now we're committed to each other and the family. In other words, lie convincingly, Sarah muttered. Exactly, Diego squeezed her hand. Ready. The council meeting took place in a wood-paneled room with a large round table. 12 men and 3 women, including Nana Elena, watched as Diego led Sarah to 2 empty chairs. Marco, the enforcer from Vegas, stood as they entered. Don Diego, your bride is not family. She should not be present for council business. My wife, Diego emphasized the word, is now family. She stays. An older man with silver hair leaned forward. Your brother would never allow this. My brother is in prison, Diego replied coldly. I lead the family now. A family you seem eager to change, another man countered. First your legitimate businesses taking precedence, now marrying the very woman who destroyed Vincent. Enough, Antonio, Nana Elena interrupted. Diego has earned the right to speak. Diego stood, still holding Sarah's hand. My marriage to Sarah was unexpected, yes. But it presents opportunities. Her legal expertise, her connections, these are valuable. And when Vincent returns? Antonio challenged. What then? Vincent made choices that landed him in prison, Diego said evenly. I'm making choices to ensure our family survives and thrives despite that setback. The meeting devolved into rapid-fire Italian that Sarah couldn't follow. She sat silently, feeling like a lamb among wolves, noting how Diego commanded respect despite the obvious tension. Nana Elena watched the proceedings with sharp eyes, occasionally interjecting to calm tempers. Finally, Diego turned to Sarah. Tell them, he said in English. Tell them why you married me. All eyes turned to her. Sarah's mind raced. What was Diego doing? She began, then stopped, gathering her thoughts. These people would detect a rehearsed speech instantly. She needed something real. I built my career pursuing justice, following the law, seeing things in black and white. Diego's hand tightened around hers in warning, but she continued. Meeting Diego showed me that life isn't that simple. That people aren't that simple. She looked directly at him as she spoke, finding it easier to tell this half-truth while looking into his eyes. I risked everything to follow my heart. I'm still not sure if it was the right choice, but it was my choice. A long silence followed her words. Nana Elena was the first to speak. She will do, the old woman declared, as if delivering a verdict. The council accepts this marriage. Not everyone looked convinced, but no one contradicted Nana Elena. The meeting shifted to business matters, territory disputes, distribution problems, police payoffs, all discussed in coded language that barely disguised their illegality. Sarah's prosecutor instincts screamed to memorize every detail, but self-preservation kept her expression neutral. She was deep in the lion's den now. One wrong move could be fatal. Later, back in their suite, Diego poured them both a drink. "You did well," he said, handing her a glass. "They believed you." "I believed myself," Sarah admitted, taking a long sip of whiskey. "That's what scares me." A knock at the door interrupted them. Diego opened it to find an unfamiliar man in a suit. "Mr. Castillo? I'm Agent Clark, FBI." He flashed a badge. "Could I have a word?" Diego's expression didn't change, but Sarah saw his shoulders tense. "Of course. Come in." The agent nodded to Sarah. "Mrs. Castillo. Quite a career change you've made." "What can we do for you, Agent Clark?" Diego asked, his tone pleasant but guarded. "Just a friendly heads-up," Clark said, declining the offered seat. "We're aware of your situation." He glanced between them. "And we're aware of the information Ms. Walsh has been unwittingly providing us through her paralegal." Sarah set down her glass carefully. "You admit to planting an informant in my office?" "Jason Reeves has been very helpful," Clark acknowledged without apology. "Your meticulous case preparations against Vincent Castillo gave us insight into operations even your husband here might not be aware of." Diego's expression darkened. "Get to the point, Agent." "The point is, we still have an ongoing investigation. Ms. Walsh's unexpected marriage creates complications. We'd hate to see her charged as an accessory after the fact." "Are you threatening my wife?" Diego asked, his voice dangerously soft. Clark smiled thinly. "Just making sure everyone understands the situation. Your brother goes down, you start legitimizing the business, and suddenly his prosecutor becomes family? It raises questions." "Questions I'll be happy to answer with my attorneys present," Sarah replied coolly. "That won't be necessary if we continue to receive cooperation." Clark headed for the door. "Enjoy your evening, Mr. and Mrs. Castillo. I'm sure we'll be in touch." After he left, Sarah turned to Diego. "He's implying I should continue feeding them information through Jason." "Or that they want to turn you into their inside woman here," Diego agreed grimly. "Either way, we have a problem." Sarah's head spun with the implications. Her career in ruins, caught between the FBI and the mob, married to a man she barely knew. "I'm going to bed," she said abruptly. "I can't process any more tonight." In the bedroom, she changed quickly and slipped under the covers, too exhausted to worry about Diego's sleeping arrangements. Her life had imploded so completely in the past 24 hours that she could barely remember who she had been before Vegas. She was nearly asleep when she heard the outer door of the suite open and close quietly. Diego leaving? She listened for his return but eventually drifted off. She woke hours later to find her bed empty, the suite silent. On her pillow was a small black rose, fresh, its petals velvety against her fingertips. Her phone rang, an unknown number. Hand shaking, she answered. "Counselor." Vincent Castillo's voice slid through the speaker, as smooth and deadly as a knife. "Welcome to the family. I've arranged for your first lesson in loyalty tonight." Chapter 6. Sarah's hand trembled as Vincent's voice crawled through the phone. "I don't know how you got this number," she managed, "but I have nothing to say to you." Vincent chuckled, the sound raising goosebumps on her arms. "That's not how family works, Sarah. We talk. We listen. We learn." "I'm not your family," she hissed, sliding out of bed and moving toward the door. "Where was Diego?" "The law says otherwise," Vincent replied. "My brother's wife is my sister. Blood or not." Sarah tried the suite's outer door. Locked, from the outside. Her pulse quickened. "What do you want, Vincent?" "To welcome you properly. The black rose was just the beginning." His voice hardened. "Did you think putting me in prison would be the end? That marrying Diego would protect you?" Where is Diego? Sarah demanded, checking windows, looking for another exit. My brother has his own problems tonight, Vincent said dismissively. This is between us. New sister, old enemy. A sound from the hallway caught Sarah's attention. Footsteps, multiple sets, approaching the suite. They're coming for you now, Vincent continued, as if reading her mind. Don't fight it. This lesson in loyalty won't be pleasant, but it is necessary. The doorknob rattled. Sarah backed away, looking for a weapon, finding only a heavy crystal paperweight on a side table. Diego won't let you hurt me, she said, more confidently than she felt. Vincent laughed again. Diego doesn't control as much as he thinks. Not while I live. The line went dead as the first blow hit the door. Sarah gripped the paperweight, heart hammering. The door shuddered under another impact. One more would break it open. Her phone buzzed with a text. Diego, bathroom. Hidden panel behind shower. Go now. Sarah ran for the bathroom, frantically searching the marble shower stall. Her fingers found a nearly invisible seam. She pushed, and a panel slid open, revealing a narrow passage. She ducked inside just as she heard the suite door crash open. Men's voices filled the outer room, harsh commands in Italian and English. Sarah pulled the panel closed and found herself in darkness, save for the dim glow of her phone. Another text from Diego, follow passage. Left at fork. I'm coming. The tunnel was narrow but tall enough to stand in. Sarah moved as quickly as she dared, guided by her phone's light. The passage forked, and she turned left as instructed, emerging into what appeared to be a small security room with monitors showing various parts of the house. Diego burst through another door seconds later, face tight with tension. Are you hurt? No, Sarah managed. Vincent called me. I know, Diego cut her off, checking a monitor. They found the bathroom panel. We have minutes at most. Who are they? Your brother's men. Diego's expression was grim. Some of them. Others are unknown. Unknown. Sarah repeated. You don't know who's attacking us in your own house? My family's loyalties are complicated right now, Diego muttered, pulling a gun from his waistband and checking it. Here. He handed her a smaller pistol from a drawer. Sarah stared at it. I don't use guns. Tonight you do, he insisted. They're coming to kill you, Sarah. Rules of law don't apply here. Reluctantly, she took the weapon. It felt foreign in her hand, heavier than she expected. Safety's off, Diego warned. Point and shoot. Nothing fancy. Where are we going? She asked as he led her to another door. My car's in the service garage. If we can reach it. The door behind them burst open. Two men with guns rushed in. Diego fired twice, dropping one instantly. The other got off a shot that shattered a monitor before Diego's third bullet found its mark. Sarah stood frozen, the gunshots still ringing in her ears, the gun clutched uselessly in her hand. We need to move, Diego urged, taking her arm. More will come. They slipped through the door into another passage, this one leading down a steep set of stairs. At the bottom, Diego paused at a junction, listening. Service garage is through there, he whispered, pointing right. But they'll expect that. We'll go another way. They turned left, through a wine cellar that smelled of earth and oak, then up a narrow set of stairs. Diego eased open a door, checking both ways before leading her into the main house. Almost there, he murmured. Stay close. They moved through darkened rooms, Diego navigating with the confidence of someone who'd grown up in these holes. A crash from somewhere nearby made them both tense. Down. Diego hissed suddenly, pulling Sarah behind a sofa as flashlight beams cut through the darkness. Three men entered the room, moving methodically, checking corners. Sarah recognized one as Antonio from the council meeting. The others were strangers, their movements too precise for common thugs. Diego squeezed her arm, then made a splitting motion with his hands. Before she could protest, he rolled away from her, toward the door they'd entered through. Here! He shouted, firing two shots that went wide before disappearing through the door. The men pursued immediately, leaving Sarah alone. She stayed frozen for several seconds, then crawled toward the opposite exit. Diego was creating a diversion. She needed to use it. In the hallway, she oriented herself. The front door would be watched. She needed another exit. The kitchen maybe? Staff entrance? A hand grabbed her shoulder. Sarah whirled, gun raised, to find herself face to face with Marco, the enforcer from Vegas. "Mrs. Castillo," he said urgently. "This way. Don Diego sent me to protect you." Sarah hesitated. Could she trust him? "Please," Marco insisted. "We have little time." A gunshot from somewhere in the house decided for her. She followed Marco through the kitchen to a small mudroom. He unlocked a door that opened onto a garden path. "The garage is there," he pointed to a building 50 yards away. "My men are bringing a car. Stay hidden until—" The window beside them shattered. Marco shoved Sarah down, covering her body with his own as more shots ripped through the door. Sarah felt him jerk, heard his grunt of pain. "Go," he gasped, rolling off her. Blood spread across his shirt. "Now." Sarah hesitated for a split second, then ran, keeping low, zigzagging toward the garage. A bullet kicked up dirt near her foot. Another whizzed past her ear. She ducked behind a hedge, breathing hard. 20 more yards. She could make it. She took a deep breath and sprinted for the garage's side door. More gunshots. A burning sensation across her arm. She didn't stop, didn't look back. She slammed through the door, finding herself among luxury vehicles. No sign of Diego or Marco's men. Footsteps approached from outside. Sarah ducked behind a Range Rover, finally raising the gun Diego had given her. Her hands were surprisingly steady now. If she was going to die, she wouldn't make it easy for them. The side door opened slowly. Sarah aimed, finger tensing on the trigger. Diego slipped inside, bloody and disheveled but alive. Relief flooded through her. "You made it," he breathed, spotting her. "Are you hurt?" "Grazed," she indicated her arm. "Marco's been shot. He needs help." "My men have him," Diego assured her, moving to a sleek black Audi. "This one. Keys are inside." As they reached the car, the main garage doors burst open. 3 masked men rushed in, weapons raised. "Down!" Diego shouted, pushing Sarah behind the car as bullets ricocheted off metal and concrete. He returned fire, but they were outnumbered. Sarah peered around the tire, finally raising her own weapon. She'd never shot at a person before, had only basic firearms training from a college boyfriend who'd insisted she learn. One of the attackers moved to flank them. Diego was occupied with the other 2. Sarah took aim at the flanking man's leg and squeezed the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The bullet went wide, but the shot was enough to make the man dive for cover, buying them precious seconds. "Get in the car," Diego ordered, laying down covering fire. Sarah scrambled into the passenger seat. Diego slid behind the wheel moments later, starting the engine with one hand while still shooting with the other. "Hold on," he warned, then floored the accelerator. The Audi shot forward, directly toward the garage doors. The men scattered, one not quite fast enough. There was a sickening thud as the car clipped him, sending him spinning. Diego crashed through a wooden gate, the car fishtailing onto a private drive that led to the main road. Bullets pinged off the trunk, but they were pulling away, the compound receding behind them. "Are they following?" Diego asked, checking the rearview mirror. Sarah twisted to look back. "I don't see headlights yet." Diego pressed a button on the dashboard. "Marco, report." "Alive, boss," came the strained reply through the car speakers. 4 dead. Rest retreated. House is secure now. Nana. Safe. Hidden with Miguel and Teresa. "Find out who they were," Diego ordered. "All of them. I want to know who sent them and how they got past our security." "Already working on it," Marco assured him. "Where are you headed?" Diego glanced at Sarah. "Somewhere unexpected." After ending the call, they drove in tense silence for several minutes. Sarah's arm stung where the bullet had grazed her, and the adrenaline crash left her shaky. You said Vincent had his own problems tonight, she finally said. What did you mean? I got word he was being transferred to a different facility, Diego explained, eyes on the road. No notice, no paperwork. It wasn't standard procedure. Someone's making a move against both of you, Sarah realized. Dividing your attention. Diego nodded grimly. The question is who? Vincent has enemies, but none with this kind of reach. To coordinate an attack on the compound and a prison transfer simultaneously. The FBI? Sarah suggested. Agent Clark practically threatened us earlier. Maybe, Diego conceded. But this felt different. Professional hit squad, inside knowledge of our security. Sarah thought of Antonio from the council. Could it be internal? Someone in your family who doesn't approve of your leadership? Or our marriage? Diego's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Possible. Very possible. Sarah had a sudden realization. The men who attacked us, I recognized one of them. The one I shot at. It wasn't his leg I saw, it was his wrist. He had a tattoo. A small eagle. You're sure? Diego asked sharply. Sarah nodded. I've seen it before. It's a marker for former special forces who join federal tactical units. The men who attacked us were feds, Diego. Diego swerved suddenly, taking an exit off the highway. We need to change vehicles. If they're federal, every camera in the state will be looking for this car. He pulled into a 24-hour big box store parking lot, then made a call. 10 minutes later, a nondescript sedan pulled up beside them. The driver, a teenage boy who looked terrified, handed Diego the keys and took the Audi without a word. In the new car, they continued north, away from the city. Sarah winced as she adjusted in her seat, her arm throbbing. There's a first aid kit in the glove box, Diego said, noticing her discomfort. Sarah cleaned and bandaged her arm as best she could. Where are we going? I have a place upstate. Off the grid. We'll be safe there until I figure out what's happening. And then what? Sarah asked. I can't live like this, Diego. Running, hiding, getting shot at. We'll handle it, he promised, reaching over to squeeze her hand briefly. I won't let anything happen to you. Why? The question escaped before she could stop it. Why protect me? I'm the one who put your brother in prison. I'm nothing but trouble for your family. Diego was quiet for a long moment. You're my wife, he finally said, as if that explained everything. Sarah wanted to remind him their marriage was a sham, a temporary arrangement, but something stopped her. After what they'd just survived together, the lines seemed less clear. They drove for another hour before turning onto a gravel road that wound through thick forest. A small cabin appeared, rustic but well-maintained. Security system is top of the line, Diego said as they approached. No one knows about this place except me and now you. Inside, the cabin was surprisingly comfortable. Modern kitchen, plush furniture, a fireplace already laid with wood. Diego secured the doors and windows, then helped Sarah to a more thorough cleaning of her wound. You need stitches, he observed, examining the graze. But this will have to do for now. He applied butterfly bandages with gentle fingers. Sarah watched him work, noting the dried blood on his own shirt. Are you hurt? Nothing serious, he dismissed. Caught some glass from a broken window. Despite his casual tone, Sarah could see he was in pain. Let me check, she insisted. Diego hesitated, then allowed her to examine a gash on his shoulder. As Sarah cleaned the wound, she became acutely aware of his proximity, of the warmth of his skin under her fingers. You saved my life tonight, she said softly. You saved mine too, he reminded her. That shot you took, it was good timing. I was aiming for his leg, Sarah admitted with a small smile. I missed by about 3 feet. Diego laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his face. It worked, didn't it? Their eyes met, and for a moment, the pretense fell away. They weren't prosecutor and criminal, reluctant spouses in a sham marriage. They were just two people who'd survived something harrowing together. The moment broke when Diego's phone rang. He checked the screen, expression darkening. Unknown number, he said, putting it on speaker.
Hello. Is she with you?
Vincent's voice filled the room. My dear sister-in-law? What did you do, Vincent? Diego demanded. Those weren't your men tonight. So quick to accuse, Vincent chided. I simply made a call. Mentioned to certain interested parties that your new bride might be willing to trade information for immunity. Sarah stiffened. Diego's face went hard as stone. You set us up, he growled. Your own family. I tested you, Vincent corrected. Both of you. Love makes men weak, little brother. I needed to see if you'd choose her over family. She is family now, Diego snapped. By your own rules.
Is she?
Vincent asked silkily.
Let's find out. Put her on.
Diego looked at Sarah, who nodded and leaned toward the phone. I'm here, Vincent. Did you enjoy your first lesson, counselor? The fear? The violence? That's our world. The world you entered when you married my brother. I didn't marry your brother to enter your world, Sarah replied evenly.
I married him despite it.
Vincent was silent for a moment. Interesting. The men who attacked you tonight, they weren't all mine.
Someone else wanted you dead too. Someone with resources.
Federal agents, Sarah said. We saw the tattoos. Not just any federal agents, Vincent replied.
A special unit. Black Ops. They don't exist on paper.
Diego exchanged a look with Sarah. Why are you telling us this? Because family protects family, Vincent said simply. Even family I don't approve of. Someone is making a move against all of us, Diego.
Find out who.
And when you do, his voice hardened to steel.
Destroy them. Completely.
The line went dead. Diego set down the phone, expression troubled.
Do you believe him?
Sarah asked. About the Black Ops team?
Yes.
Diego rubbed his face tiredly. Vincent's many things, but he wouldn't risk our family compound for a simple loyalty test. Sarah sank onto the couch, exhaustion suddenly overwhelming her. So someone in the federal government is trying to kill us. Wonderful. Diego sat beside her.
Get some rest. I'll keep watch.
They found us at the compound, Sarah pointed out. They could find us here. They'd have to know to look here first, Diego assured her. This place isn't connected to me in any way. Different name, paid in cash years ago. Sarah nodded, her eyelids heavy. She leaned back against the cushions, too tired to move to the bedroom. Diego draped a blanket over her, his touch unexpectedly gentle. Diego, she murmured as sleep began to claim her. Are we enemies pretending to be married, or are we allies now? He was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Finally, his voice came softly through the darkness. Tonight, we're survivors. Sarah nodded, oddly comforted by the simple truth of it, and drifted off to sleep. Her last conscious thought was that for better or worse, her fate was now tied to Diego Castillo's, a man she'd sworn to destroy, who had now saved her life. In the dimness of the cabin, neither of them noticed the tiny red light beneath the coffee table. A listening device, planted long before they arrived, transmitting everything they said to an unknown location. Chapter 7. Sarah woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows. For a moment, she forgot where she was, the cabin, the escape, everything from the night before feeling like a bizarre dream. Then she moved, and pain shot through her arm where the bullet had grazed her. Not a dream. Diego was nowhere in sight. Sarah sat up wincing, and noticed a mug of coffee on the table beside her, still warm. Next to it was a note in precise handwriting, checking perimeter. Back soon. She sipped the coffee, black, no sugar, exactly how she liked it. Either a lucky guess or Diego had been paying attention. The thought was oddly comforting. The cabin looked different in daylight. Less like a hideout and more like a retreat. Large windows overlooked a small lake, pine trees crowding close to the shore. It was peaceful, isolated. Safe for now. Sarah checked her phone. No signal, which was probably intentional. She was completely cut off from her normal life, adrift in Diego's world. The door opened and Diego entered, looking more casual than she'd seen him yet. Jeans, a Henley pushed up to his elbows, dark hair slightly damp. He carried a bag of groceries. "You're up," he observed.
"How's the arm?"
"Sore," Sarah admitted. "But I'll live." "Where did you go?" "Supply run. There's a small town about 20 minutes from here." He set the groceries on the kitchen counter.
"No one followed us. We're clear for now."
Sarah nodded, watching him unpack food and medical supplies. There was something surreal about this domestic scene after the violence of the previous night. "We need to talk strategy," Diego said, breaking the silence. "We can't hide forever."
"Agreed."
Sarah moved to the kitchen, leaning against the counter.
"We need information.
Who's after us, why, and how to stop them." Diego studied her, something like respect crossing his features. "You're handling this well." "I was shot at last night," Sarah replied dryly. "I think I'm entitled to some shock, which will probably hit me later. Right now, I want answers."
"Fair enough."
Diego poured himself coffee. "Let's start with what we know. Vincent claims the men who attacked us were black ops, off-the-books federal agents." "But he also admitted some were his," Sarah pointed out. "So either he was testing us, or he realized halfway through that someone else had joined his party," Diego finished. "Vincent's manipulative, but he's not stupid. He wouldn't risk a full-scale attack on the family compound." Sarah thought back to the night before.
"Antonio was there. From your counsel."
Diego's expression darkened.
"I saw him.
He's always been more loyal to Vincent than to me." "Could he have coordinated with these federal agents?"
"Possibly. But why?"
"What would Antonio gain by working with feds?" Sarah paced the small kitchen. "What if this isn't about Vincent or you? What if it's about me?" Diego raised an eyebrow.
"Go on."
"I know things, Diego. Case details that never became public.
Informants' names.
Evidence that wasn't admissible but still exists." She ran a hand through her hair. "What if someone's worried I'll share that information with you?"
"The FBI,"
Diego nodded slowly. "They've spent years building cases against our family. If they think you've switched sides, they might want to eliminate the risk."
Sarah met his eyes.
"And your family thinks you're going legitimate. Working with me could be seen as proof of that. So we're both traitors in the eyes of our respective sides," Diego concluded.
"Convenient."
Sarah sighed. "So what do we do? I can't go back to my life. You can't go back to yours."
"Not yet."
Diego was quiet for a moment, thinking. "We gather leverage," he finally said. "Information we can use to neutralize both threats."
"You mean blackmail?"
"I mean survival," Diego corrected. "I have resources, connections your FBI friends don't know about. You have legal expertise and inside knowledge of how they operate. You want us to work together," Sarah realized.
"For real, not just for show."
"Can you do that?" Diego challenged. "Work with the brother of a man you put in prison?" Sarah considered the question seriously. 24 hours ago, she would have said absolutely not. But after what they'd been through, "I can work with the man who saved my life," she said finally.
"Temporarily."
Diego nodded, something like relief crossing his face. "Then let's get started. I have a secure laptop here. We can reach out to my tech guy, see what he can find on these federal agents." As Diego set up the equipment, Sarah felt a strange shift inside herself. Like pieces of her identity were rearranging, adapting to this new reality. She wasn't just Sarah Walsh, crusading prosecutor, anymore. She wasn't quite sure who she was becoming. For several hours, they worked together with surprising ease. Diego had systems and resources Sarah had never imagined: backdoor access to financial records, property deeds, even limited law enforcement databases. Not quite legal, but undeniably useful. "Your tech guy is good," Sarah commented as they analyzed data on the screen. "The best," Diego agreed.
XNSA.
We paid off his gambling debts when no one else would. And now he works for the mob, Sarah murmured.
Interesting career change.
Diego shot her a look.
Like you're one to talk about career changes.
Sarah found herself smiling despite everything.
Fair point.
By afternoon, they had compiled dossiers on each council member who might be working against Diego, plus the federal agents they could identify from the attack. Patterns began to emerge. Meetings, transactions, connections that shouldn't exist.
Look at this, Sarah pointed to the screen.
Antonio met with this man, Special Agent Wilson, 3 times last month. All at the same restaurant in Brooklyn. And Wilson reports directly to this man, Diego added, pulling up another file.
Deputy Director Michaels.
Who was in charge of Vincent's case before it was handed to me, Sarah finished, pieces clicking into place.
It's bigger than we thought. This goes high up in the FBI.
Diego leaned back, running a hand through his hair.
The question is why?
What does the FBI gain by turning Antonio against his own family? Sarah stared at the screen, mind racing. They're not after your family, she said slowly.
They're after someone else.
Someone they think Vincent can lead them to.
Who? I don't know.
Sarah scrolled through files, frustrated. There were rumors during the case, whispers about Vincent having protection from someone powerful.
Someone federal prosecutors wouldn't dare touch. Diego's expression grew serious.
Those weren't just rumors.
Sarah looked up sharply. You know who it is?
I have suspicions. Diego hesitated. Vincent has a contact, someone high up in the Justice Department. I never knew their name. Vincent handled that relationship personally.
The Justice Department?
Sarah repeated, stunned. That's why certain evidence kept disappearing from my case files. Why key witnesses suddenly refused to testify. If Vincent's contact is being investigated now, then both the FBI and your family have reason to worry about what we might discover together, Sarah concluded. We're the wild cards they can't control.
Diego nodded grimly.
And wild cards get eliminated. The implications hung heavily between them. They were caught in a dangerous game between powerful forces. The FBI on one side, the Castillo organization on the other, and somewhere in the middle, a corrupt Justice Department official pulling invisible strings. As evening approached, Diego made them a simple dinner. They ate mostly in silence, each lost in thought, the weight of their discoveries settling around them. We need a plan, Sarah finally said, setting down her fork.
We can't stay here indefinitely.
I know.
Diego pushed his plate away.
I've been thinking. Vincent's transfer might be our opportunity.
How so?
Prison transfers have protocols, paper trails. If this one was unscheduled, someone had to authorize it. That could lead us to whoever's pulling the strings.
Sarah nodded slowly.
I could reach out to a former colleague, someone I trust. Ask them to look into the transfer order. Too risky, Diego shook his head. Anyone connected to you will be watched now. Then what do you suggest? Diego was quiet for a moment. Vincent and I have a protocol for emergencies. A way to pass messages that no one else knows about.
You trust him that much?
Sarah asked skeptically. I trust his self-interest, Diego clarified. Right now, we both want the same thing, to find out who's trying to manipulate us. Sarah wasn't convinced, but they had few options.
All right.
How do we contact him? Diego explained the system, a complex arrangement involving a specific inmate who worked in the prison laundry, coded messages hidden in routine legal correspondence, and a guard on the Castillo payroll. It will take a day or two to get a response, he concluded. In the meantime, we keep digging. Night fell, darkness pressing against the windows. Diego lit a fire in the fireplace, the cabin growing cozy despite the circumstances. Sarah found herself watching him as he moved around the space. Confident, controlled, but with a weariness he couldn't quite hide. You should rest, she told him. You've been up for over 24 hours. Diego shook his head.
I'm fine.
You're exhausted, Sarah countered. And you're no use to either of us if you collapse. I can keep watch for a few hours. Their eyes met across the room, a silent battle of wills. Finally, Diego nodded. Wake me in 4 hours. No heroics if anything happens. Wake me immediately. Understood. He disappeared into the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Sarah settled on the couch with the laptop, continuing their research. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Despite her focus on the screen, Sarah found her mind wandering. How quickly everything had changed. 4 days ago, she'd been celebrating a career-defining victory. Now she was hiding in a cabin with Diego Castillo, both of them targets, reluctant allies in a conspiracy neither fully understood. And underneath it all was something else, something she wasn't ready to examine too closely. A pull toward Diego that went beyond their circumstantial partnership. She'd felt it in Vegas, before she knew who he was. She'd felt it again when he'd saved her life, when they'd fought side by side. Sarah shook her head, dismissing the thought. Stockholm Syndrome, she told herself. Trauma bonding. Nothing more. 3 hours into her watch, she heard Diego cry out. A sharp, pained sound from the bedroom. Sarah tensed, listening. It came again, not an attack, but a nightmare. She hesitated, then moved to the bedroom door. Diego was tangled in the sheets, face contorted, muttering in Spanish. Without thinking, Sarah sat on the edge of the bed, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Diego, she said softly. Wake up. It's just a dream. His eyes flew open, disoriented. For a split second, she saw raw vulnerability there before recognition set in. He sat up abruptly, running a hand over his face. Sorry, he muttered. Did I wake you? I was already up, Sarah assured him. My watch. Diego nodded, clearly embarrassed. I don't usually. It's been a while since the dreams came. Do you want to talk about it? Sarah surprised herself by asking. He was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, my father, he said simply. The night he was killed. I was 14. Sarah remembered this from the case file, a brutal hit by a rival family. Diego and Vincent had been at home when it happened. I'm sorry, she said softly. Vincent changed after that night, Diego continued, as if he needed to explain something to her. Became harder. Cold. I tried to. I wanted something different. That's why you went to Harvard. Why you tried to legitimize the business. Diego nodded. Vincent never understood. To him, going legitimate meant surrendering. Showing weakness. And to you? Survival, Diego said simply. Evolution. The old ways are dying, whether Vincent accepts it or not. Sarah studied him in the dim light. The file had painted Diego as the softer brother, the public face, the one who moved in elite circles while Vincent handled the dirty work. But there was nothing soft about the man before her. Disciplined, strategic, capable of violence when necessary. Different from Vincent, yes. But dangerous in his own way. You should get more sleep, Sarah said, standing. There's still time before your watch. Diego caught her wrist as she turned to go. Stay, he said quietly. Please. The request hung between them, layered with meaning. Sarah knew she should refuse, maintain the boundaries between them. Instead, she found herself sitting back down on the edge of the bed. Just until you fall asleep, she conceded. Diego didn't release her wrist, his thumb moving in a small circle over her pulse point. Thank you, he murmured. For not judging. We all have nightmares, Diego. Not like mine, he said darkly. Sarah didn't know how to respond to that. They sat in silence, the connection between them shifting into something neither had anticipated. Eventually, Diego's breathing deepened as he drifted back to sleep, his hand still loosely holding hers. Sarah waited until she was sure he was truly asleep before carefully extracting her hand. She returned to the main room, confused by her own response to him. This wasn't part of the plan. Getting emotionally involved with Diego Castillo would be the definition of a bad idea. Yet as she resumed her watch, Sarah couldn't stop thinking about the vulnerability he'd shown her, the trust implicit in that moment. It humanized him in a way all their previous interactions hadn't. The line between enemy and ally was blurring, and Sarah wasn't sure where that left them. Morning came with pale light filtering through the trees. Diego emerged from the bedroom looking rested, nodding thanks to Sarah as he made fresh coffee. They resumed their work with renewed focus, both carefully avoiding any mention of the night before. Around noon, Diego's secure phone pinged with an encrypted message. Vincent's contact came through, he reported, studying the screen. The transfer order came directly from the Attorney General's office. Sarah's eyebrows shot up. That's the highest level possible. Why would the AG personally order Vincent's transfer? There's more, Diego continued reading. The new facility has minimal security protocols despite being labeled maximum security. Vincent thinks it's a setup, either for an assassination or a forced escape that would justify shooting him. They're trying to tie up loose ends, Sarah realized. Vincent knows too much about this Justice Department contact. Diego nodded grimly. The transfer is scheduled for tomorrow night. We need to act fast. What can we do? We're two people against what sounds like a government conspiracy. Diego met her eyes, determination hardening his features. We can expose it. You're still a prosecutor, Sarah. You have an obligation to justice, not to corrupt officials. And what about you? Sarah challenged. What's your obligation in all this? To my family, Diego replied simply. To keeping what's mine safe. Something in his tone made Sarah wonder if he was including her in that category. Before she could pursue the thought, Diego's phone rang, the secure line that only a handful of people had access to. He answered cautiously. Yes. His expression changed as he listened, growing increasingly troubled. When? He demanded. Are you sure? A pause. Keep him comfortable. I'll be there as soon as I can. He ended the call, face grim. What is it? Sarah asked. Marco, Diego replied. He's been shot. Critically. He managed to get to one of our safe houses, but he's asking for me. It could be a trap, Sarah warned. I know. But Marco's loyal, like family. I can't ignore this. Sarah saw the conflict in his eyes, the need to help his man warring with the danger of leaving their hideout. Then we'll go together, she decided. Two sets of eyes are better than one. Diego studied her for a long moment. This isn't your fight, Sarah. Whoever tried to kill us made it my fight, she replied firmly. Besides, I'm safer with you than alone here. Decision made, they gathered only what they needed, weapons, phones, the laptop with their research. As they prepared to leave, Sarah noticed Diego watching her, an unreadable expression on his face. What? She asked. Nothing, he shook his head slightly. Just, you're not what I expected. Sarah wasn't sure if that was a compliment, but before she could ask, Diego was moving toward the door. Let's go. It's a 2-hour drive. The safe house was a nondescript apartment in Queens, the kind of building where neighbors minded their own business. Diego parked several blocks away, and they approached on foot, taking a circuitous route to check for surveillance. Looks clear, Diego murmured, leading her to a service entrance. He punched a code into a keypad, and the door unlocked with a soft click. Inside, the apartment was sparsely furnished but clean. A young man Sarah didn't recognize met them in the hallway, relief clear on his face when he saw Diego. Boss, he greeted quietly. He's in the back bedroom. Doctor's been here, but... The unfinished sentence said everything. Diego nodded grimly, heading toward the bedroom with Sarah following. Marco lay on a hospital-style bed, his normally imposing frame looking diminished. Bandages covered his chest, spotted with blood despite recent changing. His breathing was labored, skin ashen. Don Diego, he managed when he saw them. You came. Of course I came, Diego moved to his side. What happened? Ambush, Marco wheezed. Outside your grandmother's house. I was checking security protocols. He coughed, wincing in pain. Men in suits. FBI credentials. Diego's jaw tightened.
Did you recognize any of them?
Marco shook his head weakly.
New faces. But they knew me. Asked about you. And her.
His eyes shifted to Sarah. Said you both need to be eliminated.
Did they say why?
Sarah asked, stepping closer. Marco's eyes fixed on her with surprising intensity.
Said you know too much. Both of you. About something called Operation Kingmaker.
Diego and Sarah exchanged glances. Neither had heard the name before.
Anything else, Marco?
Diego pressed gently.
They took your grandmother.
Marco's voice broke.
I'm sorry, boss. We fought, but they had government backup.
Said she's insurance. To make you cooperate. Diego went completely still, his face draining of color.
When?
Last night.
Around midnight.
Marco's breathing grew more labored. They're keeping her. Somewhere in the city.
That's all I heard.
Sarah watched Diego's control slipping, rage building behind his eyes. She placed a hand on his arm. We'll find her, she promised.
But we need to be smart about this.
Diego nodded once, sharply, before turning back to Marco.
You did well. Rest now.
As they left the bedroom, Diego's phone buzzed with a text. He checked it, his expression growing darker.
What now?
Sarah asked. Without a word, Diego showed her the screen. A photo of Nana Elena, bound to a chair but appearing unharmed, with text beneath, trade.
Your wife for your grandmother. Midnight. Instructions to follow.
Sarah's blood ran cold.
They're using me to get to you.
They're using us against each other, Diego corrected, voice tight with controlled fury.
Trying to force me to choose. What will you do?
Sarah asked quietly. Diego looked at her, conflict clear in his eyes. What they don't understand is that I protect what's mine.
All of it.
The intensity in his gaze made Sarah's breath catch.
Diego.
Before she could finish, the door to the apartment burst open. Men in tactical gear poured in, weapons raised, shouting commands. Diego reached for his gun, but Sarah grabbed his arm. They were outnumbered 10-1.
Federal agents.
On the ground now. The lead agent shouted. As they were forced to their knees, hands behind their heads, one agent approached Sarah.
Sarah Walsh? I'm Agent Thompson.
We're here to rescue you from this man.
Rescue me?
Sarah repeated incredulously. We know you were taken against your will, Thompson continued.
You're safe now.
Diego's eyes met Sarah's across the room, a silent warning in them. Play along, his look seemed to say. But before Sarah could respond, another agent approached Diego, striking him across the face with the butt of his weapon. This is for Marco, the agent hissed. Sarah realized with a shock that these weren't real federal agents at all. They were imposters, the same group that had attacked the compound, now coming to finish the job. As Diego slumped to the floor, blood streaming from his temple, Sarah made a split-second decision. Wait! She cried. I have information about Operation Kingmaker.
I can tell you everything.
The fake agents hesitated, looking to their leader. Thompson studied her suspiciously.
What do you know about Kingmaker?
Enough to bring down everyone involved, Sarah bluffed. But I'll only talk to whoever's in charge.
The real person in charge.
Thompson considered this, then nodded to one of his men. Secure them both.
We'll let the boss decide what to do.
As they were zip-tied and dragged from the apartment, Sarah caught Diego's eye again. He gave her the barest nod of approval. She'd bought them time, not much, but perhaps enough to find a way out of this latest trap. What Sarah couldn't tell him was that she had recognized one of the fake agents. Not from the compound attack, but from her office. The man had been a regular visitor to her boss's private office for months. Whatever conspiracy they'd stumbled into reached further than either of them had imagined. And Sarah was beginning to suspect that she hadn't been a random target after all. Someone had chosen her specifically to prosecute Vincent Castillo, knowing exactly where it would lead. The question was why. And Sarah was determined to find out, if they survived the night. Chapter 8. The van bumped along potholed streets, each jolt sending pain shooting through Sarah's shoulders. Her wrists burned where the zip ties cut into her skin. Across from her, Diego sat motionless, blood dried on his temple, eyes alert despite his apparent submission. They hadn't been blindfolded, a bad sign. Professionals who intended to release captives would hide their route. These men didn't care what Sarah and Diego saw, because they didn't expect them to survive. Sarah counted turns, noted landmarks through the small window, building a mental map. 15 minutes. 20. The industrial waterfront materialized outside, abandoned warehouses, empty loading docks. Perfect for making people disappear. The van stopped. Doors slammed. Footsteps approached. "Remember," Diego murmured, so quietly she barely heard him. "Whatever happens, we're on the same side now." Before Sarah could respond, the back doors swung open. Thompson and another agent hauled them out, shoving them toward a rusted warehouse door. Inside, the warehouse was surprisingly well-equipped. Computers, communications gear, weapons. A professional operation with government-grade technology. Sarah counted 8 men, all with the same military bearing as their captors. They were forced into metal chairs in the center of the room, zip ties replaced with handcuffs attached to the chair frames. "Comfortable?" Thompson asked with a smirk. "Federal impersonation carries a 20-year sentence," Sarah replied coolly. "Add kidnapping, assault, and conspiracy, you're looking at life." Thompson laughed. "Still thinking like a prosecutor. Cute." He checked his watch. "Boss will be here soon. Try not to bleed too much on the floor." When he walked away, Diego shifted slightly. "Did you get a count?" 8 visible, Sarah confirmed quietly. Unknown number in the back rooms. Military training, high-end equipment. Diego nodded, impressed by her observation. "Backup plan." "Working on it," Sarah murmured, testing her cuffs. There was a slight give in the left one, not enough to slip free, but something to work with. A door opened at the far end of the warehouse. The agents stood straighter as a man in an expensive suit entered. Sarah felt Diego tense beside her. "Hello, Diego," the man said cordially. "It's been a while." "Blackwood," Diego responded, voice flat. "I thought you retired." The man, Blackwood, smiled thinly. "The government asked me to handle one last operation." His gaze shifted to Sarah. "And you must be the famous Sarah Walsh. Your reputation precedes you." Sarah studied him carefully. Mid-60s, silver hair, the polished bearing of someone accustomed to authority. She'd never seen him before, yet something about him seemed familiar. Former CIA? She guessed. Or maybe Defense Intelligence? Blackwood looked pleased. "Very good. Both, actually, at different times. Now I'm a private contractor with specific government clients. The kind who kidnap old women and murder mob enforcers?" Diego asked coldly. "The kind who protect national interests," Blackwood corrected. "Your grandmother is quite comfortable, I assure you. More comfortable than you two will be if you continue to interfere in matters beyond your understanding." "Operation Kingmaker," Sarah said. "That's what this is about, isn't it?" Blackwood's smile faltered slightly. "You've been busy." "Not busy enough," Diego countered. "We still don't know what Kingmaker is, only that it's important enough to kill for." "Kill." Blackwood shook his head. "Such a crude term. I prefer neutralize threats." "And yes, that's precisely what we do." Sarah's mind raced, connecting dots. "You worked with Vincent," she realized. "He was your asset." Blackwood paced slowly before them. Vincent understood necessity. The value of certain arrangements. He helped us with delicate matters when legal channels were insufficient. "He was your hitman," Diego translated flatly. "Among other things," Blackwood acknowledged. "Your brother had talents. Useful talents. And we protected him in return." "Until you didn't," Sarah interjected. "You let me prosecute him." Blackwood's eyes hardened. Vincent became a liability. Made mistakes. Developed a conscience of all things.
He glanced at Diego. He refused a particular assignment. One of national importance. So you sacrificed him, Diego said, the pieces falling into place. Used Sarah to put him away.
Temporarily, Blackwood specified. Until he reconsiders our offer.
Prison has a way of clarifying one's priorities.
Sarah felt sick. Her career-defining case had been orchestrated from the beginning. She'd been nothing but a pawn in Blackwood's game.
And now what? She demanded. Kill us both? Frame Diego for my murder? Create another convenient prosecution? Blackwood smiled, impressed. Sharp as they say. Yes, that was the original plan. He sighed.
Unfortunately, your unexpected marriage complicated things. Created public attention we don't need.
So what changed?
Diego asked, subtly working at his own cuffs. Vincent's transfer presented an opportunity, Blackwood explained. We arranged for him to escape during transport. When he's recaptured, after killing you both, we'll have the leverage we need. He returns to work for us, or he faces the death penalty for murdering his brother and sister-in-law. The cold calculation of it was staggering. Sarah glanced at Diego, saw the fury building behind his calm exterior. You underestimate my brother, Diego said quietly.
And my family.
Your family is already divided, Blackwood dismissed.
Half support you, half Vincent.
By tomorrow, those loyal to Vincent will believe you betrayed him. Those loyal to you will believe he had you killed. The Castillo organization will destroy itself from within. Sarah realized Blackwood had thought of everything. The perfect operation: eliminate threats, regain control of Vincent, and dismantle the Castillo family's power structure all at once.
What about my grandmother? Diego asked, voice tight. She's innocent in all this.
For the first time, Blackwood looked uncomfortable. Collateral damage is sometimes unavoidable. Diego lunged against his restraints, chair legs scraping the concrete.
If you touch her.
That's entirely up to you, Blackwood interrupted. Cooperate, and she lives.
Simple. What kind of cooperation?
Sarah asked, trying to deflect attention from Diego's outburst. Information, Blackwood turned to her.
Everything you know about Vincent's case.
Every confidential detail, every protected witness, every piece of evidence that didn't make it to trial. Sarah understood immediately.
You want to make sure nothing leads back to you or Operation Kingmaker.
Smart girl, Blackwood nodded. Your files, your notes, your memory, all of it.
Then a quick, painless end. And if I refuse?
Blackwood gestured to one of his men, who stepped forward with a metal case. Inside were medical instruments Sarah didn't want to identify. Then less quick.
Less painless.
Blackwood checked his watch again. You have 1 hour to decide.
I'll leave you to discuss your options. As he walked away, the agents followed, leaving only 2 guards watching from a distance.
Sarah and Diego were effectively alone. They're going to kill us regardless, Sarah whispered, resuming her work on the loose cuff.
I know, Diego agreed, voice equally low. But they won't kill Nana until after they have what they want from us.
Which gives us time to find her, Sarah concluded.
If we can get out of here.
Diego glanced around the warehouse, assessing.
Thompson's team are ex-military, but they're sloppy. Overconfident.
They have guns and we're handcuffed to chairs, Sarah pointed out dryly. Details, Diego murmured, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. Keep working your left cuff.
It's looser.
Sarah blinked, surprised he'd noticed.
How did you?
The way you're holding your shoulder, Diego explained. Subtle, but I was looking for it. An unexpected warmth spread through Sarah's chest. They'd been partners for barely 48 hours, yet Diego was already reading her signals, anticipating her moves. It was the kind of synchronicity that usually took years to develop. When I get free, she whispered, what's the play? Diego nodded toward a fire alarm on the wall.
Create chaos.
The guards will be distracted.
I'll handle the rest.
Sarah thought it sounded dangerously incomplete as plans went, but she had few alternatives. She redoubled her efforts on the cuff, feeling the metal gradually giving way. "Diego," she said quietly, needing to ask while they still had time. "If we get out of this, what then?" "We go back to being enemies." Diego met her eyes, something unreadable in his gaze. "Is that what you want?" "I don't know what I want anymore," Sarah admitted. "Everything I thought I knew has been turned upside down." "Welcome to my world," Diego replied, echoing his words from days earlier. But this time, there was no bitterness in his tone. Only understanding. A silence fell between them, filled with unspoken possibilities. Then Sarah felt it, the cuff slipping just enough for her to slide her hand through. She kept her position, not wanting the guards to notice. "Now," she breathed. In one fluid motion, Sarah lunged from the chair, crossing the room before the guards could react. She slammed her palm against the fire alarm, and immediately chaos erupted, blaring sirens, flashing lights, sprinklers activating throughout the warehouse. The guards shouted, momentarily disoriented. Sarah grabbed a heavy wrench from a nearby table and swung it at the nearest guard, catching him in the knee. He crumpled with a cry of pain. Diego, still cuffed to his chair, somehow managed to lift it and charge the second guard, slamming him against a support column. The chair splintered, freeing one of Diego's hands. Gunshots erupted from the back of the warehouse as Thompson and the others responded to the alarm. Sarah ducked behind a stack of crates, searching for a weapon better than her wrench. Diego appeared beside her seconds later, fully free and bleeding from a new cut on his arm. "We need to move," he shouted over the sirens. "Exit strategy?" Sarah yelled back. Diego pointed to a loading dock door. "Van's still outside. Keys should be in the ignition, they weren't expecting trouble." Sarah nodded, then pointed to a rack of weapons near the computers. "Cover me." Before Diego could protest, Sarah sprinted toward the weapons, staying low. Bullets splintered the concrete near her feet, but she reached the rack, grabbing a handgun and extra magazine. Diego provided covering fire with a weapon he'd taken from the guard, his shots precise despite the chaos. Sarah made it back to their position, passing him the extra gun. "Ready?" he asked, eyes locked on hers. Sarah nodded, feeling strangely calm despite the bullets flying around them. Together, they moved toward the exit, leapfrogging from cover to cover, protecting each other's advances. As they neared the door, Thompson appeared, aiming directly at Diego's back. Without hesitation, Sarah fired, hitting Thompson in the shoulder. He went down with a shout of surprise and pain. Diego glanced back at her, expression somewhere between impressed and grateful, before kicking open the exit door. The van sat 20 yards away, unguarded in the confusion. They sprinted for it, bullets kicking up asphalt around them. Diego reached it first, yanking open the driver's door, keys dangling from the ignition, just as he'd predicted. Sarah dove into the passenger seat as Diego started the engine. Tires squealed as they accelerated away, bullets pinging off the rear doors. "Are you hit?" Diego asked, eyes on the road as he navigated the maze of warehouses. Sarah did a quick self-assessment. "No. You?" "Nothing serious," he replied, though Sarah could see blood soaking through his shirt sleeve. They drove in tense silence for several minutes, taking a convoluted route away from the waterfront. When they were reasonably sure no one was following, Diego pulled into an abandoned service station. "We need to ditch this van," he said. "They'll be tracking it." Sarah nodded, the adrenaline beginning to fade, leaving her shaky. "That was close." "Too close," Diego agreed. He looked at her, something like admiration in his eyes. "You handled yourself well back there." "So did you," Sarah replied. Then, remembering Thompson's cry of pain as her bullet found its mark, "I shot someone." "You saved my life," Diego corrected gently. "Again." The weight of that truth settled between them. Sarah had crossed a line she'd never imagined crossing, from enforcing the law to breaking it, from prosecuting violence to committing it. Yet somehow, it felt justified. Necessary. Diego reached across the seat, taking her hand in his. His touch was warm, grounding. "Stay with me, Sarah. We're not out of this yet." She squeezed his hand, drawing strength from the contact. "What's our next move?" "We need help,"
Diego admitted. Someone Blackwood can't touch. Someone with resources. Sarah thought for a moment. I might know someone. A judge I worked with years ago. He retired, but he still has connections. Diego shook his head. Too risky. Anyone connected to law enforcement could be compromised. Not Judge Reynolds, Sarah insisted. He hated the FBI, fought them on every warrant. And he had a personal vendetta against corrupt government officials. Used to be military intelligence himself. Diego considered this. Can you contact him without leaving an electronic trail? He's old school, Sarah smiled slightly. Doesn't trust phones or computers. Has a system of safe houses he lets trusted people use. Worth a shot, Diego conceded. Where do we find him? There's a diner in Queens he goes to every morning. Cash only, same booth for 15 years. Diego checked his watch. It's nearly midnight. We need somewhere to lay low until morning. His expression grew serious. And I need to find a way to contact my people about Nana. Sarah hesitated, then made a decision. I have a place. Off the grid. Only one person knows about it. Diego raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to elaborate. My father gave it to me before he disappeared, Sarah explained reluctantly. Said I might need it someday. I never used it. Felt too much like admitting he was right about the world. And now? Sarah smiled wryly. Now I think he might have understood some things better than I gave him credit for. Diego studied her for a moment, seeming to grasp the significance of her offering this secret. Lead the way. They abandoned the van in a long-term parking lot, stealing an unremarkable sedan from the same facility. Diego hotwired it with practiced ease that would have alarmed Sarah a week ago but now seemed merely practical. The safe house was in a nondescript apartment building in the Bronx, the kind of place where residents avoided eye contact in the hallways. Sarah retrieved a key from its hiding place above a fire extinguisher cabinet, and they slipped inside apartment 4B. The space was small but clean, furnished minimally but adequately. A studio with a kitchenette, bathroom, and a Murphy bed still folded into the wall. Most importantly, it had no electronic surveillance and a clear view of the street below. Your father was thorough, Diego commented, examining the heavy locks on the door, the reinforced window frames. He was paranoid, Sarah corrected, though with less judgment than she might once have used. Turns out he had reason to be. Diego found a first aid kit in the bathroom and began cleaning the cut on his arm. Sarah watched him wince as he worked, then stepped forward. Let me, she offered, taking the antiseptic from his hand. It's the least I can do after you took a chair to the face for me. Diego submitted to her ministrations with surprising docility. The cut wasn't deep but was long and ragged. Sarah worked carefully, aware of his eyes on her face. You learned field medicine where exactly? He asked as she applied butterfly bandages with practiced precision. Volunteer work in law school, Sarah explained. Legal aid clinic in a rough neighborhood. Sometimes our clients needed more than just legal help. Diego nodded, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. That's why you became a prosecutor. To help people. That was the idea, Sarah confirmed, securing the last bandage. Before I discovered I was just a pawn in someone else's game. You're not a pawn anymore, Diego said quietly. Now you're a player. The intensity in his gaze made Sarah's hands falter. She stepped back, suddenly aware of their proximity, the intimacy of the moment. We should get some rest, she said, breaking the tension. Tomorrow will be complicated. Diego nodded, lowering his sleeve. I'll take first watch. There's only one bed, Sarah pointed out, nodding to the Murphy bed. I'll manage, Diego assured her. Sarah pulled down the bed, finding clean linens stored inside the frame. She made up the bed automatically, exhaustion beginning to set in. When she finished, she turned to find Diego looking at her with an unreadable expression. What? She asked. Nothing, he shook his head slightly. Just. In another life, this might have been different. Us, I mean. The candid admission caught Sarah off guard. In another life, we might never have met. True, Diego acknowledged with a small smile. But I'm starting to think fate had its reasons. Before Sarah could respond to that surprisingly philosophical statement, Diego's secure phone buzzed. He checked it, his expression immediately darkening. "What is it?" Sarah asked, alarmed by the sudden change. Diego handed her the phone wordlessly. On the screen was a message from an unknown number, containing only 2 lines. "Midnight tomorrow. Central Park. West Side by the lake. Come alone or the old woman dies." "Blackwood," Sarah said. "Has to be," Diego agreed grimly. "He's moving up the timeline." "It's a trap," Sarah pointed out unnecessarily. "Obviously," Diego ran a hand through his hair. "But he has none. I can't just ignore it." Sarah sat on the edge of the bed, thinking. "We need leverage. Something Blackwood wants more than either of us." "Like what?" "Information," Sarah realized. "Proof of Operation Kingmaker. Whatever it is, it's clearly illegal and highly classified. Exposure would be devastating." Diego's eyes lit with understanding. "Blackmail the blackmailer." "Exactly," Sarah nodded. "But we need to find that proof by tomorrow night." "Judge Reynolds," Diego remembered their earlier plan. "If he has the connections you mentioned." "It's worth a try," Sarah agreed. "First thing tomorrow." Diego checked the apartment's security one last time before settling into a chair with a clear view of both the door and window. Sarah hesitated, then slipped under the covers, too exhausted to undress beyond kicking off her shoes. "Diego," she said quietly as sleep began to claim her. "Thank you for saving me today." "We saved each other," he corrected gently. "Get some rest, Sarah. Tomorrow we fight back." As she drifted off, Sarah found herself thinking about Diego's words. In another life, things might have been different between them. The thought was more comforting than it should have been. Across the room, Diego watched her sleep, conflict clear in his eyes. His feelings for this woman were becoming dangerously complicated. And tomorrow, they would face their deadliest challenge yet. Neither of them noticed the blinking light of a traffic camera outside the window, capturing clear images of their faces as they had entered the building. Images that were already being transmitted to Blackwood's team, pinpointing their location with perfect precision. The trap was already closing around them. And morning was still hours away. Chapter 9. Dawn painted the Bronx apartment in weak gray light. Sarah woke with a start, momentarily disoriented until her eyes found Diego by the window. He hadn't moved from his vigil, though exhaustion lined his face. "You didn't wake me from my watch," she said, voice rough with sleep. Diego shrugged. "You needed rest more than I did." Sarah checked her watch, 6:30 a.m. "Judge Reynolds will be at Millie's diner in an hour. We should go." They left the apartment cautiously, Sarah borrowing sunglasses and a baseball cap from the closet. Diego had acquired both a new shirt and a handgun during the night. Sarah decided not to ask how. The diner sat on a quiet corner in Queens, its neon sign flickering half-heartedly in the morning light. Inside, the smell of coffee and bacon wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. Sarah scanned the booths until she spotted an elderly man in the corner, newspaper spread before him, coffee cooling untouched. "That's him," Sarah murmured. "Let me approach alone first." Judge Reynolds looked up as Sarah slid into the booth across from him. His eyes, still sharp despite his 70-plus years, registered surprise, then wariness. "Sarah Walsh," he folded his newspaper neatly. "You look terrible." "Good morning to you too, Judge," Sarah replied with a tired smile. Reynolds' eyes drifted to Diego, hovering near the counter. "And who's your friend? He looks familiar." "He is," Sarah admitted. "But that's not important right now." Reynolds raised a bushy eyebrow. "When a top prosecutor shows up with a man I'm fairly certain is a Castillo, not important isn't the phrase that comes to mind." "We need your help," Sarah said directly. "It's about Operation Kingmaker." The effect was immediate. Reynolds' face drained of color. He signaled Diego to join them, then leaned in close. "Where did you hear that name?" he demanded, voice barely above a whisper. "From a man named Blackwood,"
Diego said as he slid into the booth beside Sarah. Reynolds closed his eyes briefly. Damian Blackwood. I should have known he'd surface again. You know him? Sarah asked. Unfortunately, Reynolds confirmed. Ex-CIA Black Ops Director. Specialized in making problems disappear. His operations had unlimited funding and zero oversight. And now he's running Kingmaker, Diego pressed. Reynolds glanced between them. You two have no idea what you've stumbled into, do you? He sighed heavily. Kingmaker isn't an operation. It's a person. Sarah frowned. A person. The next president, Reynolds clarified grimly. Or at least, that's Blackwood's plan. They've been grooming their candidate for years, manipulating elections, eliminating opposition, creating the perfect political puppet. Diego let out a low whistle. And my brother was involved? Reynolds nodded. Vincent handled certain obstacles. People who couldn't be bribed or threatened. People who knew too much. Sarah felt her stomach turn. She'd prosecuted Vincent for racketeering and extortion, never imagining he was also a political assassin. Why are you telling us this? She asked Reynolds. Most people would run the other way. Because Blackwood killed my son, Reynolds said flatly. FBI agent. Got too close to Kingmaker. Car accident that wasn't an accident. His eyes hardened. I've spent 5 years gathering evidence against Blackwood, but I can't move against him alone. We don't have 5 years, Diego said urgently. They have my grandmother. Deadlines tonight. Reynolds studied him thoughtfully. Elena Castillo. Remarkable woman. Met her once in court years ago. He turned to Sarah. And why are you involved in this mess? Sarah hesitated, then held up her left hand, wedding ring glinting. I'm Mrs. Castillo now. Reynolds looked genuinely surprised for the first time. Well, that's unexpected. It's complicated, Sarah and Diego said simultaneously. Reynolds shook his head. Must be. He hesitated, then reached a decision. I might have something. Information that could give you leverage over Blackwood. He extracted a small notebook from his jacket, scribbling an address. My private office. Combination is my old courtroom number. Sarah took the paper, recognizing the address in Lower Manhattan. What will we find there? Files on Kingmaker. Names, dates, evidence I've collected. Reynolds checked his watch. I need to leave. Been here too long already. He slid out of the booth, then paused. One more thing. Your father. Sarah's head snapped up. What about him? He didn't abandon you, Sarah, Reynolds said gently. He worked for me. Undercover in the Castillo organization. The floor seemed to drop from beneath Sarah. What? He was feeding us information on their government connections. On Kingmaker. Reynolds glanced at Diego apologetically. No offense. Diego looked equally stunned. None taken. Why are you telling me this now? Sarah demanded, voice shaking. Because he's the one who first identified Vincent's connection to Blackwood, Reynolds continued. And when he disappeared 12 years ago, I always suspected Blackwood was responsible. Sarah gripped the edge of the table, memories reshuffling like cards. Her father, always secretive about his work. The mysterious phone calls. His warnings about trusting the wrong people. The money laundering charges against him? She asked faintly. Cover story, Reynolds confirmed. To establish his credibility with the Castillos. Diego was watching Sarah's face carefully. Your father worked against my family? Apparently, Sarah replied, still processing. Did you know him? Diego hesitated. Everyone knew Robert Walsh. Brilliant financial advisor. Vincent trusted him completely. A heavy silence fell between them as the implications settled. Sarah's father had been a federal informant, embedded in the Castillo organization. Diego's family had trusted him, perhaps considered him a friend. And all along, he'd been gathering evidence against them. Against the man who now sat beside Sarah.
Her husband, however temporary the arrangement. "We should go," Diego finally said, sensing Sarah's turmoil. "Thank you, Judge."
Reynolds nodded, then fixed Sarah with a penetrating look. "Your father would be proud of you, Sarah. He always believed you'd find the truth eventually." After Reynolds left, they sat in silence for a long moment.
"Are you okay?"
Diego finally asked. Sarah shook her head.
"I don't know.
I spent 12 years believing my father was a criminal who abandoned me. Now I find out he was an undercover agent who—" She couldn't finish. "Who might have been killed by the same people targeting us," Diego completed gently. Sarah looked up, meeting his eyes. "Does this change things between us? My father informing on your family?" Diego considered the question seriously. "My family has done things I'm not proud of. Your father was doing his job." He reached across the table, covering her hand with his. "Right now, all that matters is stopping Blackwood and saving my grandmother." The simple touch anchored Sarah, pulling her back from the edge of overwhelming emotion. "You're right. Let's focus on that." They left the diner, heading toward the address Reynolds had provided. Sarah's mind raced with questions about her father, but she forced herself to concentrate on their immediate goal, finding leverage against Blackwood. The building was nondescript, sandwiched between a bodega and a laundromat. Reynolds' office was on the 3rd floor, accessible by a narrow staircase. The door looked like any other, except for the high-quality electronic lock. Diego stood watch while Sarah punched in the combination. The lock clicked open, revealing a small but meticulously organized space. Filing cabinets lined one wall, a desk with an outdated computer occupied another. "We need anything related to Kingmaker," Sarah said, moving toward the filing cabinets. They worked quickly, sorting through folders, photographs, transcripts. Reynolds had been thorough, years of evidence collected against Blackwood and his operation. "Sarah," Diego called from the desk. "I found something." He held up a file labeled simply Walsh. Inside were photos of Sarah's father with various Castillo family members, including Vincent and Diego himself. "I remember this," Diego said softly, pointing to a photo of himself as a teenager, standing beside Sarah's father at what appeared to be a family celebration. "Your father helped me apply to Harvard. Convinced Vincent it was a good idea." Sarah stared at the photo, at her father's familiar smile, at the young Diego looking hopeful and unburdened. "He never told me any of this." "He was protecting you," Diego said. "From my family. From Blackwood." Sarah continued looking through the file, stopping at a sealed envelope with her name written in her father's handwriting. With trembling fingers, she opened it. Inside was a letter, dated just days before his disappearance. "Sarah, if you're reading this, I'm probably dead. I'm sorry for the secrets, for making you believe I was something I wasn't. Everything I did was to keep you safe. Blackwood is the key. He runs everything from the shadows, politicians, judges, law enforcement. When you're ready, find the evidence in my storage unit. Combination is your birthday. I love you more than anything. Remember that truth is rarely where you expect to find it." "Dad." "He left evidence," Sarah whispered. "In a storage unit." Diego was already reaching for his phone. "Where?" Before Sarah could answer, the building's fire alarm blared to life. Diego moved to the window, peering through the blinds. "Blackwood's men," he reported grimly. 6 of them. They must have tracked us from the diner." Sarah quickly gathered the most important files, shoving them into her bag. "Is there another way out?" Diego checked the hallway. "Fire escape, maybe?" They moved toward the back window, but stopped at the sound of footsteps on the fire escape. "They've got all exits covered," Diego confirmed, pulling his gun. "We need another option." Sarah scanned the room desperately, then spotted it, an access panel in the ceiling. "There," she pointed. "Maintenance access." Diego gave her a boost, and she pushed the panel aside, pulling herself up. Diego followed with athletic grace, replacing the panel just as the office door burst open below. They crawled through the dusty crawlspace, navigating by the thin beams of light from vents and seams in the ceiling tiles. Sarah led the way, hoping the building's layout would lead them to another exit. After what felt like an eternity, they found another access panel. Sarah eased it open, finding themselves in a storage closet. She listened for movement outside, then carefully opened the door. They were on the second floor now, in what appeared to be a different business entirely. A small accounting firm, currently empty. "Front stairs will be watched," Diego whispered. "Service elevator?" Sarah nodded, and they moved stealthily through the office space. Just as they reached the elevator, a door opened behind them. "Hey! Who are you?" a startled office worker demanded. Diego reacted instantly, grabbing Sarah's hand and pulling her into the elevator. The doors closed on the worker's confused expression. "He'll tell them where we went," Sarah said as the elevator descended. "I'm counting on it," Diego replied, hitting the button for the basement instead of the lobby. "They'll expect us to exit at street level." The basement was dim and musty, filled with maintenance equipment and storage. Diego led them through a maze of corridors, eventually finding a service door that opened onto an alley. "Clear," he confirmed after checking outside. "Let's move." They emerged into morning light, quickly blending into the pedestrian traffic of Lower Manhattan. Sarah clutched her bag containing the files, mind still reeling from the letter. "We need to find that storage unit," she said once they were safely away from the building. Diego nodded. "Did your father give you the location?" "No, but—" Sarah paused, remembering. "There was a key in my mother's effects when she died. I never knew what it was for, but it had a number on it. Could be a storage unit." "Where is the key now?" "My apartment," Sarah replied, then grimaced. "Which is probably being watched." Diego considered this. "Not necessarily. Blackwood doesn't know about your father's connection yet. He thinks we're running blind." Sarah wasn't convinced. "It's too risky." "We need that evidence," Diego countered. "It's our only leverage for tonight." Sarah knew he was right. Without something to trade, they had no way to save Nana Elena. "All right," she agreed reluctantly. "But we go carefully." They took a circuitous route to Sarah's Upper East Side apartment, switching subway lines twice and doubling back to ensure they weren't followed. As they approached her building, Diego hung back, scanning rooftops and parked cars for surveillance. "Seems clear," he finally said. "But I don't like it. Too easy." Sarah shared his unease. "Service entrance?" They slipped in through the building's delivery door, taking the service elevator to Sarah's floor. The hallway was deserted, her apartment door untouched. "Wait," Diego said as Sarah reached for her keys. He examined the door frame carefully, then the lock. No signs of forced entry, but... He extracted a thin piece of metal from his pocket, running it along the door seam. "There," he murmured, locating a nearly invisible wire. "Trap. Open the door, and something very bad happens." Sarah's blood ran cold. "Can you disarm it?" Diego studied the setup, then nodded. "Stand back." With surgical precision, he traced the wire to its source, carefully disconnecting it from what appeared to be a small explosive device hidden in the door hinge. "Amateur work," he commented, pocketing the detonator. "Meant to scare more than kill." "That's supposed to be comforting?" Sarah asked shakily. Diego flashed her a quick smile. "It means they're getting desperate. We're onto something." Inside, the apartment appeared untouched, but both knew better than to trust appearances. Diego did a quick sweep while Sarah went directly to her bedroom closet, pushing aside clothes to access a hidden safe. The key was where she'd left it, small and ordinary-looking except for the number etched on its surface, 4721. "Got it," she called to Diego, who was checking for surveillance devices. "We need to go," he replied tensely. "They've been here. Recently." Sarah grabbed a few essentials, including a change of clothes, then followed Diego back to the service elevator. They made it to the street without incident, but the sense of being watched followed them. "Where would your father keep a storage unit?" Diego asked as they walked briskly away from her building. Sarah thought hard. "Somewhere accessible but not obvious. Probably Midtown." "Start with major storage facilities," Diego suggested.
The key should narrow it down.
3 hours and 4 facilities later, they finally found a match at a climate-controlled storage center near Penn Station. The manager barely glanced at Sarah's ID before directing them to Unit 4721.
The unit was small, about the size of a walk-in closet.
The key turned smoothly in the lock, revealing a space filled with neatly labeled boxes. Sarah felt a lump in her throat. Her father's presence was palpable here, in the meticulous organization, the careful labeling.
Look for anything related to Blackwood or Kingmaker, Diego suggested gently, sensing her emotion. They searched methodically, opening boxes, scanning contents.
Most contained financial records, family photos, memorabilia from Sarah's childhood.
Here, Diego called, holding up a sealed metal case. It was hidden behind those boxes.
The case was locked, but a small envelope taped to its surface contained another key. Inside the case, they found exactly what they needed. Detailed records of Operation Kingmaker, including photographs, financial transactions, and most importantly, a list of assassination targets that Vincent had either eliminated or refused to eliminate.
This is it, Sarah breathed, scanning the documents. Proof of government-sanctioned murder. Names, dates, payment records.
And the identity of Kingmaker, Diego added, holding up a photo.
Senator Edward Chambers.
Sarah stared at the image of the charismatic senator, currently the frontrunner for his party's presidential nomination.
Everyone loves Chambers. He's leading in every poll.
Because Blackwood removed anyone who might challenge him, Diego said grimly, pointing to the list of targets.
Including his primary opponents.
Sarah felt sick.
This goes beyond corruption. This is a complete subversion of democracy.
And our leverage against Blackwood, Diego reminded her, carefully returning the documents to the case. As they secured the unit and headed back to the street, Sarah's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Storage was clever.
Case won't save Elena. Midnight unchanged.
Come alone, Mr. Castillo, or she dies first, then your wife.
Sarah showed Diego the message, watching his face harden.
They were following us the whole time, she realized.
They know what we found.
But they don't know we've already made copies, Diego replied, patting his jacket where he'd hidden duplicate documents. And they're still scared enough to threaten rather than just kill us.
What now? Sarah asked.
Diego checked the time, 3:14 p.m. Less than 9 hours until the meeting.
Now we prepare our counterattack.
Diego, Sarah said hesitantly.
There's something else.
She handed him a photograph she'd found in one of her father's boxes. It showed a much younger Vincent Castillo shaking hands with Blackwood.
Between them stood Sarah's father and a teenage Diego.
I remember this, Diego said slowly. Your father brought Blackwood to meet Vincent. Introduced him as a government contact who could be useful. My father introduced Blackwood to your family, Sarah whispered.
He's the one who created the connection that led to all of this.
The revelation hung between them, another thread connecting their pasts in ways neither had imagined.
He might have been following orders, Diego offered. Or had no idea what Blackwood would become.
Sarah wasn't sure which possibility was worse.
Either way, our families have been tangled together for decades.
And now we're the ones who have to fix it, Diego replied, his hand finding hers.
Together.
Their eyes met, the touch of their hands saying more than words could. Whatever had been between their families in the past, whatever revelations still awaited them, they were bound together now by something neither had expected: trust.
The final piece of the puzzle still eluded them, but time was running out. Somewhere in the city, Nana Elena waited, a pawn in Blackwood's game.
And at midnight, they would make their move against the man who had manipulated both their lives from the shadows. Sarah squeezed Diego's hand, drawing strength from his unwavering resolve.
Let's end this.
As they left the storage facility, Sarah's phone buzzed again. This time, the message contained only a photo: Nana Elena, bound to a chair, a newspaper showing today's date visible beside her. And on the wall behind her, clearly visible, was a sign: Port Authority Maintenance Facility 17.
It's a trap, Diego said immediately.
Obviously, Sarah agreed. but it's also the first real lead on where they're keeping her. Diego's expression hardened with determination. Then that's where we start. Chapter 10. Port Authority Maintenance Facility 17, Diego repeated, studying the photo on Sarah's phone. That's at the edge of the harbor. Isolated. Sarah zoomed in on the image, searching for additional clues. Ideal for holding prisoners. Or setting traps. They'd found refuge in a small hotel room paid for in cash, spreading their evidence across the bed. Outside, afternoon light was already fading, the short winter day racing toward darkness. Racing toward midnight. We need more information before we go in, Sarah said, pacing the small room. Layout, security, personnel. Diego nodded, already typing on his secure phone. I'm reaching out to contacts who might have access to Port Authority records. Sarah hesitated, then made a decision. I might have someone too. Someone inside the FBI who isn't part of Blackwood's circle. Can you trust them? Diego asked sharply. As much as I can trust anyone right now, Sarah replied. Agent Patel worked Vincent's case with me. She was the one who kept finding evidence that mysteriously disappeared. Diego considered this. Make the call. But be careful what you reveal. Sarah stepped into the bathroom for privacy, dialing a number she knew by heart. Agent Patel answered on the third ring. Walsh? Where are you? Everyone's looking for you. I need your help, Mira, Sarah said quietly. No questions asked. A pause. This about your new husband? It's about Operation Kingmaker. The silence that followed told Sarah everything. Patel knew something. I can't talk about that, Patel finally whispered. Not on this line. I don't need you to talk. I need information about Port Authority Maintenance Facility 17. Blueprints, security protocols, anything you can get. Sarah, what have you gotten yourself into? Something bigger than both of us, Sarah replied honestly. Please, Mira. Lives depend on this. Another long pause. There's a coffee shop on 43rd and 9th. 1 hour. Come alone. The line went dead. Sarah returned to the main room, finding Diego studying the photo of his grandmother with laser focus. She's tapping her finger, he said without looking up. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS, Sarah realized. She's sending a message. Diego zoomed in further. Look at her ring. She's twisted it so the stone faces inward. That's a signal we established years ago. Means she's expecting rescue. She knows you're coming for her, Sarah said softly. Diego finally looked up, a fierce determination in his eyes. She raised me after my parents died. Taught me everything I know about survival. He took a steadying breath. I won't let her down. Sarah touched his arm gently. We won't let her down. My contact will meet us in an hour. Us. Diego raised an eyebrow. Me, Sarah corrected. She said come alone, but after everything that's happened. No way are you going without backup, Diego finished firmly. They arrived at the coffee shop 30 minutes early, Diego taking a position across the street while Sarah went inside. The cafe was half empty, easy to scan for threats. Sarah chose a table with her back to the wall, ordered a black coffee, and waited. Agent Patel arrived exactly on time, her dark eyes scanning the room before settling on Sarah. She looked exhausted, with shadows under her eyes and tension in her movements. You look terrible, Patel said by way of greeting, sliding into the chair opposite Sarah. I've had an interesting week, Sarah replied dryly. Patel leaned forward. The Bureau has a bolo out on you and Diego Castillo. They're saying you helped Vincent's men attack federal agents. Those weren't federal agents, Sarah countered. They were Blackwood's private team. Patel winced at the name. How do you know about him? I know a lot of things now, Sarah said. About Kingmaker. About Senator Chambers. About Vincent's real work for the government. Patel's face paled. Stop talking. Right now. She glanced around nervously. You have no idea how dangerous this is. I have some idea, Sarah disagreed, touching her arm where the bullet had grazed her. What I don't understand is why you're involved. Patel sighed heavily. I was assigned to monitor the Vincent Castillo prosecution. Make sure certain aspects remained buried. You were working for Blackwood, Sarah realized, feeling betrayed. Not by choice, Patel said bitterly. They have leverage on everyone, Sarah. In my case, it's my brother. He'll be deported if I don't cooperate, sent back to a country where he'll be killed for his political activism. Sarah's anger softened. I'm sorry. Why are you asking about Facility 17? Patel asked, changing the subject. They're holding someone there. Someone important to Diego. Patel reached into her bag, extracting a flash drive. Everything I could find. Security rotations, access codes, blueprints. She slid it across the table. But Sarah, this is a suicide mission. Facility 17 isn't just a maintenance building. It's a black site. Off-books interrogation center. Sarah pocketed the drive. All the more reason to get her out. There's something else, Patel said, hesitating. Blackwood isn't just planning to capture Diego tonight. He's setting up Vincent's escape during transfer. Both brothers in the same place. Where they can eliminate both and blame it on a failed escape attempt, Sarah concluded. Patel nodded grimly. There's a team in place at Rikers now, preparing for Vincent's move at 11 p.m. That's cutting it close to the midnight meeting, Sarah observed. By design, Patel confirmed. Vincent won't know he's being set up until it's too late. Sarah absorbed this new information. Thank you, Mira. This helps more than you know. As she stood to leave, Patel caught her wrist. Sarah, be careful. These people, what they're planning with Chambers, it goes all the way to the top. I know, Sarah assured her. That's why we have to stop them. Outside, Sarah rejoined Diego, quickly updating him as they walked. A black site, Diego repeated, troubled. That complicates things. But now we know both Vincent and your grandmother will be at Facility 17 tonight, Sarah pointed out. One rescue, not two. Diego's expression darkened. If Vincent is even still alive by then, this transfer could be an execution. Then we need to intercept it, Sarah decided, before they reach the facility. They returned to the hotel room, plugging in Patel's flash drive. A wealth of information appeared. Detailed schematics, security protocols, even staff rotations. Look at this, Diego pointed to a transport route. Vincent leaves Rikers at 11 p.m., following this path to the facility. There's a choke point here, where they have to slow down for construction. Sarah studied the map. Perfect ambush point. But we'd need more people. I might know someone who can help, Diego said, reaching for his phone. But it's risky. Riskier than going in alone against a black ops team? Sarah asked skeptically. Diego smiled grimly. Depends on how you feel about my cousin Antonio. Sarah stared at him. The same Antonio who was with the men attacking us at your grandmother's house? The very same, Diego confirmed. But Antonio's loyalty has always been to the family first, not to Vincent or me specifically. If he knows Nana's in danger. You think he'll help us instead of killing us? Family is everything to Antonio, Diego explained. He may have chosen Vincent's side in our disagreement, but Nana raised him too. He won't let her die. If you're wrong, we're dead, Sarah pointed out. Diego met her eyes. Do you trust me? The question hung between them, weighted with everything they'd been through together. A week ago, Sarah would have laughed at the idea of trusting a Castillo. Now, yes, she said simply. I trust you. Diego made the call. The conversation was brief, conducted entirely in rapid Italian that Sarah couldn't follow. When he hung up, his expression was cautiously optimistic. He'll meet us in an hour. With men. Did you tell him everything? Sarah asked. Enough, Diego replied. That Blackwood betrayed both me and Vincent. That Nana's life is at stake. And he believed you?
Antonio and I grew up together, Diego said quietly. He knows when I'm lying.
They spent the next hour studying the materials from Patel, formulating a plan with multiple contingencies. As darkness fell over the city, they prepared to leave for the meeting with Antonio.
Wait, Sarah said suddenly, reaching for Diego's arm. How will Antonio react to me being there? I did put his favorite cousin in prison.
Diego's lips quirked in a half-smile. I might have emphasized the my wife part rather than the prosecutor part when I mentioned you. So you're using our marriage as leverage, Sarah concluded, not sure whether to be impressed or offended.
I'm using every tool available, Diego corrected.
Including the fact that by marrying you, I've made you family.
And family protects family.
Something warm unfurled in Sarah's chest at his words.
Is that what we're doing? Protecting family?
Diego stepped closer, his eyes serious. You've saved my life multiple times now, Sarah. Whatever this marriage started as, you're not just an ally anymore.
You're.
He hesitated.
I'm what?
Sarah pressed, needing to hear him say it.
Important to me, Diego finished, reaching up to touch her cheek gently.
More important than I expected. The moment stretched between them, charged with possibility. Sarah found herself leaning slightly into his touch, surprised by how natural it felt.
Diego, she began, uncertain what she even wanted to say.
His phone buzzed, breaking the moment. Antonio's men are in position, he reported after checking the message.
It's time.
Sarah nodded, pushing aside the confusion of emotions to focus on the mission. They gathered their equipment, weapons, communication devices, the evidence against Blackwood, and headed out. The meeting place was an abandoned garage in the industrial district, the kind of location where gunshots wouldn't attract attention.
Diego led the way inside, Sarah following closely, both alert for any sign of betrayal.
Antonio waited in the center of the space, flanked by 4 armed men. His resemblance to Diego was striking, the same dark eyes and strong features, though Antonio's expression held none of Diego's restraint.
Cousin, Antonio greeted coldly. And the prosecutor?
His eyes flicked to Sarah, assessing.
Or should I say, cousin-in-law?
Antonio,
Diego acknowledged with equal coolness. Thank you for coming.
I came for Nana, Antonio clarified.
Not for you.
Then we want the same thing, Sarah interjected, stepping forward.
To bring her home safely.
Antonio's attention shifted fully to her, surprise evident in his expression.
You're not what I expected, Sarah Walsh.
It's Sarah Castillo now, Diego corrected smoothly.
And she's risked her life for our family already.
Antonio studied her for a long moment, then nodded slightly.
Tell me your plan.
For the next 20 minutes, they outlined the operation. Intercepting Vincent's transport, then using both their groups to infiltrate Facility 17 and extract Nana Elena.
Blackwood will have at least 20 men, Antonio pointed out.
We'll be outnumbered. But we have surprise on our side, Diego countered.
And inside information.
He nodded to Sarah, who explained the security vulnerabilities Patel had identified. When they finished, Antonio was silent, considering. Finally, he turned to his men and issued rapid instructions in Italian. They nodded and left the garage.
Getting more backup? Diego asked.
Something like that,
Antonio replied cryptically. We move in 1 hour.
My men will handle the transport interception.
You and your wife focus on Nana.
As Antonio moved away to make calls, Sarah turned to Diego.
Do you trust him?
About 60%, Diego admitted quietly.
But we need the manpower. And if it's a setup?
Diego's eyes were hard. Then Antonio joins the list of problems we solve tonight. They spent the remaining time reviewing their approach to Facility 17, memorizing entry points and guard rotations. Sarah found herself watching Diego, the focused intensity, the strategic mind at work. In another life, he would have made an excellent federal agent. At 10:30 p.m., they moved out, taking separate vehicles to the ambush point. The night was clear and cold, the moon providing unwelcome illumination. They positioned themselves on an overpass overlooking the construction zone, where Vincent's transport would need to slow to a crawl. Antonio joined them, handing Diego a sniper rifle. "Just like hunting at the lake house," he said, a flicker of their shared childhood momentarily softening his features. Diego accepted the weapon with a nod. "Your men in position?" "6 on the ground, 4 as backup." Antonio checked his watch. "Transport leaves Rikers in 10 minutes. Sarah scanned the road below with binoculars. "No sign of Blackwood's team yet." "They'll shadow the transport," Diego predicted. Waiting for the right moment. The minutes ticked by in tense silence. At precisely 11:07 p.m., headlights appeared in the distance. A convoy of 3 vehicles approaching the construction zone. Prison transport in the middle, Antonio confirmed. Decoy cars front and back. Diego adjusted his position, rifle trained on the lead vehicle. 4 minutes until they reached the choke point. Sarah's phone buzzed with a message from Patel, *transfer in progress. "Be careful. Blackwood's men are in the second escort vehicle." "Confirmation," she reported. "Blackwood has people inside the convoy." The vehicles slowed as they approached the narrowed road. Diego tracked them through his scope, waiting for the perfect moment. "Now," he said quietly into his radio. Antonio's men emerged from hiding positions, blocking the road with a disabled truck. The convoy halted, guards emerging cautiously from the vehicles. What happened next unfolded with military precision. Smoke grenades obscured the area. Antonio's men neutralized the legitimate guards with non-lethal force. Diego took out the tires of the escort vehicles with careful shots. Through the chaos, Sarah kept her eyes on the transport van. A side door opened, and 2 men in guard uniforms emerged, weapons ready. Blackwood's men, according to Patel. "Diego," she warned through their comm link. 3 o'clock. "Blackwood's men are making a move." Diego shifted his aim, firing twice in rapid succession. Both men went down, clutching their legs. "Non-lethal," he confirmed in her ear. "Unless necessary." The operation took less than 3 minutes. When the smoke cleared, Antonio's men had secured the perimeter. Diego and Sarah approached the transport van cautiously. Inside, Vincent Castillo sat calmly despite the chaos, hands still cuffed, watching the door as if he'd been expecting them. "Little brother," he greeted Diego with a slight smile. "Right on time." Diego's expression remained neutral. "Blackwood betrayed you. Set you up to be killed during this transfer." "I know," Vincent replied, surprising them both. "Why do you think I arranged for them to move me tonight specifically?" "I knew you'd come." Sarah stared at him. "You planned this? How could you know we'd even be able to intercept the transport?" Vincent's eyes shifted to her, calculating. "Sarah Walsh. Or should I say, little sister? I've had my own sources tracking your movements. Not bad for a prosecutor turned mob wife." "We don't have time for this," Diego cut in. "Blackwood has Nana at Facility 17. We're moving in at midnight." For the first time, Vincent's composure slipped. "Elena? When?" 2 days ago, Diego explained as Antonio worked on Vincent's restraints. Blackwood's using her as leverage. Vincent stood as the cuffs fell away, rubbing his wrists. "Then we better not keep her waiting." Sarah watched the brothers standing side by side, so similar yet fundamentally different. Diego contained, controlled, thinking 3 steps ahead. Vincent radiating danger, unpredictability, raw power. "We'll take my men directly to the facility," Vincent decided, already issuing orders. "Antonio's team secures our exit route." "And Blackwood?" Sarah asked. Vincent's smile was chilling. "Leave Blackwood to me." As they prepared to move out, Diego pulled Sarah aside. "Stay close to me," he said quietly. "Vincent may be working with us for now, but he hasn't forgotten who put him in prison." "I can handle Vincent," Sarah assured him. "It's not just Vincent I'm worried about," Diego admitted. "Blackwood will have ordered his men to target you specifically now. You're the legal threat, the one who could expose everything. Sarah touched the evidence folder tucked securely inside her jacket.
Let them try.
Their eyes met, a world of unspoken emotion passing between them. Without thinking, Sarah leaned forward and pressed her lips to Diego's, a brief, fierce kiss. "For luck," she said as she pulled away, surprised by her own boldness. Diego looked equally surprised, but his eyes darkened with something beyond simple desire.
"We're going to need it."
They joined the others in the waiting vehicles. As they sped toward Facility 17, toward Blackwood and whatever trap awaited them, Sarah found herself strangely calm. The past week had transformed her in ways she was only beginning to understand. She'd crossed lines she never imagined crossing, formed alliances with people she once considered enemies. And somewhere along the way, her temporary husband had become something else entirely. Something that felt dangerously like hope. Facility 17 loomed ahead, a nondescript building surrounded by chain-link fence and security lights.
Inside, Nana Elena waited.
And Blackwood. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 11. Facility 17 stood dark and imposing against the night sky, a concrete fortress disguised as a maintenance building. From their vantage point 100 yards away, Sarah counted 4 visible guards patrolling the perimeter fence.
There would be more inside.
Many more. Security cameras on all corners, Diego observed through binoculars. Motion sensors along the fence line. Vincent studied the blueprints Sarah had obtained. Service entrance on the east side has the fewest sight lines.
We breach there.
They had split into 3 teams, Vincent leading the frontal approach as a distraction, Antonio's men covering the escape route, and Sarah and Diego targeting the service entrance to find Nana Elena. "Remember," Sarah said, checking her weapon one final time, "Patel's intel puts Nana on the 2nd floor, northwest corner.
Room 217.
Diego nodded, his face a mask of concentration.
12 minutes until midnight.
Blackwood will be expecting me alone at the main entrance. Which is exactly why we won't be there," Vincent remarked dryly. He turned to his men, giving last-minute instructions in rapid Italian. Sarah watched the brothers together, struck by their differences even in crisis. Vincent commanded with absolute authority, expecting immediate obedience. Diego led more collaboratively, ensuring everyone understood their role. 2 sides of the same family legacy.
"Ready?"
Diego asked, drawing her attention back. Sarah nodded, pushing aside her doubts. She wasn't a field agent, had never imagined herself in a tactical operation against government operatives. Yet here she was, armed and prepared to infiltrate a black site to rescue her husband's grandmother. Husband. The word still felt foreign, despite the wedding band on her finger. They moved out, staying low along the tree-line that offered minimal cover. Diego took point, Sarah following closely, both wearing the black tactical gear Vincent had provided. The night air bit at Sarah's exposed skin, adrenaline keeping the cold at bay. At the eastern fence line, they paused, waiting for Vincent's signal. Right on cue, alarms blared at the front entrance, drawing guards and attention away from their position. "Now," Diego whispered, producing wire cutters from his vest. He made quick work of the fence, creating an opening just large enough to slip through. Sarah followed, her heart pounding so loudly she was certain it would give them away. They reached the service door without incident. Suspicious in itself. Diego checked for tripwires or alarms before trying the access code Patel had provided. The door unlocked with a soft click. "Too easy," Sarah murmured, unease prickling at her nape. "Agreed," Diego replied grimly.
"Stay alert."
The service corridor was dimly lit and eerily silent despite the alarms still blaring at the front of the facility. They moved efficiently, following the memorized route to the stairwell. Every empty hallway, every unguarded intersection only heightened Sarah's certainty that they were walking into a trap. At the stairwell door, Diego paused, listening intently before easing it open. Clear. They ascended quickly to the 2nd floor, weapons ready. The hallway stretched before them, room numbers clearly marked. 211. 213. 215. A guard rounded the corner ahead, spotting them immediately. Diego fired first, a silenced shot that caught the man in the shoulder. He went down with a muffled cry, and Diego was on him in an instant, subduing him with a precise blow. Conscious but quiet, Diego confirmed, zip-tying the guard's hands and feet. Let's move. Room 217 appeared identical to the others. Steel door, keypad lock, small observation window. Diego approached cautiously, peering through the reinforced glass. "Nana," he breathed, relief evident in his voice. Sarah joined him at the window. Inside, the elderly woman sat in a chair, her posture regal despite the circumstances. She appeared unharmed, though tired. "Cover me," Diego instructed, turning his attention to the keypad. Sarah kept watch on the hallway, noting with growing concern that Vincent's diversion seemed to have attracted minimal response. Where were all the guards? Why wasn't Blackwood deploying his forces? The door clicked open, and Diego slipped inside, Sarah following and closing the door behind them. "Diego," Nana Elena said calmly, as if her grandson visited every day. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of Sarah. "And my new granddaughter. How unexpected." "Are you hurt?" Diego asked, quickly checking her for injuries while Sarah kept watch at the door. "My dignity perhaps," Nana replied with remarkable composure. "Nothing more. They have been surprisingly courteous." Diego helped her to her feet. "We need to move quickly. Vincent is creating a diversion out front." "Vincent is free?" Nana asked sharply. "How?" "It's complicated," Sarah said, peering through the window. "We'll explain once you're safe." Diego supported his grandmother as they moved toward the door. Sarah opened it carefully, checking that the hallway remained clear. "Wait," Nana said suddenly, her voice urgent. "It's not what you think. Blackwood." Before she could finish, the lights cut out, plunging the facility into darkness. Emergency lights flickered on seconds later, casting everything in an eerie red glow. "Move," Diego ordered, his voice tight. "Now." They hurried down the hallway, Nana Elena keeping pace remarkably well for her age. At the stairwell, they paused, listening for movement below. "Service exit is our best bet," Sarah whispered. "If we can reach." The stairwell door burst open. Armed men poured through, weapons trained on them. Not Blackwood's men, Vincent's. And behind them, Vincent himself, smiling coldly. "Right on time, little brother," he said smoothly. "Nana, you're looking well." Diego pushed his grandmother behind him, positioning himself between her and Vincent. "What is this, Vincent?" "Insurance," Vincent replied simply. "I couldn't be certain you'd find her, so I brought my own team." He gestured to his men. "Take her to the car." "I'm not going anywhere without Diego and Sarah," Nana Elena said firmly. Vincent's smile didn't reach his eyes. "That wasn't a request, Nana." Two men approached, reaching for the elderly woman. Diego stepped forward, but froze when Vincent raised his weapon. "Don't make this difficult," Vincent advised. "We're family after all." "Then why are you pointing a gun at me?" Diego demanded. "Precaution," Vincent replied casually. "You've made some questionable alliances lately." His eyes flicked to Sarah. "Starting with her." Sarah kept her own weapon lowered, mind racing. Something wasn't right. Vincent's men were too calm, too prepared. This didn't feel like a rescue operation. "Where's Blackwood?" she asked suddenly. Vincent's expression flickered briefly. "Handling other matters." "He's not even here, is he?" Sarah pressed. This whole thing, the midnight meeting, the threat exchange, it was never about rescuing Nana. "Smart girl," Vincent acknowledged. "Blackwood did say you were perceptive." Diego went still beside her. "You're working with him." "Not with him," Vincent corrected. "Against him. There's a difference." "Explain," Diego demanded, his voice dangerously quiet. Vincent sighed, as if disappointed by his brother's slowness. "Blackwood made a mistake bringing Nana into this. Crossed a line. So I negotiated new terms." "What terms?" Sarah asked, dreading the answer. "The evidence you collected," Vincent said. "All copies. In exchange for Nana's safety and my freedom."
And Blackwood agreed to this? Vincent shrugged. He's a pragmatist. The operation is more important than personal vendettas. Sarah glanced at Diego, seeing the calculation in his eyes. He was putting the pieces together, just as she was. If Blackwood's not here, Diego said slowly, and you've already made your deal, why the elaborate setup? Why midnight at the lake? I needed you occupied, Vincent explained. Distracted. While my men secured what I really came for. The evidence, Sarah realized. Vincent smiled. Among other things. A cold weight settled in Sarah's stomach. You don't care about exposing Kingmaker. You're using it as leverage for yourself. Politics has never interested me, Vincent acknowledged. But power is universal currency. You're blackmailing Blackwood, Diego concluded. I prefer to think of it as renegotiating our arrangement, Vincent corrected. He gets what he wants, Chambers in office, his operation intact. I get what I want, autonomy for our family, and certain business considerations. Nana Elena stepped forward, shaking off the hands of Vincent's men. You dishonor our name, she said, her voice cutting. Your father would be ashamed. For the first time, Vincent's composure faltered. I'm protecting our family, Nana, our legacy. By becoming what we hate, she challenged. By making deals with the devil? Vincent's expression hardened. We've always made deals with devils. I'm just choosing more powerful ones. A commotion from below interrupted them, shouting, gunfire. Vincent glanced toward the sound, irritated by the distraction. Antonio's men, Diego guessed. They won't let you take Nana. Antonio is many things, but disloyal isn't one of them, Vincent replied confidently. He follows family leadership. My leadership. More gunfire, closer now. Vincent gestured to his remaining men. Secure the evidence. I'll handle my brother. As two men departed, Sarah subtly shifted her position, moving closer to Diego, their shoulders almost touching. They'd spent enough time together now that she could read his intentions without words. He was waiting for an opening, a distraction. The flash drive in your jacket, Vincent said to Sarah. Hand it over. Let Nana go first, Sarah countered. Vincent sighed dramatically. Family negotiating with family. How disappointing. He aimed his weapon directly at Sarah's chest. The drive. Now. Sarah slowly reached into her jacket, extracting the flash drive containing copies of her father's evidence. She held it up, making no move to hand it over. You know this isn't the only copy, she said. Of course not, Vincent agreed. But it's a start. The gunfire below grew louder. Someone was definitely fighting their way up. Vincent glanced toward the sound again, his patience visibly thinning. Enough games, he snapped. The drive. 5 seconds or I shoot your wife, Diego. She's family now, Diego said quietly. You'd violate that? Something flashed in Vincent's eyes, regret perhaps. Some sacrifices are necessary. Like sacrificing your brother? Diego challenged. Is that why you warned us about the transport? So we'd walk into Blackwood's trap while you made your side deal. Vincent's smile was almost sad. You always were too trusting, little brother. Too moral. He extended his hand. The drive, Sarah. Final warning. Sarah locked eyes with Diego, a tiny nod passing between them. In one fluid motion, she tossed the drive, not to Vincent, but past him, down the stairwell. Vincent turned instinctively, tracking its path. That split-second distraction was all Diego needed. He lunged forward, tackling Vincent to the ground. Their weapons clattered away as they grappled on the floor, years of brotherly rivalry exploding into violent action. Sarah grabbed Nana Elena, pulling her away from the fight. Vincent's remaining man moved to intervene, but Sarah was faster, slamming her elbow into his solar plexus. He doubled over, and she followed with a knee to his face that sent him sprawling. On the floor, the brothers fought with brutal efficiency, each knowing the other's moves before they happened. Diego landed a solid punch to Vincent's jaw,
but Vincent countered with a vicious strike to Diego's ribs. "We need to go," Sarah urged Nana, who was watching the fight with anguished eyes. "I can't leave them," the old woman insisted. "Diego can handle himself," Sarah assured her, though her own heart clenched watching the brothers tear into each other. The stairwell door burst open again. Sarah raised her weapon, then lowered it immediately as Antonio appeared, breathing hard. "What the hell is happening?" he demanded, taking in the scene. "Vincent betrayed us," Sarah explained quickly. "Made a deal with Blackwood." Antonio's face darkened. He moved toward the fighting brothers, grabbing Vincent's shoulder and hauling him off Diego. "Enough!" he shouted. "Both of you." Vincent struggled against Antonio's grip. "Let go of me. You work for me." "I work for the family," Antonio corrected coldly. "And right now, that family is being threatened from all sides." Diego got to his feet, wiping blood from his lip. "Blackwood's men engaged with our rear guard," Antonio reported. "We have minutes at most before they break through." Vincent ceased struggling, his tactician's mind reasserting control. "We need to move. All of us. Now." "Why should we trust you?" Sarah demanded. Vincent's eyes were calculating. "Because despite what you think, I don't want my brother dead. Or my grandmother. Or even you, counselor. Just everyone else who stands in your way," Diego said bitterly. "Pragmatism," Vincent insisted. "Something you've never understood." Another explosion rocked the building, closer this time. Decisions needed to be made quickly. "We go together," Diego decided, looking to Sarah for confirmation. "Watch each other. Trust no one." Sarah nodded, helping Nana Elena toward the stairs. Antonio took point, with Diego and Vincent following awkwardly, neither willing to put their back to the other. The stairwell was chaos. Smoke, flickering lights, the sounds of combat from below. They descended carefully, encountering two of Blackwood's men who Antonio dispatched efficiently. At the ground floor, Antonio held up a hand, halting their progress. "Main exit is compromised. We need another way out." "The loading dock," Sarah suggested, recalling the blueprints. "West side." They altered course, moving through smoke-filled corridors. Outside, the sounds of gunfire had increased, Vincent's men engaging with Blackwood's forces. At the loading dock, they found the roll-up door partially open, just enough to slip under. Antonio checked the area beyond, then signaled it was clear. "My car is 200 yards west," he reported. "Through those trees." "Go," Diego urged Nana Elena. "With Antonio. We'll cover you." The elderly woman gripped Diego's arm. "Both of you," she insisted, looking between the brothers. "Both of my boys come with me." Something unspoken passed between Diego and Vincent. A lifetime of competition and loyalty, betrayal and blood ties. "We're right behind you," Diego assured her. Antonio helped Nana Elena duck under the door, supporting her as they moved quickly toward the treeline. Sarah prepared to follow, but Diego held her back. "Wait," he said quietly. "Make sure they're clear." They watched until Antonio and Nana reached the cover of trees. Only then did Diego turn to his brother. "This isn't over," he said flatly. "It never is with family," Vincent agreed, something like regret crossing his features. Sarah ducked under the door first, scanning for threats as the brothers followed. They were halfway to the treeline when the world exploded in light and sound. The force of the blast threw Sarah forward, heat searing her back. She hit the ground hard, ears ringing, lungs burning. Disoriented, she rolled over to see Facility 17 engulfed in flames, secondary explosions rocking the structure. Diego was beside her in an instant, pulling her to her feet. "Are you hurt?" Sarah shook her head, still dazed. "Vincent." They both turned, searching. Vincent lay several yards away, unnaturally still. Diego rushed to his side, checking for pulse, for breathing. "He's alive," he reported, relief evident despite everything. "Unconscious." Between them, they carried Vincent to the trees, where Antonio waited with Nana Elena by a black SUV. "What happened?" Antonio demanded, helping them load Vincent into the vehicle. "Blackwood,"
Diego guessed grimly, covering his tracks. They piled into the SUV, Antonio taking the wheel while Diego tended to his brother's injuries in the back. Sarah sat beside Nana Elena, who clutched her hand with surprising strength. "You saved him," the old woman said quietly. "Both of them." "I'm not sure Vincent would agree," Sarah replied, watching Diego work. Nana patted her hand. "My grandsons are stubborn, proud. But they are still brothers. Blood calls to blood." As they sped away from the burning facility, Sarah's mind raced. Blackwood was still out there. The evidence was compromised. And Vincent, once he regained consciousness, remained an unpredictable factor. "Where to?" Antonio asked from the driver's seat. Diego looked up from Vincent's still form. "The lake house. It's isolated, defensible." Antonio nodded, changing course. Sarah leaned back, exhaustion washing over her as adrenaline faded. She felt Diego's hand find hers in the darkness of the car, his fingers intertwining with hers. "You okay?" he asked softly. Sarah squeezed his hand. "Ask me tomorrow." The drive took nearly 2 hours, following back roads and switching vehicles once to ensure they weren't followed. Vincent remained unconscious but stable, his breathing even. The lake house emerged from the darkness, a large cabin on stilts overlooking a serene body of water. Antonio carried Vincent inside while Diego helped his grandmother, who was finally showing signs of fatigue. Inside, the house was rustic but comfortable, clearly a Castillo family retreat. Photos on the walls showed younger versions of Diego and Vincent, fishing, swimming, smiling without the weight they now carried. "I'll take first watch," Antonio offered after they had settled Nana Elena and Vincent in bedrooms. Diego nodded gratefully. "Wake me in 4 hours." When Antonio departed, Sarah and Diego found themselves alone in the main room, the events of the night hanging heavily between them. "You should rest," Diego said, noticing her exhaustion. "So should you," Sarah countered. Neither moved. "I'm sorry," Diego finally said. "About Vincent. About all of this." "Don't apologize for your brother," Sarah replied. "His choices are his own." Diego stared into the fireplace, where Antonio had started a small blaze. "I always knew Vincent was capable of ruthlessness. It's how our father raised him. But this..." "He was trying to protect the family," Sarah said, surprising herself by defending the man who had threatened to kill her hours earlier. "In his own twisted way. By selling out to Blackwood?" Diego's voice was bitter. "By using Nana as bait?" "I'm not excusing it," Sarah clarified. "Just trying to understand it." Diego studied her face in the firelight. "You're remarkable, you know that? After everything he's done, you're still trying to see the human behind the monster." "I had a lot of practice as a prosecutor," Sarah said with a slight smile. "Everyone has reasons for what they do. Even Vincent." Diego moved closer, drawn to her like gravity. "Even me." "Especially you," Sarah replied softly. "You've been trying to save your family from itself for years." His hand came up to touch her face, gentle despite the calluses and the blood still under his fingernails. "And what about us, Sarah? This marriage that started as a mistake?" Sarah leaned into his touch, too exhausted for pretense. "I'm not sure it feels like a mistake anymore." The admission hung between them, fragile and honest. Diego's eyes darkened, and he leaned forward slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. Sarah met him halfway, their lips coming together in a kiss very different from the hasty one she'd initiated earlier. This was slow, deliberate, a question and an answer all at once. Diego's hand slid into her hair, cradling her head as if she were something precious. Sarah pressed closer, her body fitting against his with surprising rightness. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Diego rested his forehead against hers. "We should get some rest," he murmured. "Tomorrow will be complicated." Sarah nodded, reluctantly stepping back. "Blackwood will know we survived. He'll come after us." "Let him try," Diego said with quiet confidence. "We're on my territory now." They found an empty bedroom with a large bed. Without discussion, they both lay down,
too exhausted for anything but sleep. Diego pulled Sarah against him, her back to his chest, his arm protectively around her waist. "Is this okay?" he asked, his breath warm against her neck. "Yes," Sarah replied simply, covering his hand with hers. As sleep began to claim her, Sarah thought about how dramatically her life had changed in a single week. From dedicated prosecutor to fugitive. From Diego's enemy to his ally. From reluctant wife to something she wasn't quite ready to name yet. Outside the window, the first hint of dawn lightened the sky. Whatever tomorrow brought, Blackwood Vincent, the fallout from tonight's chaos, she would face it with Diego beside her. Sarah drifted into sleep, secure in his arms, not noticing the red light of a small device blinking quietly on the nightstand. A device that hadn't been there when they arrived. The lake house wasn't as safe as they thought. And morning was coming all too soon. Chapter 12. Sarah woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and the scent of coffee wafting through the air. For a moment, she froze, disoriented, until the events of the previous night came rushing back. The rescue. The betrayal. The explosion. Diego. The space beside her was empty, the sheets cool. She sat up, wincing at the stiffness in her muscles, the dull ache of bruises forming where she'd hit the ground during the blast. A soft knock at the door preceded Nana Elena's entrance. The elderly woman looked remarkably refreshed, considering her ordeal, dressed in what must have been clothes kept at the lake house. She carried a steaming mug of coffee. "Good morning, granddaughter," she said, offering the mug to Sarah. "You slept deeply." Sarah accepted the coffee gratefully. "What time is it?" "Nearly noon," Nana replied, settling onto the edge of the bed. "Diego thought it best to let you rest." "Where is he?" Sarah asked, taking a sip of the perfectly prepared coffee, black with a hint of cinnamon, exactly how she liked it. "Checking the perimeter with Antonio," Nana explained. "My grandsons are nothing if not cautious." "And Vincent?" "Awake," Nana said, her expression sobering. "And as difficult as ever." Sarah nodded, unsurprised. "Has he said anything about last night?" "About Blackwood?" "Vincent shares only what benefits Vincent," Nana replied with a sigh. "But he is subdued. The explosion was not part of his plan, I think." Sarah considered this as she drank her coffee. Blackwood had tried to eliminate them all, including Vincent. Whatever deal they'd struck had clearly been one-sided. "There are clothes in the dresser," Nana said, standing. "Not your usual style perhaps, but clean. Come down when you're ready." She paused at the door. "And Sarah? Thank you. For my grandson." "Which one?" Sarah asked, only half joking. Nana's smile was knowing. The one who needed saving most. After she left, Sarah showered in the adjoining bathroom, letting hot water sluice away the lingering smoke and sweat. Her reflection in the mirror revealed a collection of bruises and a small cut above her eyebrow she hadn't noticed before. Battle scars from a life she never imagined living. The dresser yielded jeans and a soft sweater that fit well enough, likely belonging to a female cousin or aunt who occasionally visited the lake house. Sarah dressed quickly, eager to find Diego and assess their situation. Downstairs, she found an unexpected domestic scene. Nana Elena at the stove, cooking what smelled like her famous tomato sauce. Antonio cleaning guns at the dining table. And in the living room, the Castillo brothers facing off over a chessboard. Vincent looked worse for wear, with a bandage on his temple and bruising along his jaw. He glanced up as Sarah entered, his expression inscrutable. "The prosecutor awakens," he remarked, moving a bishop across the board. "I trust you slept well in our family home?" "Better than in federal custody," Sarah replied evenly. A hint of a smile touched Vincent's lips. "Touché." Diego's eyes found hers, concern evident in his gaze. "How are you feeling?" "I've been better," Sarah admitted. "But I've been worse too." Diego nodded, understanding all she wasn't saying. He returned his attention to the chessboard, making a move that caused Vincent to frown. "Always the unexpected approach," Vincent murmured, studying the board. "A quality I underestimated." Sarah moved to the kitchen, where Nana handed her a plate of toast and eggs without being asked.
Eat, the old woman instructed. You'll need your strength. For what?
Sarah asked, though she suspected the answer.
Blackwood will come, Nana said simply. Men like him do not accept defeat.
Sarah carried her plate to the dining table, sitting across from Antonio, who acknowledged her with a nod.
Any sign of pursuit? She asked quietly. Antonio shook his head. Not yet. But the property has sensors. We'll know when they come.
He finished reassembling a handgun with practiced ease.
Diego says you can shoot. If necessary, Sarah confirmed.
Antonio slid the weapon across to her.
It might become necessary.
Sarah hesitated, then accepted the gun, checking it with the basic knowledge she'd acquired over the past week.
Thank you.
Diego approached, leaving Vincent contemplating his next chess move. We need to talk, he said to Sarah.
All of us.
He led her to the back porch, where they could see the lake stretching before them, peaceful in the midday sun. Vincent and Antonio joined them, followed by Nana Elena, who closed the door firmly behind them.
Blackwood will assume we died in the explosion, Diego began without preamble. For now. But he'll verify, and when he doesn't find bodies.
He'll come looking, Sarah finished.
With everything he has.
Vincent leaned against the railing, wincing slightly at the movement.
Blackwood's resources aren't infinite. The operation has government backing, but it's still black budget. Deniable. Which means? Antonio prompted.
Which means he can't send in the actual military or FBI, Vincent explained.
He'll use his private team.
20, maybe 30 operatives.
Against the 5 of us, Sarah noted dryly. 4, Diego corrected. Nana will be taken somewhere safe.
The elderly woman straightened, affronted.
I will do no such thing.
Nana, Diego began, but she cut him off with a sharp gesture. I have lived through 3 wars, the death of 2 husbands, and the loss of my only son, she said firmly.
I will not abandon my grandsons now.
Diego and Vincent exchanged looks, a rare moment of silent agreement passing between them. Neither argued further. We have the advantage of terrain, Diego continued, gesturing to the surrounding forest and lake.
And preparation. If we can hold out long enough. Long enough for what? Sarah asked. What's the endgame here?
All eyes turned to Vincent, who sighed heavily. The evidence. Blackwood wanted it destroyed because it could bring down the entire Kingmaker operation. Expose Chambers, the assassinations, everything. And you were willing to help him cover it up, Diego said, the accusation clear.
Vincent's expression hardened. I was negotiating. There's a difference.
Not to the people Chambers would hurt as president, Sarah countered.
Politics doesn't interest me, Vincent dismissed. Power structures do. And moral structures don't? Sarah challenged.
Vincent studied her with newfound interest. You really do suit my brother, he remarked.
Both so, principled.
The evidence, Diego interrupted, bringing them back to the point.
You made copies. Sarah nodded.
Multiple.
One set is with Judge Reynolds. Another is in a secure server only I can access.
Then we have leverage, Diego concluded.
If we can communicate with Blackwood, negotiate. Negotiate.
Vincent laughed, though it held no humor.
Blackwood tried to kill us all last night. He's beyond negotiation. Then what do you suggest? Diego demanded.
Vincent's smile was cold.
We do what Castillos have always done. We fight.
The simple declaration hung in the air, heavy with generations of family history. Sarah glanced between the brothers. Diego troubled, Vincent resolute, both bound by the legacy they carried. Fighting isn't enough, Sarah said finally. We need to expose Kingmaker.
Completely.
It's the only way to neutralize Blackwood permanently. The evidence alone won't do it, Vincent countered. These people control the mechanisms that would ordinarily bring them to justice.
Then we go outside those mechanisms, Sarah insisted. The press. Social media. Make it too big to bury. Diego was nodding slowly. It could work. The public outcry would force legitimate investigations, even from agencies Blackwood doesn't control. It's risky, Antonio cautioned. We'd be painting targets on our backs from multiple directions. We already have targets on our backs, Diego pointed out. At least this way, we control the timing. Speaking of timing, Sarah said, checking her watch, how long do we have before Blackwood realizes we survived? The explosion destroyed most of the evidence, Vincent replied. But they'll bring in forensics. 24 hours, maybe less. Then we move quickly, Diego decided. Sarah contacts Judge Reynolds, arranges for the evidence to be prepared for release. Meanwhile, we fortify the lake house, prepare for Blackwood's team. Vincent pushed off from the railing, wincing again. We should move Nana. The cabin at the north end of the property is more defensible. I said I'm staying, Nana insisted. To cook for us, not to fight, Vincent countered. The north cabin has better sight lines and a generator. You'll be safer there. Nana considered this, then nodded reluctantly. Very well. But I'll need supplies. Antonio will take you, Diego agreed. Set up communications between the cabins. As the others dispersed to prepare, Diego drew Sarah to the far end of the porch, away from listening ears. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. Releasing the evidence means exposing everything. Your father's work, Vincent's crimes, our marriage. Sarah hesitated, understanding the implications. Her career, already in jeopardy, would be irrevocably altered. The Castillo family would face renewed scrutiny. And whatever was developing between her and Diego would be dragged into the public eye, dissected, questioned. It's the right thing to do, she finally said. Whatever the personal cost. Diego studied her face, something like admiration in his eyes. You really believe in justice that much? I have to, Sarah replied simply. Otherwise, what was any of it for? Diego nodded, understanding. His hand found hers, fingers intertwining naturally. Then we do it together. The moment was interrupted by Antonio, appearing at the door. Phones set up inside. Secure line, if you need to make that call. Sarah nodded her thanks, reluctantly releasing Diego's hand. Inside, she dialed Judge Reynolds' private number, relieved when he answered immediately. Sarah, he greeted, tension evident in his voice. I heard about the explosion. Are you all right? I'm safe, she assured him. For now. But we need to move forward with the evidence. Already in progress, Reynolds replied. After you left yesterday, I began preparing everything for release. Digital packages to every major news outlet, encrypted with time-release protocols. Just need your final authorization. Sarah felt a surge of gratitude for the judge's foresight. How soon can it go out? 6 hours from your go-ahead, Reynolds said. Enough time for initial verification but not enough for interference. Sarah glanced at Diego, who had joined her. He nodded once, decision made. Do it, she told Reynolds. Authorization code Walsh 743. Understood, Reynolds confirmed. Sarah, be careful. These people won't go quietly. I know, she replied. Thank you, Judge. For everything. After ending the call, Sarah turned to Diego. 6 hours until it all goes public. Think we can hold out that long? Against Blackwood's team? Maybe, Diego said honestly. But after the evidence is released, our problems multiply. Every law enforcement agency will be looking for us. One crisis at a time, Sarah suggested with a wry smile. Diego reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with unexpected tenderness. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. With me. The simple statement warmed Sarah more than it should have. Even though I put your brother in prison? Especially because of that, Diego replied, his smile genuine. He deserved it. From across the room, Vincent called out, I can hear you, you know. Diego's smile widened into something more mischievous. Good. The next few hours passed in focused preparation.
Antonio returned from setting up Nana at the north cabin, reporting that the perimeter sensors were active and communication lines established. Diego and Vincent, temporarily united by common purpose, mapped defensive positions and distributed weapons. Sarah found herself impressed by the brothers' tactical knowledge, the way they anticipated Blackwood's likely approaches and countered accordingly. This was clearly not their first time preparing for an assault. As evening approached, they gathered for a meal prepared by Nana before her departure, pasta with her famous sauce, crusty bread, and wine from the lake house cellar. Despite the circumstances, there was something almost normal about sitting around the table, the Castillo brothers trading childhood stories of summers spent at the lake. "Remember when you fell through the ice?" Vincent asked Diego, gesturing with his wine glass. 12 years old, showing off for those girls from the neighboring cabin. Diego groaned. "I nearly died of hypothermia." "Worth it, though," Vincent countered. "She gave you your first kiss afterward." "Out of pity," Diego corrected. Sarah watched the exchange with fascination. In these unguarded moments, she could see the brothers they had once been, before responsibility and diverging paths had turned them into adversaries. "And you," Vincent turned to Sarah, his expression unreadable. "Did my brother tell you how he used to spend hours practicing law arguments? Preparing to follow in our father's legitimate footsteps?" Sarah glanced at Diego, surprised. "No, he didn't." "Vincent," Diego warned. "What?" Vincent spread his hands innocently. "It's a compliment. You were good. Could have been a formidable attorney." "I chose a different path," Diego said flatly. "Did you?" Vincent pressed. "Or was it chosen for you when they killed father?" A heavy silence fell over the table. Sarah sensed old wounds being reopened, family history she was only beginning to understand. Antonio, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of conversation, stood abruptly. "I'll take first watch." After he left, Vincent refilled his wine glass, studying Sarah openly. "Did Diego tell you why he really took over the legitimate businesses instead of joining me in running the family?" "Vincent, enough," Diego said sharply. "She's family now," Vincent countered. "Shouldn't she know?" Sarah looked between them, curiosity warring with respect for Diego's privacy. "It's all right," she told Diego. "You don't have to explain anything." Diego set down his fork, resignation in his gesture. "It's not a secret. I wanted to transform the family business completely. Make it entirely legitimate." Vincent disagreed. "Oversimplification," Vincent objected. "You wanted to dismantle everything our father and grandfather built. Throw away generations of power and influence." "I wanted us to stop living with targets on our backs," Diego shot back. "To build something that would last beyond the next gang war or federal indictment." Vincent's expression softened slightly. "Noble. Naive but noble." "Is it naive to want something better?" Diego challenged. "Something we could be proud of?" "Pride is a luxury," Vincent replied. "Survival is a necessity." Sarah found herself understanding both brothers' positions, seeing how they had ended up on such different paths despite starting from the same place. "And now?" she asked quietly. "After all this is over, if we survive, what then?" The brothers exchanged glances, the question hanging between them. "That depends," Vincent finally said, "on whether my deal with Blackwood is truly dead." Diego's expression hardened. "It is." "Then we adapt," Vincent shrugged. "As we always have." Before Diego could respond, the security system chimed softly, a perimeter alarm. All three tensed, conversation forgotten. Antonio appeared in the doorway, expression grim. Movement at the eastern boundary. Multiple signatures. "How many?" Diego asked, already rising. "At least a dozen," Antonio reported. "Moving carefully. Professional formation." Vincent checked his watch. Faster than expected. Blackwood must have someone inside the forensics team. "Positions," Diego ordered, all traces of the relaxed dinner companion gone. "Sarah, communications center. Keep the line to Nana open." Sarah nodded, grabbing her weapon as she moved to the designated area, a small study with monitors showing security camera feeds. Diego and Vincent took upper floor positions, while Antonio secured the ground level. Through the windows, darkness had fallen, the lake a black mirror reflecting distant stars. Perfect cover for an approaching force. Sarah watched the monitors, counting shadows moving through the trees. 14, maybe 15 figures, all in tactical gear. Blackwood had sent his best. Contact in approximately 3 minutes, she reported through the comm system Diego had set up. 15 targets, approaching from the east and southeast. Understood, Diego's voice replied in her ear. Remember the plan. Let them get close, then hit them with the surprise. The surprise was a series of remote-controlled charges placed around the property. Not lethal, but disorienting. Designed to confuse and separate the attacking force. Sarah kept her eyes on the monitors, heart pounding as the shadows drew closer to the house. 200 yards. 100. 50. Ready, Diego's voice came through the comm. On my mark. The shadows reached the first perimeter line. Sarah held her breath. Now. The night erupted in light and sound as the charges detonated in sequence. On the monitors, the attacking force scattered, momentarily disoriented. Then came gunfire, sharp reports cutting through the explosion's echo. Sarah kept the comms open, relaying positions as the attackers regrouped and advanced. 3 down already to the Castillo's defensive fire, but the others were pressing forward with professional determination. A window shattered somewhere downstairs. They'd breached the house. Sarah, Diego's voice was urgent in her ear. Get to the escape route. Now. I'm not leaving you, she protested. Not a debate, Diego replied sharply. We planned for this. Go. Sarah hesitated, torn between following the plan and staying to help. Another crash from below decided her. She grabbed the go-bag they'd prepared, containing copies of the evidence and emergency supplies, and moved to the hidden panel in the study wall. Just as she reached it, the study door burst open. Sarah whirled, weapon raised, to find herself facing not one of Blackwood's men, but the managing partner of her law firm. James, she gasped, momentarily lowering her gun in shock. James Mitchell stood in the doorway, immaculate in his tailored suit despite the chaos around them. Hello, Sarah, he greeted calmly. I've been looking for you. What are you doing here? Sarah demanded, raising her weapon again as suspicion replaced surprise. Cleaning up loose ends, Mitchell replied, his own gun appearing with practiced ease. Drop the weapon, Sarah. I'd hate to shoot my protégé. Realization dawned with sickening clarity. You're part of Kingmaker. A small but essential part, Mitchell acknowledged. Someone needed to ensure the legal side of things remained manageable. You assigned me Vincent's case, Sarah said, pieces falling into place. You made sure I would be the one to prosecute him. You were perfect, Mitchell confirmed. Brilliant, dedicated, incorruptible. When Vincent refused to eliminate certain targets, we needed him contained. Your conviction gave us perfect leverage. And now? Sarah asked, keeping her gun steady despite her shock. Now things have become unnecessarily complicated, Mitchell sighed. The evidence you and your father collected should have died with him. Instead, here we are. Sarah's blood ran cold. You killed my father. I gave the order, Mitchell corrected dispassionately. Nothing personal, Sarah. He was a loose end, just like you've become. Gunfire continued outside, but in the study, time seemed suspended as Sarah faced her mentor, the man who had shaped her career and, apparently, orchestrated her father's murder. The evidence is already being released, Sarah told him. Killing me won't stop it. Perhaps not, Mitchell conceded. But it will be satisfying nonetheless. He aimed his weapon with the confidence of someone who had done this before. Goodbye, Sarah. A shot rang out, deafening in the confined space. Sarah flinched, but felt no impact. Instead, Mitchell's expression registered surprise, then pain. He looked down at the spreading red stain on his chest before collapsing forward. Behind him stood Judge Reynolds, smoking gun in hand. Reynolds.
Sarah breathed, disbelieving. Sorry I'm late, the judge said grimly, stepping over Mitchell's body. Traffic was hell. Outside, the gunfire was intensifying. Reynolds grabbed Sarah's arm. We need to go. Now. Diego, Sarah protested. Vincent. Antonio. I can't just leave them. They're buying us time, Reynolds insisted. This was always the plan, get you and the evidence out while they create a diversion. What? Sarah stared at him. No, that wasn't. She stopped, realization dawning. They lied to me. Reynolds looked sympathetic but firm. For your protection. Diego contacted me this afternoon. Arranged the extraction. Now come on. Sarah hesitated, torn between duty to the evidence and loyalty to Diego. A particularly loud explosion from outside made the decision for her. This way, she said, activating the hidden panel. But we're taking the northern route. Past the other cabin. Reynolds didn't argue, following her into the secret passage that led from the house to the boathouse. Diego had shown her the escape routes earlier, insisting she memorize them just in case. He'd been planning this all along, Sarah realized. Preparing to sacrifice himself to ensure she and the evidence escaped. The passage was narrow but navigable, leading them away from the firefight at the main house. Sarah moved quickly, mind racing with conflicting emotions. Anger at Diego's deception, fear for his safety, determination to complete the mission. They emerged at the boathouse to find a small motorboat waiting, engine primed. Reynolds helped Sarah aboard, then cast off the moorings. Wait, Sarah said suddenly. Nah, Elena. She's at the north cabin. Reynolds shook his head. Already extracted. Antonio moved her an hour ago. More deception, Sarah thought bitterly. Everyone had known the plan except her. As the boat pulled away from shore, Sarah looked back at the lake house. Flames were now visible, licking at the roof. Gunfire continued to echo across the water. Diego was in there. Fighting. Possibly dying. All to give her time to escape with the evidence. We have to go back, she insisted, turning to Reynolds. We can't, the judge replied firmly. Diego was adamant. Get you and the evidence to safety at all costs. I don't care what Diego said. Sarah snapped. Turn this boat around. I can't do that, Sarah, Reynolds said, genuine regret in his voice. I made a promise. Sarah considered her options. She could try to force Reynolds to turn back, but the elderly judge was surprisingly capable, as Mitchell had discovered. She could jump overboard, swim back, but that would endanger the evidence. The evidence. The whole reason for all of this. Her father's legacy. With a heavy heart, Sarah made her choice. How long until we reach the rendezvous point? 30 minutes, Reynolds replied, visibly relieved by her acquiescence. A car is waiting. We'll drive straight to the secure location where I've prepared the evidence release. Sarah nodded, turning back to watch the burning lake house recede into the distance. She hadn't told Diego how she felt. Hadn't put into words the emotions that had been growing within her. Now she might never get the chance. The boat rounded a bend in the lake, trees obscuring her view of the house. Sarah closed her eyes briefly, sending a silent prayer for Diego's safety, for Vincent's, for Antonio's. Then she straightened her shoulders, focusing on what needed to be done. The evidence would be released. Kingmaker would be exposed. Justice would be served. It was what her father would have wanted. What Diego was fighting for, even now. As they approached the far shore, Sarah noticed a small dock with a car waiting beside it, just as Reynolds had described. But something felt wrong. The dock was too exposed, too perfect a target. Judge, she began, voicing her concern. Reynolds was already slowing the boat, his expression changing to one of wariness. I see it. We'll approach cautiously. The boat glided toward the dock, engine at minimum power for silence. Sarah kept her weapon ready, scanning the tree line for movement. They were 20 yards from shore when a figure stepped out of the shadows. Tall, silver-haired, impeccably dressed despite the hour. Blackwood. Kill the engine, Sarah whispered urgently. Too late. Blackwood had spotted them,
raising a hand in greeting as if welcoming expected guests.
Sarah Walsh, his voice carried easily across the water. And Judge Reynolds. Right on schedule.
Sarah's blood ran cold. He knew we were coming, she realized aloud.
This was a trap.
Reynolds's face had gone ashen.
I don't understand.
The rendezvous point was secure.
Only Diego and I knew.
Diego, Sarah repeated, a terrible suspicion forming. Judge, when exactly did Diego contact you about the extraction? This afternoon, Reynolds replied, looking confused. He called the secure line.
Gave the correct authentication codes.
Sarah remembered Diego being mostly with Vincent all afternoon. Remembered the brothers' intense conversation, the chess game, the shared meal. It wasn't Diego who called you, she said flatly.
It was Vincent. Imitating his brother.
The implications were staggering. Vincent had set up this escape route, knowing Blackwood would be waiting. Had orchestrated the entire extraction to deliver Sarah and the evidence directly to the enemy. Turn around, Sarah ordered, raising her weapon.
Now.
Reynolds complied, eyes wide with shock as understanding dawned. The boat began a slow arc away from the dock. Blackwood made no move to stop them, his voice floating across the water.
Running won't help, Sarah. We have people at every possible exit. And your friends at the lake house are already dead or captured.
Sarah refused to believe it.
Go, she urged Reynolds. Back to the house.
The judge pushed the throttle forward, the boat surging away from the dock. Behind them, Blackwood made no attempt to pursue, his confident stance suggesting he had no need to hurry.
He let us go, Reynolds observed grimly. That's not good.
He thinks he's won, Sarah replied, scanning the shoreline for pursuers.
He doesn't realize we know it's a trap.
They rounded the bend again, the lake house coming back into view. The scene had changed dramatically in the short time they'd been gone. The firefight appeared to be over, the house partially collapsed from the flames.
No movement was visible. No signs of life.
Diego, Sarah whispered, heart contracting painfully. Reynolds steered toward a small cove, away from the main dock.
We need to approach carefully. If Blackwood's men are still there.
Sarah nodded numbly, unable to tear her eyes from the burning structure.
Had it all been for nothing? Diego, Vincent, Antonio, all lost, and for what?
Evidence that might never see the light of day if Blackwood caught them. As they neared shore, movement caught Sarah's eye, a figure emerging from the treeline, limping but upright. There! She pointed, hope surging.
Someone survived.
Reynolds aimed the boat toward the figure, which resolved into Antonio as they drew closer. His face was blackened with soot, blood staining one sleeve, but he was alive.
Antonio! Sarah called as they reached the shallows.
Where's Diego?
Vincent.
Antonio waded into the water to help secure the boat. Captured, he reported grimly.
Both of them. Blackwood's men took them 10 minutes ago.
Alive? Sarah asked, hardly daring to hope.
Antonio nodded.
Alive but injured.
They wanted information on your whereabouts.
So Blackwood lied, Reynolds observed, cutting the engine.
He doesn't have them all.
Not yet, Antonio agreed, helping Sarah from the boat.
But he will soon. They're sweeping the entire property.
Sarah's mind raced, processing this new information. Vincent set us up, she told Antonio. The extraction plan, the rendezvous, it was all a trap. Vincent was working with Blackwood the whole time.
Antonio's expression darkened. I was afraid of that.
The timing of the attack was too perfect.
We need to free Diego, Sarah insisted. Where did they take him?
North side of the property, Antonio reported. There's a clearing where helicopters can land.
My guess is they're waiting for extraction. How many men with them?
Reynolds asked. At least 6, Antonio replied. Plus Blackwood will be joining them soon. Sarah checked her weapon, determination replacing fear.
Then we don't have much time.
You can't seriously be considering a rescue, Reynolds protested. We're outnumbered, outgunned. We have surprise, Sarah countered.
They think I'm heading to the rendezvous point. They won't be expecting an attack from behind. Antonio was already nodding. It could work. I know a path through the woods that will get us there undetected. Reynolds looked between them, then sighed heavily. I'm too old for this, he muttered, but checked his own weapon nonetheless. As they prepared to move out, Sarah's phone buzzed with an incoming message. Her heart stopped when she saw it was from Diego's number. The message contained only a photo, Diego on his knees, bloodied but conscious, a gun to his head. Below the image, text. Evidence for his life. 1 hour. Your choice, Mrs. Castillo. Sarah showed the phone to the others, her voice steady despite the fear gripping her heart. Blackwood is getting desperate. Will you do it? Antonio asked. Trade the evidence for Diego? Sarah met his gaze directly. Would Diego want me to? Antonio looked away, answer clear in his silence. That's what I thought, Sarah said quietly, tucking the phone away. We stick to the plan. Free Diego, release the evidence. And Vincent? Reynolds asked. Sarah's expression hardened. Vincent made his choice. Now he lives with the consequences. Antonio's smile was grim with approval. You really are a Castillo now. The unexpected compliment strengthened Sarah's resolve. Whether by accident or fate, she had become part of this family. And Castillos protected their own, the ones who deserved protecting. Let's move, she ordered, checking her watch. We have 56 minutes to save my husband. As they disappeared into the woods, Sarah sent a quick response to Blackwood's message. Deal. Meeting point in 45 minutes. Come alone or he dies. A lie, of course. But Blackwood had taught her an important lesson about deception. Sometimes, to win the game, you had to change the rules. And Sarah Walsh Castillo was done playing by anyone else's rules. The final showdown was approaching, and this time, Sarah wouldn't be running away. This time, she would bring the fight directly to Blackwood. With or without the evidence, justice would be served. Chapter 13. This way, Antonio whispered, leading Sarah and Reynolds through the dense underbrush. Moonlight filtered through pine branches, casting ghostly shadows across their path. Sarah's mind raced with every step. Diego captured. Vincent's betrayal. Blackwood's ultimatum ticking down minute by minute. The clearing is just ahead, Antonio paused, crouching low. They'll have guards posted. Sarah peered through the trees. In the clearing, she counted 3 black SUVs and 6 armed men. Diego knelt on the ground, hands bound behind him. No sign of Vincent. Where's Blackwood? She whispered. Not here yet, Reynolds replied, scanning with compact binoculars. But that's his helicopter approaching. The distant thrum of rotors confirmed his assessment. We need a distraction, Sarah decided. Something to draw their attention while we free Diego. Antonio nodded toward the vehicles. I can create one. The fuel tanks on those SUVs will make quite a statement. You'll need cover, Reynolds said. Sarah checked her weapon. I'll provide it. Judge, you stay back as our exit strategy. They synchronized watches. 4 minutes until the helicopter landed. 3 minutes to create their distraction. Let's go, Sarah said. She and Antonio moved silently toward opposite edges of the clearing, using the darkness as cover. Sarah positioned herself behind a thick oak, gun ready, watching Antonio's shadowy form approach the nearest SUV. Her phone vibrated. Another message from Blackwood. Asterisk approaching now. Where's my evidence, Mrs. Castillo? Asterisk. Sarah replied quickly. Asterisk in transit. Release my husband first. Asterisk. The helicopter was visible now, its searchlight sweeping the clearing as it descended. The guards snapped to attention. One yanked Diego to his feet, positioning him for Blackwood to see upon landing. Despite the distance, Sarah could make out Diego's face in the harsh searchlight. Bloody but defiant. His eyes scanned the tree-line, as if sensing she was there. Antonio had reached his position. A small flicker of light indicated he'd set his charges. The helicopter touched down. Blackwood emerged,
immaculate in his suit despite the hour and circumstances. "Now," Sarah whispered into her calm. The explosion rocked the clearing. The first SUV erupted in flames, then the second. Guards shouted, weapons raised, attention diverted. Sarah fired 3 precise shots. 2 guards down. The third turned, spotting her position, but Reynolds picked him off from his concealed location. Blackwood ducked behind the helicopter, dragging Diego with him. The remaining guards returned fire, forcing Sarah back behind the tree. Antonio appeared from the opposite side, taking down another guard. 3 left, he shouted over the comm. Sarah reloaded, heart pounding. This was nothing like the controlled environment of a firing range. This was chaos, life and death hanging on split-second decisions. She moved positions, circling to get a better angle. Through gaps in the smoke, she spotted Diego struggling with Blackwood, despite his bound hands. A guard appeared through the haze, weapon aimed at Sarah. She fired first, catching him in the chest. 4 down. The helicopter pilot was revving the engines, preparing for emergency takeoff. Blackwood was attempting to force Diego inside. "They're getting away," Sarah shouted, breaking cover to run toward the helicopter. Gunfire erupted from her left. She dove behind a burning SUV, feeling heat sear her face. 2 guards left, and they had her pinned. "Antonio," she called into the comm. "I need cover." No response. Just static. The helicopter began to lift. Sarah made a desperate decision. She rolled from behind the SUV, firing at the remaining guards while running toward the rising aircraft. A bullet grazed her arm. She barely felt it. Diego was looking down at her from the helicopter, eyes wide with horror as Blackwood held him at gunpoint. "Sarah." His voice carried over the rotor noise. "Run. The evidence matters more." The helicopter climbed higher. Sarah emptied her clip at it, knowing the shots were futile. 10 feet. 20. Soon it would be beyond reach. A single shot cracked through the night. The helicopter lurched sideways, smoke pouring from its engine. The pilot struggled for control as it spun, losing altitude rapidly. Sarah dove for cover as the aircraft crashed back into the clearing, metal screaming against metal. The rotors sheared off, whipping dangerously through the air before embedding in earth and trees. Silence fell, broken only by the crackle of flames. Sarah approached the wreckage cautiously. The pilot was dead. No sign of Blackwood or Diego. A groan from behind the helicopter drew her attention. Diego lay on the ground, still bound but alive. He'd been thrown clear during the crash. "Diego." Sarah ran to him, cutting his restraints with a knife from her boot. "Behind you," he gasped. Sarah turned to find Blackwood standing 10 feet away, bloodied but still holding his gun with steady precision. "Enough games," he said coldly. "The evidence, Mrs. Castillo." "Now." "It's already been released," Sarah lied, helping Diego to his feet. "Check your phone. It should be trending on Twitter by now." Doubt flickered across Blackwood's face. He glanced at his phone, giving Diego the opening he needed. Despite his injuries, Diego lunged forward, tackling Blackwood to the ground. The gun discharged, the bullet flying harmlessly into the night. The men grappled in the dirt, Blackwood's experience matched against Diego's desperate strength. Sarah sought a clear shot, but they moved too quickly, positions changing by the second. She circled, weapon ready, waiting for her moment. A new figure emerged from the trees. Sarah raised her gun, then froze in shock. The man approaching was older, grayer, but unmistakable. She would know him anywhere. "Dad," she whispered. Robert Walsh raised a finger to his lips, then aimed his rifle at the fighting men. With calm precision, he fired once. Blackwood went limp, a red stain spreading across his chest. Diego rolled away, breathing hard. "Hello, Sarah," her father said. "It's been a long time." Chapter 14. "You're dead," Sarah whispered, staring at her father. 12 years. Robert Walsh approached cautiously, lowering his rifle. "I had to disappear. For your safety." Diego struggled to his feet, eyeing the newcomer warily. "Robert."
Hello, Diego, Robert nodded. You've grown up. Sarah's mind reeled. Her father, alive. The man who taught her about justice, whose supposed criminal activities had driven her to become a prosecutor, stood before her like a ghost made flesh. Why now? She demanded, voice cracking. Why show yourself after all this time? Because Blackwood found me 3 months ago, Robert explained, glancing at the lifeless body. Used me to track down the rest of the evidence. When I heard you'd married Diego. He smiled faintly. Well, I knew it was time to come home. A groan from the helicopter wreckage interrupted their reunion. Antonio emerged, limping but alive. We need to move, he warned. That crash will bring every law enforcement agency within 50 miles. Where's Reynolds? Sarah asked, suddenly remembering the judge. Here, Reynolds called, joining them from the trees. Helicopter sniper was a bit more challenging than I expected. He nodded respectfully to Robert. Walsh. Been a while. You knew. Sarah rounded on Reynolds. You knew my father was alive? Not until 2 days ago, Reynolds assured her. When he contacted me about the evidence. Diego placed a steadying hand on Sarah's shoulder. We can sort this out later. Right now, we need to find Vincent and get clear of this area. Vincent's gone, Robert said grimly. Blackwood's men took him on a separate helicopter 20 minutes ago. Insurance policy. Where? Diego demanded. Private airfield, then overseas, Robert replied. He's being extracted from the operation entirely. Sarah could see the conflict in Diego's eyes. Rage at his brother's betrayal warring with concern for his safety. The evidence is still our priority, she reminded him gently. We can deal with Vincent later. Diego nodded reluctantly. You're right. Let's go. They moved quickly through the forest, Robert leading the way to a hidden access road where 2 vehicles waited. Sarah found herself watching her father's back, still unable to believe he was real, alive, walking just feet away after years of grief and anger. Nana Elena? Diego asked Antonio as they reached the cars. Safe, Antonio confirmed. One of our couriers took her to the Connecticut house. She's worried about you. They split into the 2 vehicles, Sarah, Diego and Robert in one, Reynolds and Antonio in the other. As they drove away from the burning clearing, Sarah finally allowed herself to breathe. You need to explain, she told her father from the back seat, where she was tending to Diego's wounds. Everything. Robert sighed, eyes on the road. I was undercover, as Reynolds told you. FBI operation to infiltrate the Castillo organization and identify their government connections. Blackwood, Diego supplied. He was our initial target, yes, Robert confirmed. But I discovered something bigger. Operation Kingmaker wasn't just about eliminating inconvenient witnesses or protecting corrupt officials. It was about creating the perfect presidential candidate. Controllable, powerful, dangerous. Senator Chambers, Sarah said. Robert nodded. I gathered evidence for years. When Blackwood realized what I had, he ordered my elimination. The FBI refused to protect me, too many compromised agents. So I died. Officially. And left me believing my father was a criminal, Sarah said bitterly. Do you have any idea what that did to me? It made you stronger, Robert replied quietly. Independent. Beyond suspicion or manipulation. I knew someday you'd discover the truth on your own, and when you did. He met her eyes in the rearview mirror. You would be ready to finish what I started. Diego squeezed Sarah's hand. He's right about you being strong. Sarah wasn't ready for forgiveness, but understanding was beginning to take root. Her father had sacrificed their relationship to protect her, just as Diego had tried to send her away from the lake house. The evidence needs to be released immediately, Robert continued. With Blackwood dead, his organization will be scrambling. This is our window. Reynolds has the primary package ready, Sarah confirmed. He just needs my final authorization. And Vincent? Diego asked, his voice tight with pain, physical and emotional. One problem at a time, Robert advised. First, we secure the evidence and get it to the public. Then we deal with your brother. Diego nodded, his expression hardening. He betrayed us. All of us. Maybe, Robert said carefully. Or maybe he was playing a longer game than we realized. Sarah looked between them, sensing undercurrents she didn't fully understand. What aren't you telling me? Robert and Diego exchanged glances. Vincent contacted me 6 months ago, Robert finally admitted. Said he suspected Blackwood was planning to eliminate the entire Castillo family once Chambers secured the nomination. Diego sat up straighter, wincing at the movement. You've been working with Vincent? All this time? Cautiously, Robert qualified. Your brother isn't exactly trustworthy. But his information checked out. Sarah's mind raced, reassessing everything that had happened. The prison transfer, the lake house attack, was that all part of Vincent's plan? I don't know, Robert admitted. Vincent keeps his true intentions close. They drove in silence for several minutes, each processing the implications. If Vincent had been playing a double game against Blackwood, then his apparent betrayal at the lake house might have been designed to position him closer to the heart of Kingmaker, with access to information they couldn't otherwise obtain. We'll know soon enough, Diego finally said. If Vincent is truly working against Blackwood, he'll find a way to contact us. Sarah's phone chimed with a message from Reynolds in the other car, * secure location 20 minutes out. Evidence package prepped and ready. *. Almost there, she reported. Once we release the evidence, there's no going back. For any of us. Diego met her eyes. Are you having second thoughts? Sarah glanced at her father, then back to her husband. 2 men who had shaped her life in profoundly different ways, both now depending on her decision. No, she said firmly. Justice doesn't come with an undo button. We finish this. Diego smiled, pride evident in his eyes despite his pain. That's my wife. The endearment, casual but sincere, warmed Sarah unexpectedly. Whatever had started as an accidental marriage in Vegas had evolved into something neither of them had anticipated. A partnership forged in danger, strengthened by shared purpose. As they approached the safe house where they would make their stand, Sarah realized that for better or worse, her fate was now irreversibly tied to the Castillo family. And surprisingly, she was at peace with that. Chapter 15. The safe house was a nondescript brownstone in Brooklyn, sandwiched between similar buildings on a quiet street. Reynolds had prepared it meticulously: secure internet connections, backup power, multiple escape routes. Sarah watched her father and Diego move around each other with the careful familiarity of men who shared history but not trust. Old wounds ran deep in both families. Package is ready, Reynolds announced, gesturing to his laptop. Once we activate the protocol, the evidence will be transmitted to 17 major news outlets simultaneously, each receiving a different portion to ensure it all gets published. How long until it goes public? Diego asked, checking security monitors that displayed various angles of the street outside. 2 hours from activation, Reynolds replied. Enough time for initial verification but not enough for interception. Sarah studied the screens. What about fallout? Once this hits, every alphabet agency will be looking for us. I've arranged clean identities, Robert said. For all of us, including Nana Elena. Diego raised an eyebrow. You've been busy. 12 years in hiding teaches you certain skills, Robert replied dryly. Sarah joined Reynolds at the computer. Show me what we're releasing. The evidence was damning. Financial records linking Blackwood to assassinations spanning 2 decades. Recordings of meetings with Senator Chambers discussing obstacle removal. Documents detailing the manipulation of primaries and elimination of political rivals. And at the center, names of everyone involved: judges, FBI directors, politicians, all complicit in Operation Kingmaker. This will shake the foundations of government, Sarah said quietly. It's meant to, her father replied. The cancer must be cut out completely, or it will grow back stronger. A notification pinged on one of the security monitors. Antonio, stationed at a window upstairs, spoke through the intercom, Vehicle approaching. Black SUV, government plates. Everyone tensed. Diego drew his weapon, positioning himself near the front entrance. How did they find us so quickly?
They've been tracking all of Reynolds' properties, Robert guessed.
Standard protocol.
Sarah made a split-second decision.
Release it now.
Reynolds hesitated.
If we activate early, some outlets might not. Now, Sarah insisted. If they take us into custody, the evidence might never see daylight.
Reynolds nodded and initiated the sequence, fingers flying across the keyboard.
Done. Transmission in progress. Diego's phone buzzed. He checked it, expression darkening. It's Vincent.
He held up the screen for everyone to see. A text message with an image attached. Vincent, bloody but conscious, surrounded by men in tactical gear. The message below read, * they know where you are.
Get out.
Northeast exit clear for 5 minutes. *. It's a trap, Robert warned.
Has to be.
Or he's trying to help, Diego countered.
Northeast would be the alley behind the building.
Another notification from Antonio, 2 more vehicles approaching from the south.
Armed men exiting the first SUV.
Time for debate had run out. Reynolds closed the laptop, securing it in a specialized case. Transmission will continue regardless.
They can't stop it now.
Northeast exit, Diego decided, helping Reynolds gather the equipment.
If Vincent is setting us up, we deal with that when we get there.
They moved quickly, collecting only essentials. Sarah paused in the hallway, catching her father's arm. If anything happens, she said urgently, I need to know, why did you never contact me?
Not even a sign you were alive. Robert's eyes softened.
Because Blackwood watched you constantly, waiting for exactly that.
You were safer believing I was dead and corrupt.
Before Sarah could respond, the front window shattered under gunfire. They ducked, Robert pushing her toward the back of the house.
Go, he shouted. I'll hold them off.
Not again, Sarah refused, drawing her weapon.
I'm not losing you twice.
Diego appeared beside them, grabbing Sarah's arm.
We go together. All of us.
He gave Robert a hard look.
No heroic sacrifices.
They retreated to the kitchen where Reynolds and Antonio were already exiting through a back door. Outside, darkness provided minimal cover as they crossed to the alley.
Gunfire erupted behind them.
Sarah turned to see 4 agents storming through the house, weapons raised.
Run. Diego urged as they reached the alley.
A black van waited at the end, engine running, side door open. Sarah hesitated, suspicious. Vincent's men, I recognize them, Antonio confirmed, pushing her forward. They piled in, the van accelerating before the door even closed. Sarah found herself wedged between Diego and her father, heart pounding as bullets pinged off the vehicle's reinforced exterior. The evidence? She asked Reynolds, who clutched the case to his chest. Still transmitting, he assured her.
10 minutes remaining. Diego peered through the tinted windows. We have pursuit. 2 vehicles.
Expected, said the driver, a man Sarah didn't recognize.
Don't worry. We have countermeasures.
As if on cue, another van swerved into the street behind them, blocking their pursuers. The driver took a sharp turn, then another, navigating Brooklyn's streets with local expertise.
Where are we going? Sarah asked.
Rendezvous point, the driver replied tersely.
Mr. Castillo's instructions. Vincent or Diego?
Robert asked pointedly. The driver's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Vincent, sir. Diego and Sarah exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Were they being rescued or delivered? As the van sped through the night, sirens wailing in the distance, Sarah felt the weight of the past week bearing down on her. From prosecutor to fugitive. From Vincent's adversary to Diego's wife. From daughter of a criminal to daughter of a hero. The transmission is complete, Reynolds announced suddenly, checking the secure phone connected to the laptop.
It's done. Evidence is in journalists' hands.
A collective exhale filled the van. Whatever happened next, the truth about Kingmaker would emerge. Justice, so long deferred, was finally in motion. But as they approached the rendezvous point, an abandoned shipyard at the edge of the harbor, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that their ordeal was far from over. Vincent was waiting. And with him, answers to questions they'd only begun to ask. Chapter 16. The shipyard loomed against the night sky, a maze of containers and abandoned machinery casting long shadows in the moonlight. The van stopped at a warehouse entrance, its rusted doors partially open. "End of the line," the driver announced. Diego exited first, weapon ready, scanning for threats. Sarah followed, helping Reynolds with the equipment while Antonio covered their rear. Robert moved with the practiced caution of someone long accustomed to danger. Inside the warehouse, emergency lights cast an eerie blue glow over emptied shipping containers arranged in a rough circle. The space felt deliberate, prepared. "Vincent," Diego called, his voice echoing. Movement from the shadows. Vincent emerged, looking worse than in the photo, blood crusted on his temple, arm held at an awkward angle. Behind him, 3 armed men maintained a respectful distance. "Little brother," Vincent greeted, his usual smooth confidence diminished by pain. "You made it." "No thanks to you," Diego replied coldly. "Selling us out to Blackwood?" Vincent's smile was thin. "Is that what you think happened?" "What else should we think?" Sarah challenged. "You set a trap at the lake house, tried to hand us over to Blackwood." "I set a trap, yes," Vincent acknowledged. "But not for you." He gestured to one of his men, who dragged a bound figure forward from the shadows. "For him." Sarah recognized the captive immediately, Agent Thompson, one of Blackwood's key operatives. "Insurance," Vincent explained. "When I realized Blackwood was planning to eliminate our entire family, I needed leverage. Thompson here knows all the players in Kingmaker." "So your betrayal was... what? An elaborate double-cross?" Diego asked skeptically. "Triple-cross, technically," Vincent corrected. "Blackwood thought I was working for him. His superiors thought I was working for them against Blackwood. All the while." He spread his hands. "You were protecting the family." Nana Elena's voice came from behind a container. She emerged slowly, her expression a mixture of pride and sorrow. "In your own misguided way." "Nana." Diego moved quickly to her side. "How are you here?" "Antonio said you were taken to Connecticut." "A necessary deception," she replied, patting his cheek. "Your brother needed me to identify certain individuals." Vincent approached Sarah, stopping a respectful distance away. "You released the evidence?" "It's done," she confirmed. "Already in journalists' hands." Something like satisfaction crossed Vincent's face. "Good. Then it was worth it." "Worth what?" Diego demanded. "The sacrifice play," Vincent said simply. "Someone needed to get close enough to identify everyone involved in Kingmaker. Not just Blackwood and Chambers, but all of them." Sarah studied him, seeing beyond the injuries to the calculation beneath. "You let them capture you. Made them think you'd switched sides." "And in return, gained access to their central command," Vincent confirmed. "Names. Locations. Future plans." He pulled a flash drive from his pocket. The final piece of the puzzle. Their entire operational network. Robert stepped forward cautiously. "You're saying you've been working against Kingmaker the whole time?" "Not the whole time," Vincent admitted. 4 years, I did their dirty work willingly. Good money, political protection." He glanced at Diego. "But when they ordered me to arrange our father's death, claiming he'd become a liability." Diego went still. "What are you saying?" "Father wasn't killed by the Bravata family," Vincent said quietly. "It was Blackwood's men. I learned the truth 6 months ago." The revelation hung in the air, reshaping decades of family history in an instant. "You should have told me," Diego said, voice thick with suppressed emotion. "Would you have believed me?" Vincent challenged. "Or would you have assumed I was manipulating you, as usual?" Diego had no answer for that. Sarah looked between the brothers, understanding dawning. So everything, the wedding, my prosecution of Vincent, even my father's apparent death, it was all part of Kingmaker's plan? Not everything, Vincent smiled faintly, glancing at her hand where the wedding ring still gleamed. Some things even Blackwood couldn't orchestrate. Reynolds cleared his throat. As fascinating as this family reunion is, we have more immediate concerns. With the evidence released, every federal agency will be in chaos. Some will be hunting us, others hunting Kingmaker operatives. Which is why we need to leave, Vincent agreed. I have a plane waiting. Enough room for everyone. Where? Sarah asked. Better you don't know yet, Vincent replied. Plausible deniability. A commotion outside interrupted them, vehicles approaching, voices shouting commands. Too late, Antonio reported from a window. FBI, looks like. Not all FBI are compromised, Robert reminded them. Some may be responding to the evidence release. We can't take that chance, Vincent decided. Secondary exit, through the loading bay. As they gathered their equipment, preparing to move, Nana Elena approached Sarah privately. My grandsons, she said softly. They are different sides of the same coin. Diego with his honor, Vincent with his cunning. Neither complete without the other. They've been working against each other for years, Sarah pointed out. And yet, when it mattered most, they found their way back to family, Nana replied. As have you. Before Sarah could respond, Diego joined them. We need to move. Now. They hurried through the warehouse toward the loading bay, where another vehicle waited. Outside, searchlights swept the shipyard as agents established a perimeter. We'll be seen the moment we leave the building, Robert warned. Not if they're distracted, Vincent said with grim determination. He turned to one of his men. Initiate Protocol 3. The man nodded and spoke rapidly into a radio. Seconds later, explosions erupted across the shipyard, carefully placed charges creating chaos without casualties. Go. Vincent ordered as agents redirected toward the explosions. They rushed for the waiting vehicle, a black panel truck with reinforced sides. Diego helped Nana in first, then Reynolds with the equipment. As Sarah moved to follow, gunfire erupted from their left. Agent Thompson, somehow freed from his restraints, had seized a weapon. His first shot caught one of Vincent's men in the chest. His second aim was at Diego's back. Sarah reacted without thinking, pushing Diego aside as she raised her own weapon. 2 shots, one from her gun, one from Thompson's. The agent crumpled, a clean shot to the center mass. Sarah felt odd, disconnected, as warm wetness spread across her abdomen. She looked down to see red blossoming on her shirt. Sarah. Diego's voice seemed to come from far away. She tried to respond but found she couldn't form words. The ground rushed up to meet her as darkness closed in from all sides. The last thing she heard was Diego calling her name, desperation in his voice as he cradled her in his arms. Chapter 17. Beeping machines. Antiseptic smell. Hushed voices. Sarah drifted through layers of consciousness, pain ebbing and flowing like the tide. Sometimes Diego's voice reached her through the fog, urgent and tender. Other times, unfamiliar medical terms floated past. Blood pressure stabilizing. Lucky the bullet missed major arteries. Need to move her soon. Time became meaningless, minutes or days, she couldn't tell. Until finally, awareness returned with jarring clarity. Sarah opened her eyes to a dimly lit room that was definitely not a hospital. Medical equipment surrounded her, but the space looked more like a luxury apartment. Large windows revealed a view of mountains and forest. Welcome back, Diego said softly from beside her. He looked terrible, unshaven, exhausted, with dark circles beneath his eyes. But his smile was radiant with relief. Where? Her voice came out raspy from disuse. Switzerland, Diego supplied, offering her water through a straw. One of Vincent's properties. Secure and private. Sarah sipped gratefully, memories returning in fragments. The warehouse. Agent Thompson. The gunshot. How long? She managed. 4 days, Diego answered, gently brushing hair from her forehead.
You lost a lot of blood. The bullet went through clean, but you developed an infection. We weren't sure. He didn't finish, but the fear in his eyes told her how close it had been. The evidence? She asked. Diego's smile returned. Everywhere. Every major news outlet. Social media. It's all anyone's talking about. Chambers. Under investigation. Along with half the Justice Department and a third of Congress. Your father's been monitoring everything. Sarah tried to sit up, wincing as pain lanced through her abdomen. Diego helped her adjust, arranging pillows behind her back. Easy, he cautioned. Doctor says you need at least another week of bed rest. Since when do I listen to doctors? Sarah quipped weakly. Diego laughed, the sound warm with genuine happiness. That's my wife. The door opened, admitting Vincent, who looked considerably better than when Sarah had last seen him. His arm was in a sling, but his wounds had been treated and his clothing restored to its usual impeccable standard. The patient awakens, he observed. Good. We have decisions to make. She just regained consciousness, Diego protested. Give her time. Time is luxury we don't have, Vincent countered, though his tone lacked its usual edge. Things are moving quickly back home. Sarah gestured for him to continue. Despite her condition, she needed information. Vincent pulled up a chair. The Kingmaker expose has created a power vacuum in Washington. Various factions are scrambling to distance themselves or seize control. Meanwhile, our family's enterprises remain vulnerable without clear leadership. You mean your criminal enterprises, Sarah corrected. Vincent smiled thinly. Among others. The legitimate businesses need direction too. He glanced at Diego. Your domain, little brother. Diego's hand found Sarah's, squeezing gently. I've been a bit preoccupied. Understandably, Vincent acknowledged. But decisions can't wait. The family council is divided, some loyal to me, others to you. Without unified leadership. Civil war, Diego concluded grimly. Sarah looked between them. I thought you two were working together now. Temporarily aligned against a common enemy, Vincent clarified. Family dynamics remain complicated. A knock at the door interrupted them. Robert entered, carrying a tablet. Sarah, he said warmly, moving to her bedside. Thank God. She accepted his awkward hug, still reconciling this living, breathing father with the memory she'd carried for 12 years. I was just updating them on the situation, Vincent told Robert. Which remains fluid, Robert added, showing them the tablet. News headlines scrolled past, arrested officials, exposed operations, political chaos. The FBI has officially cleared you, Sarah, he continued. Your role in exposing Kingmaker has been recognized. They're even making noises about commendations. Hard to arrest a national hero, Vincent observed dryly. What about Diego? Sarah asked. And Vincent? Robert and Vincent exchanged glances. More complicated, Robert admitted. Diego's legitimate businesses provide some protection, and his minimal involvement in Vincent's operations helps. But Vincent is still a wanted man, Vincent completed matter-of-factly. Though with considerably more leverage than before. Meaning? Sarah prompted. Meaning I have enough dirt on surviving officials to negotiate certain accommodations, Vincent explained. Immunity might be a stretch, but arrangements can be made. Diego looked troubled. At what cost? Information, primarily, Vincent replied. Names of foreign agents, details of international operations. Things I was planning to disconnect from anyway. Sarah studied him skeptically. You'd walk away from everything you've built? Evolution, not abandonment, Vincent corrected. The old methods are becoming obsolete. Diego understood that before I did. The admission, as close to an apology as Vincent would likely ever offer, seemed to catch Diego by surprise. You could come home, Diego said cautiously. Help me transition the family completely into legitimate enterprises. Vincent's expression was unreadable. Perhaps. After certain matters are settled. Sarah sensed there was more he wasn't saying. And in the meantime?
In the meantime, Vincent stood, straightening his jacket, I propose a temporary arrangement. Diego handles North American operations, all of them. I focus on our European interests. Nana Elena mediates any disputes. Splitting the empire, Diego translated. Strategically distributing resources, Vincent countered. With regular council meetings to ensure alignment. It was a significant concession from Vincent, acknowledging Diego as an equal partner rather than a subordinate. Sarah caught the subtle shift in Diego's posture, pride warring with suspicion. And where does Sarah fit in this arrangement? Robert asked, giving voice to the question hanging unspoken. All eyes turned to her. Sarah realized she was at a crossroads, her old life as a prosecutor effectively over, her future unwritten. That depends, she said carefully, on whether I'm being viewed as a Castillo or merely the woman who married one. You saved my life, Diego reminded her. By the family's oldest traditions, that makes you blood regardless of marriage. Vincent nodded agreement. Your legal expertise would be valuable to our transition. The offer was clear. A place in the family business, using her skills to help guide the Castillos toward legitimacy. It was so far from the future she'd once imagined that Sarah almost laughed. Instead, she simply asked, and if I wanted out? Completely. Diego's hand tightened around hers, but his voice remained steady. Then I would respect your decision. Their eyes met, and Sarah read the unasked question there. Was he part of what she wanted to leave behind? I need time, she said finally. To heal. To think. Of course, Vincent agreed, moving toward the door. But not too much time. The world waits for no one, sister-in-law. After he left, Robert excused himself as well, leaving Sarah alone with Diego. Did you mean it? She asked quietly. About respecting my decision? Diego's expression was solemn. Marriage vows taken in Vegas may be questionable, but mine to you aren't. Whatever you choose, Sarah, I'm with you. The simple declaration, free of manipulation or condition, touched something deep within her. And what do you want? She asked. Diego's answer came without hesitation. You. Safe. Happy. He smiled slightly. The family business is negotiable. Sarah reached for his hand, drawing him closer. I'm beginning to think the only business that matters is the one between us. As Diego's lips met hers, gentle and full of promise, Sarah knew that whatever path she chose, she wouldn't be walking it alone. Chapter 18. Recovery came slowly. 2 weeks in Switzerland stretched into 3 as Sarah regained her strength. Diego rarely left her side, handling family business via secure calls and encrypted messages. The mountain chalet became a sanctuary of sorts, removed from the chaos still unfolding in America. Each day brought new revelations about Kingmaker's reach, new arrests, new power realignments. Sarah sat on the terrace, breathing in crisp alpine air as she scrolled through news updates. The Kingmaker scandal had mushroomed beyond anyone's expectations, exposing corruption that spanned decades. Good morning, a female voice greeted. Sarah looked up to find a striking woman approaching. Tall, elegantly dressed, with dark hair and familiar eyes. Lucia, Sarah acknowledged, recognizing Diego's cousin from family photos. Diego asked me to bring these. Lucia handed her a folder of documents. Legal papers he thought you'd want to review. Thank you, Sarah accepted the folder, noting Lucia's careful assessment. So you're the prosecutor who stole my cousin's heart, Lucia remarked, settling into a nearby chair without invitation. The family is quite divided on whether to welcome you or fear you. And you? Sarah asked directly. Lucia smiled. I'm reserving judgment. Diego deserves happiness, after everything. Whether you're the one to provide it. She shrugged expressively. Before Sarah could respond, her phone chimed with an incoming message. An unfamiliar number, but the content made her blood run cold. Asterisk, your husband wasn't in Vegas by accident. Ask him about Mia Velasquez and the photos taken 3 days before your chance meeting. Asterisk. Attached was an image. Diego with a beautiful woman, caught in what appeared to be an intimate embrace. The timestamp showed a date just before Sarah's trip to Vegas.
Bad news?
Lucia asked, noting Sarah's expression.
Just work, Sarah lied, tucking the phone away. Government requests for testimony are piling up.
Lucia studied her skeptically but didn't press.
Diego will be back this evening.
He's meeting with Swiss bankers about restructuring some investments. After Lucia left, Sarah opened the message again, examining the photo more carefully. The woman was stunning. Model beautiful with perfect features. The setting appeared to be a restaurant, Diego's hand resting possessively on her lower back.
Doubt crept in like poison.
Had their Vegas meeting been orchestrated after all?
Part of some elaborate plan Diego had never admitted to?
Sarah spent the day distracted, the photo haunting her thoughts. By evening, when Diego returned, her emotions had crystallized into a hard knot of suspicion. "You look troubled," Diego observed, kissing her cheek in greeting. "I got an interesting message today," Sarah replied, showing him her phone.
Diego froze, staring at the image.
"Where did you get this?"
"Anonymous sender." Sarah watched his reaction carefully.
"Who is she, Diego?" He set down his briefcase slowly.
"Mia Velasquez. My ex-fiancée."
"Fiancée?" The word felt like a slap. "You never mentioned being engaged." "It ended badly, months before I met you," Diego explained. "She wasn't happy about my decision to break things off."
"This photo is dated 3 days before Vegas," Sarah pointed out.
"She doesn't look like someone in a bad breakup." Diego examined the image more closely. "This is doctored. We weren't together then. Someone's manipulating you." "Like you manipulated me?" Sarah challenged. "Was Vegas planned, Diego? Was I targeted because of my case against Vincent?" "No." Diego's denial was immediate and vehement. "Sarah, you have to believe me. Our meeting was chance. The marriage was unexpected for both of us." "Then explain the photo." Diego sighed heavily. "Mia refused to accept our breakup. She kept showing up places, trying to convince me to reconcile. That photo is from months earlier, when we were still together." "Convenient explanation," Sarah said coldly. "It's the truth," Diego insisted. "Whoever sent this is trying to drive us apart."
"Who would do that?"
"Kingmaker remnants. Rivals in the family. Mia herself." Diego ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "We've made plenty of enemies." Sarah wanted to believe him. Part of her did. But doubt had taken root, feeding on her deepest insecurities. If their meeting had been orchestrated, what else had been lies? "I need some air," she said abruptly, rising from her chair. Diego reached for her arm. "Sarah, please. Let me explain." "I think you've explained enough," she cut him off. "I need to think." Outside, the mountain evening was turning cold, but Sarah barely noticed as she walked the property's perimeter. Her mind raced with conflicting thoughts, reassessing everything through the lens of new suspicion. Had it all been calculated? Diego's charm in Vegas, his protection afterward, even their growing closeness. Was it all strategy to control Vincent's prosecutor? "You shouldn't be out here alone," Robert's voice interrupted her spiraling thoughts. Sarah turned to find her father approaching, concern etched on his features. "Diego told you," she guessed. "He's worried," Robert confirmed. "And confused." "That makes 2 of us," Sarah said bitterly. Robert studied her. "May I see the photo?" Sarah showed him, watching as he examined it with professional scrutiny. "Definitely manipulated," he concluded. "Look at the lighting inconsistencies around Diego's head. And this restaurant, it closed last year. The date stamp is fabricated." "You're sure?" Sarah asked, hope warring with lingering doubt. "I spent decades analyzing intelligence," Robert reminded her. "This is amateur work. Good enough to cause emotional reaction, not good enough to withstand scrutiny." Relief washed through Sarah, followed quickly by shame. She'd been so quick to distrust Diego, to believe the worst despite everything they'd been through. Who would send this? She wondered. Someone who benefits from dividing you and Diego, Robert said simply. Someone who sees your relationship as a threat. A thought occurred to Sarah. Lucia brought me documents today. She had access to my phone. Vincent's loyalist, Robert nodded thoughtfully. Interesting timing. But why? Sarah pressed. The brothers seem to be cooperating now. Surface cooperation, Robert corrected. Vincent yielded significant power to Diego. Some in his faction may see you as the reason, strengthening Diego's position through your legal expertise and moral influence. The explanation made sense, but something still bothered Sarah. I've been so stupid, she murmured. So ready to believe the worst. Trust doesn't come easily to people like us, Robert said gently. We've both been betrayed by those we loved. I need to talk to Diego, Sarah decided. Back at the chalet, she found Diego in their suite, staring out the window at the darkened mountains. I'm sorry, she said simply. He turned, relief evident in his expression. Your father showed you the evidence of tampering. Yes, but that's not why I'm apologizing, Sarah approached him slowly. I should have trusted you. After everything we've been through, I should have given you the benefit of doubt. Diego closed the distance between them, taking her hands in his. I understand why you didn't. Our beginning wasn't exactly built on trust. But everything since then has been, Sarah insisted. You've proven yourself repeatedly. As have you, Diego said softly. We've both had to overcome our preconceptions. Sarah leaned into him, resting her head against his chest. I think someone in Vincent's camp is trying to separate us. I know, Diego's voice rumbled against her ear. Lucia has already been sent back to New York. Sarah looked up in surprise. That was quick. Castillo justice usually is, Diego replied with a hint of grimness. But the larger question remains, is it safe for us to return to America? The question hung between them, weighted with implications for their future. Together or not at all, Sarah said finally. That's my only condition. Diego's smile was like sunrise after the longest night. Together it is, then. Chapter 19. New York looked different to Sarah as their private jet began its descent, familiar yet foreign, like returning to a childhood home as an adult. For months had passed since Vegas, since the night that had changed everything. Diego squeezed her hand as the wheels touched down. Ready. As I'll ever be, Sarah replied with a small smile. The media frenzy surrounding Kingmaker had mostly subsided, replaced by the methodical grind of prosecutions and congressional hearings. Sarah's role in exposing the conspiracy had made her something of a reluctant hero in legal circles, though her marriage to Diego Castillo remained controversial. Antonio waited beside a bulletproof SUV as they deplaned. Welcome home, he greeted. Nana is eager to see you both. The Castillo estate had transformed during their absence. Additional security measures were visible everywhere. More guards, enhanced technology, even the landscaping redesigned for better sightlines. Vincent's upgrades, Diego explained, noting Sarah's observations. He's become somewhat security conscious. Inside, Nana Elena waited in the solarium, elegant as ever despite her advanced years. Her face brightened at the sight of them. My children, she embraced them each in turn. Finally home where you belong. The doctors cleared Sarah completely, Diego reported, helping his wife into a comfortable chair. No lasting damage. God protects those who protect family, Nana declared, patting Sarah's hand. And you, my dear, have earned your place among us. The simple acceptance warmed Sarah deeply. Thank you, Nana. Vincent arrives tomorrow, the elderly woman continued. The first full family council in months. Much to discuss. Diego nodded, his expression turning serious. The restructuring is complex. Not everyone supports our new direction. Change never comes without resistance, Nana said philosophically. But the family will adapt. It always does. That evening, as Sarah unpacked in their suite, she found herself lingering over the contents of her suitcase, a strange mixture of her former life and new reality. designer clothing purchased in Switzerland beside the practical suits of her prosecutor days. Her law credentials alongside documents bearing her new name, Sarah Castillo.
Second thoughts?
Diego asked from the doorway, watching her.
Just processing, Sarah admitted. Sometimes it feels like I'm living someone else's life.
Diego approached, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Your father called. He's settled into the Connecticut house. Says it's strange being officially alive again. Sarah leaned back against him, finding comfort in his solid presence. At least his name has been cleared. The FBI even offered him his old job back, which he wisely declined, Diego noted with amusement. Said he's had enough of undercover work for one lifetime. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching night fall over the estate grounds through their window. Tomorrow would bring challenges: Vincent's return, the family council, decisions about their future. But tonight was theirs alone.
Are you sure about this?
Diego asked quietly. Standing with me before the family? There's still time to establish your independence, build a separate life while maintaining our marriage.
Sarah turned in his arms to face him. Is that what you want?
I want you safe, Diego replied honestly. The family business, even legitimate portions, comes with risks. I've faced worse, Sarah reminded him. Besides, your family needs legal guidance through this transition. Who better to provide it than someone with intimate knowledge of both sides of the law?
Diego smiled at her determination. You might be more Castillo than any of us.
Morning brought renewed tension to the estate. Vincent's arrival was preceded by his security team conducting thorough sweeps of the property. When he finally appeared, he looked different somehow, harder, more isolated, the brief alignment with Diego seemingly replaced by renewed wariness. The family council gathered in the formal dining room, transformed into a boardroom for the occasion. Sarah sat at Diego's right hand, aware of the evaluating gazes from family members who hadn't seen her since before the shooting. Vincent took his place at the opposite end of the table, not quite Diego's equal but clearly positioning himself as counterbalance.
Welcome home, brother, Diego began formally. We have much to discuss.
Indeed, Vincent agreed, his expression unreadable.
Beginning with the FBI's renewed interest in our operations.
The meeting proceeded with detailed reports on various family businesses, the restructuring efforts, legal challenges, and financial implications. Sarah noted how seamlessly Diego commanded the room, his business acumen earning respect even from Vincent's supporters. When legal matters arose, Sarah provided concise analysis, never overstepping but establishing her value to the family. By midday, even the most skeptical council members were directing questions her way. The transition to full legitimacy will take approximately 18 months, she concluded after reviewing their timeline.
Assuming no unexpected interventions.
Such as Vincent's outstanding federal charges?
Antonio asked pointedly. The room tensed.
Vincent's legal vulnerability remained a sword hanging over the entire family. My situation is being addressed, Vincent said coolly.
Through appropriate channels.
Meaning? Diego pressed. Vincent's smile didn't reach his eyes. Meaning I have a meeting with the Justice Department next week.
Terms are being negotiated.
Without family counsel? Sarah asked, concerned. This requires specialized negotiation, Vincent replied vaguely. Diego leaned forward.
Vincent, whatever you're planning
is necessary, Vincent cut him off.
For all our futures.
The meeting adjourned shortly after, with tension lingering in the air. As family members dispersed, Vincent approached Sarah privately.
A word, sister-in-law?
Diego, engaged with Antonio nearby, nodded his approval. Sarah followed Vincent onto the terrace, where they could speak without being overheard. You've recovered well, Vincent observed.
Physically and politically.
Thank you for the security while we were in Switzerland, Sarah replied.
Diego told me you arranged it personally.
Vincent waved away her gratitude. Family protects family. Even family members who once tried to put me in prison. Despite his light tone, Sarah sensed something serious beneath the surface.
What's really happening with the Justice Department, Vincent? His expression shifted, revealing a glimpse of something she'd never seen in him before: resignation. An exchange, he said simply. My freedom for certain considerations. What kind of considerations? Sarah pressed. Vincent gazed out over the estate grounds. I've built a life of power and control, Sarah. Done things I don't regret but that the law takes issue with. To protect this family's future, Diego's vision of legitimacy, sacrifices must be made. Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. You're turning yourself in. With conditions, Vincent qualified. Immunity for the family. Protection for our legitimate enterprises. And certain personal assurances. Does Diego know? Not yet, Vincent admitted. He would try to stop me. Find another way. But there isn't one. Sarah studied the man before her, complex, calculating, capable of both betrayal and profound loyalty. Why tell me? Because Diego will need you when it happens, Vincent replied simply. More than ever. As Sarah absorbed the implications of his plan, she realized that Vincent Castillo, in his own twisted way, was making the ultimate sacrifice for his family's future. And she would be left to help Diego pick up the pieces. Chapter 20. Sarah kept Vincent's confidence for 3 days, wrestling with conflicting loyalties. Her marriage demanded honesty with Diego, but Vincent's plan, though extreme, would secure the family's future. The prosecutor in her recognized its legal elegance, even as the wife in her dreaded the impact on her husband. She found Diego in his study late at night, reviewing contracts by lamplight. His face, serious in concentration, softened at her approach. Working late? She asked, closing the door behind her. Restructuring the shipping division, Diego explained, setting the papers aside. Vincent's always handled that sector, but with his legal situation uncertain. That's what I need to talk to you about, Sarah said, taking the chair opposite his desk. Vincent's meeting with the Justice Department. Diego raised an eyebrow. Did he share details with you? Yes, Sarah admitted. He's negotiating a plea deal. We assumed as much, Diego nodded. His lawyers will ensure minimal. No lawyers, Sarah interrupted gently. No minimizing. He's offering himself in exchange for family immunity. Diego went still, processing her words. That's impossible. Vincent would never sacrifice himself. Not willingly. He's changed, Sarah suggested. The Kingmaker revelations, nearly losing Nana, watching you almost die for the family, it's affected him. Or it's another manipulation, Diego countered, standing abruptly. Another chess move with all of us as pawns. I don't think so, Sarah said quietly. Not this time. Diego paced the room, agitation evident in every movement. When? His meeting is tomorrow. Federal Building, 2 p.m. Decision crystallized in Diego's expression. I need to speak with him. Tonight. He expected that, Sarah replied, producing an envelope from her pocket. He left this for you in case I told you. Diego took the envelope, breaking the seal to read the letter inside. His face went through a series of emotions: disbelief, anger, grief, and finally, a reluctant understanding. He's really doing this, Diego said hollowly. Sarah moved to him, placing a hand on his arm. It's his choice, Diego. Maybe the first truly selfless one he's ever made. Diego looked down at the letter again. He asks for one thing. A final family dinner, tonight. All of us together. Then we should honor that, Sarah said softly. The atmosphere at dinner was surreal. Everyone present, from Nana Elena to distant cousins, sensing something momentous but unaware of specifics. Vincent presided with unusual warmth, telling family stories, raising toasts, behaving like a man savoring his last taste of freedom. After dessert, he stood with uncharacteristic solemnity. Family has always been our strength, he began. Through generations, through challenges, through blood feuds and federal indictments. Quiet laughter rippled around the table. Tomorrow marks a new chapter for the Castillo family, Vincent continued. A transition of leadership, fully and completely,
to my brother Diego." Surprised murmurs spread through the room. Even those who had witnessed the gradual shift hadn't expected such a definitive announcement. "The future belongs to legitimacy," Vincent declared. "To stability and legacy beyond the old ways." Diego understood this before any of us. He raised his glass. "To the new Don Castillo." The toast was honored with varying degrees of enthusiasm, confusion evident on many faces. Only Nana Elena seemed unsurprised, her eyes wet but accepting. As the gathering dispersed, Diego and Vincent withdrew to their father's old study. Sarah followed at Diego's request, witness to a conversation decades in the making. "You don't have to do this," Diego said without preamble. Vincent poured 3 glasses of their father's prized scotch. "I do. For reasons beyond even family loyalty." "Explain," Diego demanded. Vincent handed them each a glass. Kingmaker was dismantled, but not destroyed. Certain elements remain, waiting, watching. "My contacts indicate they're especially interested in you, little brother. And your wife." Sarah tensed. "Why?" "Because you exposed them," Vincent replied simply. "Because Diego represents a legitimate future they can't control. And because together, you're dangerously effective." "So your surrender is what? A distraction?" Diego asked skeptically. "Partly," Vincent acknowledged. "But also a calculated sacrifice. My plea deal includes witness protection, new identity, new location, complete disappearance." Understanding dawned on Sarah. "You're removing yourself as a target to protect the family. And in exchange, gaining enough leverage to ensure the remaining Kingmaker operatives leave you all alone," Vincent confirmed. "They get their pound of flesh, the notorious Vincent Castillo, while the real power transitions quietly to Diego." "There must be another way," Diego insisted. Vincent smiled sadly. "I've examined every angle, brother. This is the cleanest solution." He raised his glass. "Besides, perhaps it's time I paid for my sins." They drank in silence, the weight of tomorrow's consequences settling around them. Later, alone in their suite, Sarah held Diego as grief finally overcame him. For all their differences, all their conflicts, the Castillo brothers shared a bond forged in blood and legacy. "I've spent years opposing him," Diego said hoarsely. "Fighting his methods, his vision for the family. Now he's sacrificing everything for mine." "He loves you," Sarah said simply. "In his own complicated way." Dawn brought a somber mood to the estate. Vincent appeared at breakfast dressed impeccably in a suit that might have been appropriate for a board meeting or a surrender to federal authorities. "I'll drive myself," he announced as family members gathered to say their goodbyes, most still unaware of the true nature of his meeting. Nana Elena approached him last, reaching up to cup his face in her weathered hands. "My firstborn," she said in Italian. "Always protecting the family, even from yourself." Vincent bent to kiss her cheeks. "Watch over them, Nana. Especially Diego, he'll need your wisdom." "And you will need God's mercy," she replied, making the sign of the cross on his forehead. "Which he gives freely to those who truly repent." Standing at the estate's entrance, Sarah and Diego watched Vincent slide into his Bentley, Antonio at the wheel despite Vincent's earlier insistence. "Antonio won't leave his side," Diego explained quietly. "Not until the very end." As the car disappeared down the long driveway, Sarah felt Diego take her hand, his grip tight with emotion. "It's just us now," he said, voice steady despite his grief. "The future of the family. The legacy." Sarah looked up at the man who had become her partner in every sense, the accidental husband now bound to her by choice rather than circumstance. "Together," she promised. Behind them, Nana Elena watched with knowing eyes as the new leaders of the Castillo family turned toward the house, toward responsibilities that would shape generations to come. Vincent's sacrifice would not be in vain. Chapter 21. 1 month after Vincent's surrender, the headlines had faded, replaced by political scandals and celebrity gossip. Within the Castillo organization, however, his absence remained a palpable void. Sarah found Diego in Vincent's former office, surrounded by files and digital records, methodically reorganizing the family's enterprises. You missed lunch, she said, setting a sandwich beside him. Diego looked up, fatigue evident in the shadows beneath his eyes.
I lost track of time.
You've been losing track a lot lately, Sarah observed, perching on the edge of the desk.
Nana is worried.
There's so much to untangle, Diego gestured at the paperwork. Vincent's operations were more complex than I realized.
Some of these connections go back decades.
Sarah picked up a folder, scanning its contents with her prosecutor's eye. This shipping company in Naples. It's a money laundering front, isn't it?
Was, Diego corrected.
I've already sold our interest. The legitimate businesses are being restructured, the others dismantled.
How's the family taking it?
Diego sighed. Mixed reactions. The younger generation sees the value in legitimacy. Some of the old guard are resistant, but Vincent's last orders before surrendering were clear.
They won't openly defy them. And Antonio?
Still loyal, Diego assured her. He visits Vincent weekly, as much as the feds allow. Vincent's plea deal had been remarkably lenient. 5 years in a minimum security facility, followed by witness protection. In exchange, he provided evidence against remaining Kingmaker operatives and several international criminal organizations. The Castillo family's legitimate businesses remained untouched, protected by immunity agreements Sarah had helped negotiate. I received our invitation to Judge Reynolds' retirement party, Sarah mentioned, changing the subject.
Next month in Washington.
Diego nodded absently, returning to his paperwork. Diego, Sarah said firmly, waiting until he looked up.
You need a break. Just one evening. We both do.
He studied her face, seeing the concern there.
You're right. I've been obsessive.
Understandably so, Sarah acknowledged.
But you don't have to carry this alone.
Diego reached for her hand, drawing her closer. Have I told you lately how grateful I am that you stayed? That you chose this life with me? Once or twice, Sarah smiled. Though I wouldn't mind hearing it again. Their moment was interrupted by a knock. Nana Elena entered, looking pleased with herself. I've been speaking with the family council, she announced. They've unanimously approved your proposal for the charitable foundation. Diego straightened, genuinely surprised.
All of them? Even cousin Marco?
Even Marco, Nana confirmed with satisfaction. Sarah's presentation last week was quite persuasive. The Castillo Foundation had been Sarah's idea, a legitimate vehicle to use family resources for community development, education, and legal aid. It represented everything the new Castillo organization stood for: transparency, community engagement, and positive legacy. We'll announce it at the gala next week, Nana continued. The governor has confirmed his attendance. Several state senators as well. Diego looked impressed. You've been busy, Nana. Someone must maintain our social connections while you two work on restructuring, she replied with a wink. Now come to dinner. Both of you. No excuses. After she left, Diego turned to Sarah with newfound energy. You didn't tell me the council was voting on the foundation. I wanted it to be a surprise, Sarah admitted. Something positive amid all the challenges. Diego pulled her into his arms, his gratitude evident in the gentle kiss he placed on her forehead. What would I do without you? Luckily, you'll never have to find out, Sarah replied. Later that night, as they prepared for bed, Sarah watched Diego's reflection in the mirror as he removed his watch and cufflinks. Small rituals that had become familiar, even comforting, in their shared life. I visited my father today, she said casually. At the Connecticut house. Diego nodded, encouraging her to continue. He's been consulting with the FBI on some of the remaining Kingmaker cases, Sarah explained. He mentioned that Senator Chambers has agreed to testify against his former handlers in exchange for leniency. Smart move, Diego acknowledged. Though I doubt he'll avoid prison entirely. No, but it's another thread being tied off, Sarah set down her hairbrush. There's something else. I saw a doctor this morning. Diego went still, instantly alert. Your injury? Is something wrong? Sarah turned to face him, a mixture of nervousness and joy in her expression.
Nothing's wrong. Actually, everything's right. I'm pregnant.
The news hung between them for a heartbeat, then Diego crossed the room in 2 quick strides, gathering her into his arms with a gentleness that belied his strength. "Are you sure?" he whispered against her hair.
Sarah nodded. "About 8 weeks.
"The doctor says everything looks perfect." Diego pulled back slightly, wonder and concern battling across his features. "After everything you've been through, the shooting, the stress, are you okay?
Is it safe?"
"Completely," Sarah assured him. "I've been cleared for normal activities." "Well, mostly normal." She smiled mischievously. "Some activities the doctor specifically encouraged." Diego laughed, the sound lighter than she'd heard in weeks.
"A Castillo heir," he marveled. "Nana will be ecstatic."
"We should wait to tell the family," Sarah cautioned.
"Just for a few more weeks."
"Of course," Diego agreed, placing a reverent hand over her still flat stomach.
"Our secret for now."
As they stood together in the quiet of their bedroom, the future suddenly seemed brighter, less burdened by the past. The child they had created would know a different Castillo legacy, one built on legitimacy, purpose, and love.
"What are you thinking?"
Sarah asked, seeing Diego's expression turn thoughtful. "That life has a strange way of giving us exactly what we need," he replied.
"Even when it comes disguised as a disaster."
"Like a drunken Vegas wedding?"
Sarah teased.
Diego smiled, pulling her closer.
"Best mistake I ever made."
Outside their window, the Castillo estate sprawled peaceful and secure. Inside, a new chapter was beginning, not just for the family business, but for their family itself. Somewhere in federal custody, Vincent Castillo might have smiled at the symmetry of it all. The future he had sacrificed everything to protect was taking shape, one day at a time. Chapter 22. 6 months passed with surprising speed. Sarah's pregnancy progressed smoothly, her body changing as winter turned to spring. The Castillo Foundation launched to positive press coverage, its first initiatives focusing on legal support for low-income families and scholarship programs. Diego's transformation of the family business continued methodically, divesting from questionable enterprises, strengthening legitimate ones, rebuilding the Castillo name as a symbol of business acumen rather than criminal power. The Miami hotel acquisition closed this morning, Diego announced as he joined Sarah on their bedroom terrace, where she was enjoying the early summer sunshine. "That's the 5th property this quarter," Sarah noted, marking the location on her tablet map. "The hospitality division is becoming our largest legitimate asset." "Clean, profitable, and excellent for networking," Diego agreed, settling beside her.
"How are you feeling today?"
Sarah rested a hand on her now prominent belly. "Your son has been practicing kickboxing since dawn."
"My son?"
Diego grinned.
"Only when he's active.
When he's calm, he's your son." Their domestic peace was interrupted by Antonio's arrival, his expression serious despite his attempt at a polite greeting. "I apologize for disturbing you," he said, "but we've received information you need to see immediately." Diego straightened, business mode engaging instantly.
"What's happened?"
"2 things," Antonio replied. "First, Senator Chambers was found dead in his cell this morning."
"Apparent suicide."
Sarah exchanged a concerned glance with Diego. "That's convenient timing. His testimony was scheduled for next week." "Exactly," Antonio agreed grimly. "And second, our sources in federal law enforcement report unusual activity around Vincent's arrangement. His scheduled transfer to the witness security facility has been delayed without explanation." Diego stood, tension evident in his posture.
"Someone's making a move against the remaining Kingmaker witnesses."
"Vincent would be a prime target," Sarah said, struggling to rise from her chair. Diego immediately offered his hand for support. "He knows more than anyone about the organization's international connections."
Antonio nodded.
"I've already increased security here and at all family properties. Your father has been notified as well, Sarah." "We need to contact Vincent's federal handlers," Diego decided. "Pressure them to accelerate his protection."
"Already attempted," Antonio reported. They're stonewalling, claiming procedural reviews are causing the delay. Sarah's prosecutorial instincts flared. That's bureaucratic speak for interference from above. Someone with authority is blocking Vincent's transfer. Diego paced the terrace, mind working rapidly. Options limited, Antonio admitted. Vincent's facility is maximum security, even with our connections. We don't need to break him out, Sarah interjected. We just need to ensure his safety until the transfer resumes. Both men looked at her, awaiting elaboration. Private security contractors, she explained. Not for Vincent directly, but for the facility perimeter. Legally hired, properly registered, positioned to monitor for external threats. Possible, Antonio agreed thoughtfully. We have relationships with several reputable firms. Do it, Diego ordered. Full coverage, best personnel available. And Antonio, activate Protocol 7. Antonio's expression revealed surprise before he carefully neutralized it. You're certain? Yes, Diego confirmed. Immediately. After Antonio departed, Sarah turned to Diego questioningly. Protocol 7? Diego hesitated, weighing his words. A contingency Vincent established years ago. Emergency communications channel, completely secure, outside normal monitored methods. You've been in contact with Vincent all along, Sarah realized, not entirely surprised. Sparingly, Diego admitted. For critical family matters only. Vincent insisted on maintaining the connection despite the risks. Sarah processed this revelation. Does the FBI know? No, Diego replied simply. And they can't know. Vincent's deal depends on his complete compliance with communications restrictions. Yet you've been breaking those restrictions for months, Sarah observed without judgment. Diego met her gaze directly. Family comes before federal regulations. Always. Sarah smiled slightly, recognizing the Castillo principle at work. What will you tell him? To be alert. That we're providing external security. And Diego paused, his expression softening, that he's going to be an uncle. Later that evening, as security teams mobilized and Protocol 7 activated, Sarah found Nana Elena in the family chapel, lighting candles before an ancient icon of the Madonna. May I join you? Sarah asked from the doorway. Nana gestured to the space beside her. Always room for prayer, especially from mothers. Sarah lowered herself carefully onto the padded kneeler. I'm not very good at this, she admitted. Prayer isn't about being good, Nana replied gently. It's about being honest. She studied Sarah's face. You're worried about Vincent? Yes, Sarah acknowledged. And about Diego. This situation with Vincent is bringing back his protective instincts. He'll take risks if he believes Vincent is in danger. Nana nodded thoughtfully. My grandsons, always circling each other, sometimes as enemies, sometimes as guardians. Since they were boys, it has been this way. What happened between them? Sarah asked. Diego never fully explains. Nana's gaze turned distant, revisiting memories. Their father wanted different things for each son. Vincent to be strong, ruthless, a true successor to power. Diego to be educated, refined, the family's bridge to respectability. Neither boy was allowed to be fully himself. And after their father died? Vincent tried to become what his father wanted, and forced Diego to become his opposite. Nana sighed. Two sides of the same coin, each incomplete without the other. Sarah considered this insight. Yet now they're separated. Vincent imprisoned, Diego leading the family alone. Not alone, Nana corrected, patting Sarah's hand. He has you. And soon, a child. New generations heal old wounds. Their conversation was interrupted by Antonio's appearance at the chapel entrance. Excuse me, he said with formal restraint. Diego requests your presence in his study, Sarah. We've received a response. In the study, Diego stood before a specially modified computer terminal, its screen displaying an encrypted message. Vincent.
Sarah asked, closing the door behind her. Diego nodded tensely. He confirms our suspicions. 2 attempts have already been made, food poisoning and a new cellmate who attacked him during the night. Both thwarted. He's certain it's Kingmaker remnants? Yes, Diego replied. He recognized one of the prison guards from his old operations. Former military, recruited by Blackwood years ago. Sarah processed this information. If they've infiltrated the prison staff, our external security won't be enough. Vincent knows that, Diego agreed grimly. He's requesting extraction. The implications hung heavy between them. Breaking Vincent out of federal custody would destroy everything they'd built, the legitimate businesses, the foundation, their carefully reconstructed public image. It would make fugitives of them all. There must be another way, Sarah insisted. What about Judge Reynolds? He still has Justice Department connections. Already contacted, Diego confirmed. He's making inquiries, but discreetly. If Kingmaker's remaining operatives have indeed infiltrated federal corrections, then no one can be trusted, Sarah finished. She placed protective hands over her belly, suddenly aware of how vulnerable their growing family was. What are you going to do? Diego's expression hardened with resolve. Whatever it takes to protect my family. All of my family. As night fell over the Castillo estate, preparations quietly began. Security teams repositioned, communications secured, contingency plans activated. Sarah watched from the study window as vehicles arrived and departed, carrying trusted operatives on missions she could only guess at. The prosecutor in her recognized the legal catastrophe unfolding. The wife and mother in her understood the necessity. Be careful, she whispered to Diego as he prepared to leave for an urgent meeting with his most trusted captains. Remember, you have more than Vincent depending on you now. Diego kissed her gently, one hand resting on their unborn child. I promise to come back to you. Both of you. As his car disappeared down the driveway, Sarah realized that despite all their progress toward legitimacy, some situations still required the old Castillo methods. The delicate balance between their past and future would always require vigilance. And sometimes, sacrifice. Chapter 23. Rain pounded against the study windows as Sarah waited, tension coiling tighter with each passing hour. Diego had been gone for 18 hours now, his last message cryptically brief, contingency implemented. Stay secure. Robert Walsh paced the room, his former FBI training evident in how he periodically checked windows and monitored security feeds. They should have made contact by now, he muttered, checking his watch again. Diego knows what he's doing, Sarah replied with more confidence than she felt. Her back ached from sitting too long, the baby restless within her. The secure phone on Diego's desk chimed, a sound so unexpected that both Sarah and Robert froze momentarily before lunging for it. Sarah reached it first. Yes. Package secured, came Antonio's voice, deliberately vague. En route to secondary location. 1 hour. Relief washed through her. Condition. Stable, Antonio replied. Minor complications, nothing critical. Primary returning separately. Diego was coming home. Vincent was safe. The extraction, whatever form it had taken, had succeeded. After ending the call, Sarah turned to her father. They did it. Robert nodded grimly. Now comes the fallout. As if summoned by his words, the main security system chimed with an alert. A federal vehicle was approaching the main gate. Right on schedule, Robert commented dryly. I'll handle this. You should rest. Sarah shook her head firmly. I'm the legal mind in this family now. I need to be present. They moved to the front parlor, where Nana Elena was already arranging tea with the calm precision of someone who had weathered similar storms before. Let them see family, she instructed Sarah, guiding her to a comfortable chair. Nothing to hide, nothing to fear. The doorbell rang, and the family's head of security escorted 2 visitors into the parlor, a stern-faced woman in a dark suit and a younger man carrying a briefcase. Mrs. Castillo, the woman addressed Sarah. I'm Deputy Director Hammond, FBI. This is Agent Foster. We're here about your brother-in-law.
Tea.
Nana Elena offered pleasantly, as if federal agents routinely dropped by for social visits. Hammond declined with a tight smile.
No, thank you. We won't be staying long.
She turned back to Sarah. Vincent Castillo disappeared from federal custody 6 hours ago. We have reason to believe your husband was involved. Sarah maintained perfect composure. My husband is attending to business matters in Connecticut. He's been gone since yesterday evening. We have witnesses placing Diego Castillo in the vicinity of the federal facility at approximately midnight, Agent Foster interjected. Witnesses can be mistaken, Sarah replied evenly. I'm sure my husband's whereabouts can be verified through proper channels. His schedule is meticulously documented. Hammond studied Sarah with professional assessment. You were once a prosecutor, Mrs. Castillo. You understand the severity of interfering with federal custody arrangements. I understand the law very well, Sarah agreed. Including the laws protecting witnesses in federal custody. Laws that appear to have been inadequately applied in Vincent's case, given the 2 attempts on his life while under your protection. Hammond's expression revealed nothing, but her slightly narrowed eyes suggested Sarah's knowledge had surprised her. We have no record of any security incidents involving Vincent Castillo, Foster stated flatly. How convenient, Robert commented from his position by the window. Just as there's no record of Kingmaker operatives infiltrating the bureau, despite clear evidence to the contrary. Hammond turned, reassessing the older man. Mr. Walsh. Your resurrection continues to fascinate the bureau. I'm sure it does, Robert replied dryly. The verbal sparring might have continued, but the sound of a car approaching drew everyone's attention. Moments later, Diego entered, impeccably dressed in a business suit, not a hair out of place. Deputy Director Hammond, he greeted cordially. This is unexpected. What brings the FBI to our home? Hammond's professional mask slipped slightly, revealing frustration. Where is your brother, Mr. Castillo? Diego raised an eyebrow. Vincent? In federal custody, last I heard. Has something changed? He escaped during transport early this morning, Hammond stated bluntly. Under circumstances that suggest inside assistance. Diego appeared appropriately concerned. That's alarming. Have you considered that the same people who attempted to kill him twice might have orchestrated this? Perhaps to finish the job. Hammond's expression hardened. We'll need to search the premises. Do you have a warrant? Sarah interjected. We can obtain one, Foster assured her. Then I suggest you do so, Sarah replied calmly. In the meantime, this conversation is over. My husband has just returned from business travel, and I'm 7 months pregnant. We've cooperated fully, but our hospitality has limits. A tense silence followed, broken by Nana Elena rising gracefully from her chair. I will show our guests out, she declared. Deputy Director, should you return with your warrant, please call ahead. We maintain certain security protocols for the safety of our family. After they departed, Diego waited until security confirmed the federal agents had left the property before addressing the room. Vincent is secure, he confirmed quietly. Medical team is with him now. How bad? Sarah asked. Dehydration, minor injuries consistent with prisoner control techniques, Diego replied, his controlled tone belying his anger. Nothing permanent. Robert checked his phone. Reynolds has made contact with his Justice Department source. They're denying any official knowledge of threats against Vincent. Of course they are, Diego said bitterly. The corruption hasn't been fully excised. Kingmaker was too deeply embedded. What's the next move? Sarah asked, recognizing the critical juncture they faced. Diego sat beside her, taking her hand. Vincent leaves the country tonight. New identity, new location, completely off the grid. And the FBI investigation into his escape? Robert pressed. Will lead nowhere, Diego assured him. The extraction was executed through third parties with no connection to our family. No electronic trail, no witnesses. Sarah squeezed his hand. There will still be suspicion. They'll watch us more closely now.
Let them, Diego replied with quiet confidence. Our businesses are legitimate. Our actions, from this point forward, beyond reproach. That evening, as security patrols circled the estate and technical teams swept for surveillance devices, Sarah joined Diego in his study. He stood by the window, watching rain streak the glass, shoulders bearing the weight of the day's events. Will we see him again? Sarah asked softly. Diego didn't pretend to misunderstand. Someday. When it's safe. He asked me to tell you something though. What? That he's sorry. Diego turned to face her. For everything. The Vegas setup, involving you in Kingmaker, all of it. He said the family gained more than it lost when you joined us. From Vincent, such an admission was unprecedented. Sarah absorbed it thoughtfully. He also left something for the baby, Diego continued, retrieving a small wooden box from his desk. Inside lay an antique silver rattle, clearly a family heirloom. It belonged to our grandfather, then to Vincent and me. Family tradition. Sarah touched the delicate silver piece. Will you tell our son about his uncle? The truth, Diego promised. Both the good and the bad. Family history shouldn't be sanitized, just understood in context. As they stood together in the quiet of the study, the rain gradually subsided, moonlight breaking through dispersing clouds. Outside, the Castillo estate gleamed wet and silver in the emerging light. We've weathered the worst of it, Diego said softly, placing a protective hand over their child. What comes next will be easier. Sarah wasn't entirely convinced, but she recognized the moment for what it was. A turning point, the final severance of old ties, old methods, old liabilities. Vincent's departure marked the true beginning of their new legacy. Together, she reminded him, their familiar promise. Always, Diego agreed, his kiss sealing the vow. In a private airfield miles away, a nondescript jet lifted into the night sky, carrying Vincent Castillo away from the only life he'd ever known. Behind him, he left a family transformed by his actions, both good and ill. And before him lay an uncertain future, one in which, for the first time, he would forge his own path without the weight of the Castillo name. Chapter 24. 2 years later. The Las Vegas sun beat down on the hotel pool deck as Sarah adjusted her sunglasses, watching Diego teach their son to float in the shallow end. Laughter echoed across the water as little Vincent, named in a gesture of reconciliation that had surprised everyone, splashed with toddler enthusiasm. He's a natural, Robert commented, settling into the lounger beside Sarah. Just like his father. And stubborn like both his parents, Sarah agreed with a smile. At 18 months, Vincent was already displaying the infamous Castillo determination, along with his mother's analytical gaze. The Bellagio suite reserved under Mr. and Mrs. Castillo held none of the shocking surprise of their first Vegas visit. This time, they had come deliberately, a family vacation combined with the opening of the newest Castillo Hotel's property just off the Strip. Hard to believe it's been 2 years, Robert mused, following her gaze to Diego and the child. Sometimes I still expect to wake up in witness protection, with all of this just an elaborate dream. Sarah understood the sentiment. The path from that chaotic Vegas weekend to their current life had been anything but straight, yet somehow they had arrived at a destination none of them could have predicted. The Castillo enterprises had fully transformed under Diego's leadership, hospitality, real estate, shipping, all operating with transparent legitimacy that had gradually silenced even the most skeptical observers. The family foundation had grown into one of the most respected philanthropic organizations in the Northeast. And Sarah herself had found unexpected fulfillment in her role as the family's legal architect, navigating the complex transition while remaining true to her principles. They're watching us again, Robert noted casually, indicating a man pretending to read by the pool bar, clearly federal surveillance. They always watch, Sarah replied without concern. 2 years of finding nothing illegal hasn't discouraged them. The FBI's investigation into Vincent's disappearance had eventually stalled, as Diego had predicted. Without evidence connecting the Castillo family directly to the escape, suspicion remained just that, suspicion without actionable proof. Diego emerged from the pool with little Vincent wrapped in a towel, both dripping and smiling. Someone's ready for his nap, he announced,
transferring their soggy son to Sarah's waiting arms. "Typical man," she teased. "Have all the fun, then hand over the tired child." Diego grinned unrepentantly. "I'll take the post-nap shift. Fair trade." As Robert accompanied them back to their suite, Sarah reflected on how naturally her father had integrated into their unusual family unit. His relationship with Diego had evolved from wary cooperation to genuine respect, bonded by their shared dedication to Sarah and little Vincent. After settling the exhausted toddler in his crib, Sarah found Diego on their suite's balcony, gazing at the strip stretching below them. "Penny for your thoughts," she said, joining him at the railing. "Just remembering," Diego replied, pulling her close. "That first night. The bar downstairs where we met. How beautiful you looked. How much I wanted to know you. Even though I was the enemy?" Sarah teased. "I didn't know that then," Diego reminded her. "You were just a beautiful woman who looked like she needed a drink and some company." Sarah laughed softly. "Well, I certainly got more than I bargained for." Diego's expression grew more serious. "Any regrets?" The question held weight, even after 2 years of marriage, a child, and a shared life that had somehow become exactly what both of them needed. "None," Sarah answered honestly. "Though I do sometimes wonder." About Vincent, Diego finished for her. They rarely spoke his name, though the absence of Diego's brother remained a presence in their lives. In family council meetings where his strategic mind would have been valuable, in the occasional moments when Diego faced challenges that once would have been Vincent's domain. "Have you heard anything?" Sarah asked quietly. Diego's gaze returned to the distant horizon. "A postcard arrived at one of our shell companies last month. Postmarked from Argentina. No message, just a chess piece drawn in the corner." "The knight," Sarah guessed, remembering Vincent's preferred strategy. Diego nodded. "He's all right. Moving freely. That's all I need to know." "And if he wanted to come back?" "The world thinks Vincent Castillo died in a prison transport accident," Diego replied evenly. "The official record stands. The man my brother has become, whoever that is, has a new life now." Yet Sarah caught the flicker of emotion beneath Diego's composed response. The Castillo brothers would always be connected, regardless of distance or reinvention. Their quiet moment was interrupted by Robert appearing at the balcony door. "Excuse me," he said, his expression professional rather than familial. "We've received word from Antonio. Our special guest has arrived early for tonight's opening." Diego straightened immediately. "At the hotel?" "Private entrance, as arranged," Robert confirmed. "Security protocols in place." "Who's the special guest?" Sarah asked, intrigued by their cryptic exchange. Diego hesitated before answering. "Judge Reynolds arranged a meeting with someone from Justice Department oversight. Someone interested in finally closing the Vincent Castillo case officially." "In exchange for?" Sarah prompted, her prosecutor's instincts alert. "Information," Diego admitted. "About remaining kingmaker elements operating within federal agencies." "Information we supposedly don't have," Sarah noted carefully. Diego's smile held a hint of the old Castillo cunning. Vincent left certain insurance policies behind. Digital records that would activate if anything happened to him. Material even the kingmaker principals don't know exists. "And you're just now mentioning this?" Sarah asked, both impressed and exasperated. "Need-to-know basis," Robert interjected diplomatically. "Standard intelligence procedure." Sarah shook her head, but without real annoyance. Some habits of secrecy would never fully disappear, even in their new transparent world. "I'll need to attend the meeting," Diego continued. "Will you be all right with Vincent?" "Of course," Sarah assured him. "Just be careful. These people tried to kill your brother. They wouldn't hesitate to do the same to you." Diego kissed her forehead gently. Different circumstances now. Too many eyes watching, too much legitimate power at stake. We're meeting on neutral ground, with appropriate precautions. As Diego left to prepare, Robert lingered on the balcony with Sarah. "He's become quite the statesman," her father observed.
Vincent would be impressed.
Vincent would be plotting how to use it to advantage, Sarah corrected with a small smile.
Perhaps, Robert acknowledged. But then, who's to say Diego isn't doing the same? In his own way.
The observation gave Sarah pause. Despite their different methods, the Castillo brothers had always shared the same fundamental goal: family protection, family advancement, family legacy. Diego had simply found a legitimate path to achieve what Vincent had pursued through shadowed means. That evening, as Sarah dressed for the hotel opening, she studied her reflection in the mirror. The prosecutor from 2 years ago was barely recognizable in the confident woman who now moved comfortably through both high society and family council meetings. Her identity had evolved without being erased, skills repurposed rather than abandoned. Diego returned from his mysterious meeting looking satisfied, if somber.
"It's done," he told her simply.
"The Vincent Castillo case is officially closed. In exchange, certain officials will find themselves under internal investigation in the coming weeks."
"Justice of a sort," Sarah commented.
"The only kind available sometimes," Diego agreed. He offered his arm with formal gallantry.
"Shall we? Our guests await."
The new Castillo Grand Hotel gleamed with understated luxury, its grand opening drawing celebrities, business elite, and political figures. As Diego and Sarah made their entrance, conversations paused briefly, attention naturally gravitating toward the couple who had transformed a notorious family name into a respected brand. Nana Elena joined them, elegant in vintage Chanel, little Vincent on her hip.
"Your moment, Nipote," she told Diego proudly. "Your father would be amazed."
Diego accepted her approval with a graceful nod, though Sarah caught the complicated emotions behind his smile. The path to this moment had required painful sacrifices, difficult choices, and the separation of brothers who had once been inseparable, despite their differences. As the evening proceeded with speeches and champagne, Sarah found herself drawn to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Vegas skyline. The city sparkled with artificial brilliance, a monument to reinvention, to second chances, to the American capacity for transformation. How fitting that their story had both begun and culminated here. Diego appeared at her side, following her gaze across the illuminated cityscape.
"Happy?"
The question was simple, but Sarah considered it carefully. Happiness had never been her primary goal. Justice, purpose, integrity had always ranked higher. Yet somehow, in the complex journey from adversaries to allies to family, happiness had found her anyway.
"Yes," she answered truthfully.
"Though I never expected to find it here.
Like this."
Diego's smile held understanding. "The best things in life rarely arrive as expected."
"Like accidental marriages in Vegas?" Sarah teased.
"Especially those," Diego agreed, drawing her closer. Across the crowded room, Robert raised his glass in subtle salute to his daughter and the man who had become not just his son-in-law but his ally. Nana Elena beamed with the satisfaction of a matriarch whose family had weathered its greatest storm and emerged stronger. And somewhere in the world, a man who was no longer Vincent Castillo perhaps thought of them too, the brother who had always sought a legitimate path, and the prosecutor who had helped him find it. As midnight approached, Diego led Sarah to a quiet balcony away from the celebration. In the privacy of darkness, he produced a small velvet box.
"What's this?"
Sarah asked, surprised.
"Open it," Diego encouraged.
Inside lay a platinum wedding band with diamonds, identical to the one that had shocked her that morning in Vegas, yet entirely different in meaning.
"I thought we might renew our vows," Diego explained.
"Properly this time. Consciously chosen rather than accidentally acquired." Sarah looked from the ring to the man holding it, the unexpected husband who had become her partner in every sense. "I'd like that," she said softly. Diego slipped the ring onto her finger alongside the original.
"No regrets?"
he asked again. Sarah's answer was a kiss, deliberate and certain, nothing like the desperate drunken passion of their first night, yet infinitely more meaningful. Below them, Las Vegas continued its endless dance of light and shadow, chance and calculation, disaster and opportunity. The city that had thrown them together now witnessed their conscious choice to remain so. The mistake that had started everything had become the foundation for a future neither could have imagined. And perhaps that was the greatest Vegas miracle of all. The end.